Chapter 126 The Source of Big Bear's Suffering. The martial arts tournament was successfully held on the second day of the banquet, but it was no longer the center of the topic. There was only one person everyone was talking about, and that was Lind, the chosen one. The magical scenes at the banquet were spread among the people who attended the banquet. If only one or two people said this, no one would believe it, but now there are hundreds of people saying this, even all of them are at the top of the seven kingdoms. No one is stupid enough to think that someone can make the king and the guardian duke of the seven kingdoms lie for him. The bishop of the Church of the Seven in Lannisport also declared that Lind's performance last night was a miracle of the seven gods, and once again emphasized that Lind was the chosen one by the seven gods. Many believers of the seven gods in Lannisport began to flock to Lind's camp on the outskirts, wanting to see the miracle maker with their own eyes. However, they all came to nothing, because Lind had already led his cavalry to leave Lannisport and return to Tengshi town in the early morning. Although Lind left, the topics related to him did not disappear, but became more and more abundant. One of the rumors about Lind attracted the attention of many people. This rumor says that Lind was actually dead when he went into the forest to hunt bears to avenge his father. He is able to survive now because he is protected by the seven gods, and the seven gods gave him their respective powers to prepare for the upcoming events. 2. Prepare for the evil cold darkness. He will represent the seven gods and fight against the White Walkers to save the world. The story about Azor Ahai and the Lightbringer is not only well known in the continent of Westeros, but also in the continent of Essos. This is the most widely spread prophecy of salvation in the world, and it is also the most widely believed prophecy. From ancient times to the present, many people in the seven kingdoms have believed in the prophecy of the Lightbringer, and even gave up their lives and lost their country for it. However, even so, a large number of people still believe in the legend about the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. However, the Church of the Seven Gods does not have similar legends, nor does it recognize similar legends, until now. No one knows when the reincarnation of Azor Ahai will appear, but the chosen one of the seven gods actually appeared in front of everyone, and even showed such miraculous magic power. This made the people concerned about the seven gods. The rumor of choosing to save the apocalypse spread rapidly, and it has great momentum to replace the legend of Azor Ahai. Amidst various topics related to Lind, the martial arts tournament went on smoothly. Soon the archer competition and team competition all came to fruition. The final winners did not exceed everyone's expectations and were all warriors under the command of various great lords. With the joust taking place, the public's attention temporarily shifted from the topic of Lind to the joust, and Jorah Mormont from the north fought against the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister in the final. It's a classic. The two sides fought against each other 9 times, broke 9 spears, and still could not tell the winner. In the end, King Robert stopped the contest because he could see that both sides had reached the limit of their physical strength. If they continued, both sides might fail, kill each other, then things won't be good. So the final championship of the lance duel was decided by King Robert to Jorah Mormont. Although many people believed that such a decision was only made in favor of Jorah Mormont because King Robert did not like Jaime Mormont's verdict, but Jaime himself had no objection to this verdict. He believed that Jorah Mormont deserved the championship crown. After Jorah Mormont won the championship crown, he handed it directly to Lynys Hightower of the Hightower family in Aldtown, who was watching the game, and chose her to become the Queen of Love and Beauty in the tourney. What is surprising is that Jorah Mormont found Lord Leyden Hightower, the Lord of Aldtown, that night and proposed to him to marry Lynys Hightower. No one among the Aldtown nobles present at the time believed that the rough-looking, dark-skinned, bald Jorah Mormont was worthy of Miss Lynys, who was famous for her beauty in Aldtown, and they did not think that a remote island the Earl above is qualified to be a match to the Lord of Aldtown. You must know that Earl Leyden's son-in-law is Mace Tyrell, Duke of Highgarden. However, what is even more incredible is that in the face of Jorah Mormont's proposal of marriage, Earl Leyden actually agreed directly, and that night he found Eddard Stark, Duke of the North, and Mace, Duke of Southland. Tyrell served as a witness and held the wedding for the two at the Cathedral of the Seven in Lannisport. Early the next morning, Jorah Mormont took his new wife and sailed north to Bear Island. Everyone was shocked by Earl Leyden's actions. You must know that everyone who has seen Lynny's Hightower will be attracted by her beauty. People throughout the Seven Kingdoms who are willing to marry her can queue up from Aldtown. In the Great Wall of Despair, such a beautiful woman who had no worries about marrying was taken away by an ugly man from the north. It is hard not to believe that there is some unknown trick in it. As a result, various rumors related to Lynnis spread in Lannisport, and there are three rumors that are most recognized by the public. One is that Lynnis is actually pregnant, and the person who made her pregnant is a bard poet, so Earl Leyden wanted to cover up this scandal, and it happened that Jorah Mormont came to propose marriage, so he anxiously married his youngest daughter to the Earl of the North. The second rumor was that a palace servant said that Lyness had entered King Robert's bedroom. Earl Leyden did not want his daughter to become the object of King Robert's indulgence, so he married her before the matter was irreversible. Jorah Mormont. As for the last rumor, it is the one that people think is most likely to be true. This rumor is that during the tourney, Tywin Lannister, the Duke of Westerland, hoped to marry the Hightower family in Aldtown and give birth to his son the Little Devil. Tyrion marries Lynny's daughter of Lord Leyden. Earl Leyden was naturally unwilling to marry his daughter to a half-man, but he also did not want to offend Duke Tywin, so he married his daughter to the Earl of Bear Island so that Duke Tywin could not trouble him. None of the parties concerned responded to these three claims, nor did they stop the spread of these rumors, as if they were all deaf and could not hear these rumors. Various news about Jorah Mormont and Lynny's Hightower also came one after another after Lynd returned to Tengshi town. As a cousin, Daisy heard the relevant news and said that her cousin was so lucky because she was the one who had met Lynnis Hightower. Even a woman like her was shocked when she saw Lynnis Hightower. I'm a little moved, I can see how outstanding her beauty is. And she was also troubled by those rumors, and felt that one of those rumors was very likely to be true, because even she, a blood relative of Jorah Mormont, believed that Jorah was not worthy of Lynny's. During one meal, she casually asked Lynd which rumor he thought was true. Lynd's answer was that all the rumors were false. Lord Leyden took a fancy to Jorah Mormont's potential and ability, and he could also see that Jorah really loved his daughter. So he sent Lynny to her. She married the Earl of Bear Island, but this was not a good thing for Jorah. Jorah was going to be unlucky. After hearing this, Daisy felt that Lynd was trying to comfort her and save face for her cousin, so she didn't believe it at all. However, she was curious about Lynd saying that Jorah was going to be in trouble, but Lynd did not continue. Regarding what happened in Lannisport after they left, they were just some chat topics. After dinner, for them, the most important thing now was the relocation to Lynda's territory. When are you going to move there? In the evening, Nymeria and Lynd stood leisurely on the training ground, asking Lynd, while watching Brienne and Asha using their weapons. Not far away. Training weapons for combat. Not in a short time. Lynd replied, and shouted loudly towards the two people who were fighting. Pay more attention to your feet, move your body sideways to dodge, and don't blindly block frontally. Although Asha is 5 years older than Brienne, her swordsmanship is much worse than Brienne's. Except for her slightly better physical fitness, she cannot compare with Brienne in other aspects. What's more important is that after Brienne became Lynd's squire, she often fought against veterans and people proficient in actual combat such as Raoul, Solo, Scar-Eye, and Balin, and experienced all kinds of dirty tricks. Once again, the moves Asha learned from the Ironborn pirates were completely useless, and she was passively beaten from beginning to end. In the end, Asha was beaten until she became bored. She threw away the long sword she used for practice, rushed in front of Brienne, hugged Brienne, threw her to the ground, and then suppressed her with her slightly superior physical fitness. Stay with Brienne. Brienne had never seen this method before. She fought according to the way of knights. Jousting, and in her understanding of jousting, it was knights holding swords. How could she have thought that someone would use wrestling to joust, and she was caught off guard. He didn't react until he was suppressed by Asha and struggled hard. However, melee combat is also a skill of the Sea Ironborn. Asha did not give Brienne a chance at all. She always suppressed Brienne under her body and kissed Brienne teasingly, from time to time, making her extremely embarrassed and even more confused. Hands and feet. Okay, Asha wins this round. Brienne is responsible for shoveling horse manure, and Asha takes a rest. Lind loudly stopped the two who continued to fight and announced the result. The two got up from the ground and looked at each other. Brienne wiped the spot on her bracelet where Asha had kissed, then turned and walked towards the stable. Asha also smiled and picked up the practice sword on the ground. Followed. Not far away, Balin, whose hand has not yet recovered, is practicing Dagon Darlo. Dagon and Asha are completely different. Asha learned all his attack methods from the Ironborn, while Dagon's attacks all his methods are knightly swordsmanship, and he feels more like a knight than Balin. So Lind asked Balin to teach him how to fight like a real warrior, especially how to fight on a ship. After all, among his men, only Balin had the experience of fighting on a ship for a long time. On the other side, Baelor Blackless is also receiving training from Rossos. Born as an orphan of the Green Blood River, he is born with the skills to operate a boat and all kinds of navigation knowledge. These are the knowledge passed down by their ancestors. Although some of them are no longer applicable, it is not bad to use to enlighten Baelor. The ships that Lind obtained this time, those large ships and armed merchant ships, were all handed over to Rhys Falwell to form a fleet with the glory for trade, while the remaining Ironborn longships were he put it in the old town for repair and storage, and then took it out after he built the dock. In the near future, Asha, Baelor and Dagon will definitely stay at sea. As for who will eventually become the fleet commander, it will depend on their respective performances. Have you decided where to build your lord's castle? Nymeria asked with concern. Lind shook his head and said, we haven't decided yet. We won't know until we check it out on the spot. In the 10 days since he came back, apart from being busy with some messy affairs, he spent most of his time checking various information and intelligence on the Dornay border. Especially the situation in Red Earth Watch and Summer Hall. If it had been before, Lind would definitely have chosen the protruding promontory between Weir City and Stonehelm City as the construction site for the castle. But now that King Robert had given him Summerhall, he had one more choice, and it also made it difficult for him to choose. Judging from various information, both Red Earth Watch and Summerhall have advantages and disadvantages. The advantages of Red Earth Watch are naturally maritime trade and its ability to affect the political situation of Dornay and Stormlands respectively. While the disadvantage is that it is too far away from Tengshi town. There was a Crimson mountain range separated by a large distance. Once something happened to Tengshi town, he would not be able to rescue him in time unless he had a dragon that could fly over the Crimson mountain range. The situation of Summer Hall has the same obvious advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it is very close to Tengshi town. It only needs to pass through Green Valley City. It is located at the end of the Bone Road in the Dornay frontier. It can trade with Dornay. At the same time, it is also located in the center of the end of the Crimson Mountains, which is the key to controlling this area. As for the disadvantage, it is too far from the ocean. It is also separated from the Redway River Valley, which will be an important grain production area for Lind in the future, by a mountain range not conducive to management. In addition, Summer Hall is not a peaceful place among many people. The tragedy of Summer Hall turned that place into a wasteland and ruins full of lonely souls. More than one person who stayed in Summer Hall has seen the people there. The ghosts reenacted the fire and felt the pain of being burned. Even the most daring adventurers would not dare to spend the night there, let alone build a castle there. Have you got some time recently? Lind asked Nymeria. Nymeria thought about it seriously and said, all the things that need to be dealt with have been dealt with. The construction of Tengshi town has also been completed. Next is the Construction of the stone bridge and the Blackwater River fortress. These only need to be left to the craftsmen. We'll be fine, the mines are on track, there's no need to worry about the bandits around because White Deer Wenda is here, and the operation of the caravan has been left to Bert. As she spoke, she nodded seriously and said, I should have quite a bit of time. Lind held Nymeria's hand and said, in that case, please accompany me to my territory for a walk. By the way, help me choose a suitable location for building the castle. As you wish, my lord. Nymeria smiled and nodded. Chapter 127 Coburn. There were not many people inspecting the territory with Lind this time. Apart from Lind and Nymeria, there were only Nymeria's two twin female attendants, Linda's steward John and attendants Asha and Bu. Renee and Balin stayed in Tengshi town to recuperate. Daisy and Rosso were taken with them. Plus Rosso's and his independent soldiers, there were hundreds of people in total. Because there were not many people, it was easy to organize all the luggage, and it was all done in one morning. Lind planned to leave in the afternoon, find a place to rest for the night in a village near Tengshi Avenue, and then go directly to Green Valley City on the banks of the Blue Boon River. In the future, they would have to deal with many places in Green Valley City. Let's take a look first. Look at the attitude of the Lord of Green Valley City, and then decide how to treat Green Valley City in the future. However, just as they were about to set off, the arrival of a man disrupted Linda's plan, and the city sent a bachelor as his advisor. When he returned to Tengshi town, Lind immediately wrote a letter to the academy in the name of the Earl of Summer Hall, asking them to appoint a bachelor as his advisor. However, there was no response to this letter, as if it was lost in the sea. Just when Lind wondered whether the letter had been lost by the Raven, and was preparing to write another letter before setting off to inspect the territory, the city gave him a silent message. He assigned a maester, which made Lind curious about the origin of this maester. Bachelor Kevin, Lind immediately realized after listening to the self-introduction of the bachelor in front of him that the white-haired, kind-faced old man in front of him was the bachelor Kevin he knew. It's just that at this time, he doesn't seem to have been exiled from the city, and he still wears a bachelor's necklace around his neck, but this bachelor's necklace seems to be somewhat different from Cole's knowledge. In his memory, Qyburn is proficient in necromancy, knows medicine, and can tame ravens. So his chain should be black iron representing ravenology, silver representing medicine, and Valyria representing magic and mysticism. Steel is right, but now the chains around Cobain's neck are gold, which represents economics, and wrought iron, which represents military affairs. There is obviously something wrong with this. I have very high requirements for consultants. I will accept whoever is appointed by the city. Lind turned to Qyburn with a serious expression and said, now I ask you, bachelor Qyburn, what knowledge do you know, and why do you think so? Are you qualified to be my bachelor's advisor? After entering the door, Cobain's eyes fell on the sword of the lost knight at Lind's waist. It was not until Lind asked that he reluctantly moved his eyes away from the sword of the lost knight, and he looked very seriously. He replied, Your Majesty, I am proficient in economics and military science, and I can assist you in these two aspects. Are you proficient in economics? Lind smiled and ordered to John, go to Bert to get a verified account book and give it to Bachelor Qyburn for recalculation. Yes, sir. John walked out of the tent, and after a while, he came in with a ledger and placed it on the table. Ever since he heard Linda's words, Cobain could not suppress a look of panic on his face. When he saw the account books placed on the table, his eyes had already begun to glance toward the exit. Lind pointed at the account book and said, let's get started. Bachelor Cobain, let me see your economics ability. Cobain gritted his teeth and sat down at the table, opened the account book, but did not start. Nymeria and others on the side also noticed Qyburn's abnormality and put their hands on their weapons. Finally, Cobain sighed heavily, stood up from the chair, walked to Lind, and said, sorry. Lord Earl Lind, I deceived you. You are not a bachelor, but an assassin. Before Lind could say anything, Nymeria looked at Qyburn coldly and asked in a deep voice. No, no. Qyburn shook his head quickly and said, I am indeed a bachelor, but I was expelled from the city. I am an expelled bachelor. Hearing Qyburn's words, Nymeria was stunned and her expression improved slightly. Because her bachelor advisor Ives was also a bachelor who had his necklace taken back by the city and was expelled. For what reason were you expelled? Lind asked. Qyburn replied, because I study the forbidden knowledge of necromancy. Lind shook his head and said, I know that the Academy regards all knowledge related to magic as taboo, but this does not mean that the Academy does not allow bachelors to learn this knowledge, even evil knowledge such as necromancy. They will still allow bachelors who have this hobby to study, and will not easily expel bachelors who study this knowledge. You'd better tell the truth. Seeing that he could not get through, Qyburn was silent for a moment and said, the Academy discovered that I was conducting experiments on living people to study necromancy. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room except Lind showed disgust. It was obvious that this kind of thing was extremely evil in their eyes. Neither the seven gods, nor the old gods would allow such evil things exist. Seeing the expressions of everyone around him, Cobain couldn't help but sigh. He knew that he might not have the chance to stay with Lind, nor would he have the chance to come into contact with his favorite magic. However, what surprised him was that Lind did not show any expression of disgust, but asked calmly, who are the living people you used for experiments? Qyburn was stunned and answered truthfully, some are death row prisoners, some are already sick and about to die, and some are slaves from the continent of Essos. Lind pondered for a moment and asked, besides necromancy, what other abilities do you have? Everyone looked at Lind in surprise. They didn't understand why Lind would be interested in such an evil guy. Qyburn was also very surprised, but he quickly calmed down and answered truthfully, I know Ravenology. Although I don't have a chain, I am not inferior to a maester who has a chain. I can help you build a crow's nest. I will handle all kinds of information for you. In addition, I also have a medical background and am particularly good at all kinds of trauma. As he spoke, he looked at Bahrain's severed hand and said, it has been more than 10 days since the Bahrain man's arm was injured. But he still needs to be fixed with a bandage. It is obviously not connected properly. If it is completely healed, the arm will not be able to use force, so it is best to reconnect it. Quote. Lind turned to look at Balin and asked, how do you feel about the injury on your arm? Balin hesitated, nodded and said, there are indeed some problems. Why didn't you tell me? Lind frowned. Facing Linda's reprimand, Balin lowered his head and did not dare to speak. His past experiences had made him accustomed to recuperating on his own. At this time, Moroya suddenly walked in from outside and said directly to Lind, I heard that you were going to inspect the territory, why didn't you notify me? Before Lind could answer, Nymeria said first, aren't you in the laboratory? We won't disturb you. Don't worry, those experiments are not very important. As Lord Linda's advisor, patrolling your territory is the most important thing for me right now. Moroya rolled his eyes at Nymeria and glanced at everyone in the room. After a circle, after seeing Cobain on the side, he was stunned and said, Cobain, why are you here? Miss Moroya. Coburn seemed a little afraid of Moroya and saluted Moroya very respectfully. When did you become a Bachelor of Economics? Moroya asked when he saw the eye-catching gold chain around Cobain's neck. Well, it belongs to someone else. Cobain replied, lowering his head. Moroya walked over, picked up the bachelor's necklace around Qyburn's neck, looked at it, and said, Bachelor Omer. I remember you have a friend named Omer. Cobain said nothing. Is he still alive? Moroya asked again. Cobain replied, he's still alive, but he won't be able to walk in the future. You really haven't changed at all. Moroya turned to look at Lind and said, this guy is the most emotionless person I have ever seen. He will not have feelings for anyone as long as it is beneficial to his research project. He will do whatever he wants, even if it is to dissect the person while he is still alive, or to attack the people around him. Quote. After hearing what Moroya said, everyone in the room showed extreme disgust. Since this guy is so evil, why not execute him directly? Nymeria frowned and said. Others agreed. Cobain was not intimidated, he just lowered his head and said nothing, let alone a word of defense for himself. Do you think the school city doesn't know what this guy is doing? The school city knows everything, but it doesn't expel or deal with this guy. It's entirely because this guy has the best medical skills in the entire school city. He treated him more than 10 years ago in terms of trauma. He is already #1 in the school, and I'm afraid it will be even better now. Moroya looked at Qyburn and said, he took the initiative to come here because of the magic you have mastered. This guy is very good at magic. He is also very obsessed with knowledge such as witchcraft and witchcraft. Although his formal knowledge is very general, he also has very unique insights. I happened to encounter some problems in my recent research, and he is just the right assistant. Quote, do you want me to take him in? Lind asked seriously. Moroya shook his head and said, no, it's up to you to decide whether to accept this person or not. I'm just giving you some reference suggestions. Lind looked at Cobain, thought for a while, and said, I'll give you a chance to restore Balin's hand to its original state. If you succeed, then you will stay, but even if you stay, you must follow my rules. First, experiments on living people must stop. Secondly, all your projects must be approved by me. Finally, you must hand over your trauma treatment methods and train a group of medical teams to treat trauma for me. Quote, Lind. Nymeria looked at Lind with a puzzled expression, but Lind raised his hand too. Stop her. Lind asked in a deep voice, Bachelor Cobain, do you accept it? I accept. A smile appeared on Cobain's face. I'll leave him to you, Moroya. After Lind made his decision, he said to Bahrain, you should go and receive treatment from Cobain immediately. Yes, sir. Balin nodded. Moroya suddenly remembered the purpose of coming here and said, by the way, I came here for you to patrol the territory. Lind interrupted Moroya and said, you need to take care of Cobain. You shouldn't have time to go to the border with us. Moreover, it may take a month or two for us to go there. This time, can you bear it? Do any research. Moloa wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Lind, who said that the selection of personnel had been finalized and could not be changed. Moroya looked at Lind angrily, then at the smiling Nymeria next to him, snorted, turned, and left the room, with Qyburn and Balin following closely behind her. After Nymeria saw Qyburn leave, she expressed concern, you should not recruit people like Qyburn as your subordinates. If the evil things he did were spread, it would be detrimental to your reputation. The matter is not as serious as you think. Even if it spreads, it doesn't matter. The Church of the Seven Gods will help me give a perfect explanation. For example, a demon will no longer do evil under the constraints of the Chosen One. Lind he said disapprovingly. Besides, people like Cobain are too dangerous. Instead of letting him roam around unchecked, it would be better for me to control him and make good use of his abilities. After hearing what Lind said, Nymeria also felt that it made sense and stopped trying to persuade him. Lind ordered, John, you should immediately select a group of people who are smarter and good at learning to come to Moroya to learn medical skills from Qyburn. Wouldn't this cause opposition from the city? John asked after hesitating. It will definitely arouse opposition from the school city. Bachelor Ives next to Nymeria said, the school city allows pharmacists and herbalists to exist, and it will not prevent pharmacists and herbalists from teaching apprentices, but it will definitely not allow them to exist. The medical knowledge of the citadel is passed on to others in this way. Lind said solemnly, there is no need to learn the medical knowledge of the city. I only need his knowledge of treating trauma. From very early on, Lind had the idea of establishing a medical team dedicated to treating wounded soldiers, because according to his research on battle losses in all wars, the vast majority of casualties were not caused directly on the battlefield, but were caused by the battle. The injury did not recover, and the wound festered, causing various complications, and died. With such a team of military doctors accompanying the army, the non-combat attrition of his soldiers will be greatly reduced. However, there are no professional doctors in other kingdoms. When nobles are sick, they go to bachelors. When common people are sick, they go to herbalists, pharmacists, monks from the Church of the Seven Gods, and wizards and witches in the countryside. Lind once specifically looked for some pharmacists and herbalists to see if they were suitable. After seeing their methods of treating patients, he immediately gave up the idea of having pharmacists and herbalists form a medical team. After that, he found the monks from the Church of the Seven Gods, and after learning that the monks' method of treating patients was bloodletting and prayer, he also eliminated the monks from the Church of the Seven Gods. Now Cobain's appearance has just filled this gap. Although Lind has not yet seen how brilliant Cobain's medical skills are, with Moroya as a guarantee, he believes that even if Cobain's medical skills cannot be compared with modern medical skills, it should also be better than the medical skills in this world, which is enough to form a medical team. On the other side, when John brought the selected people outside Moroya's exclusive stone tower and explained his purpose to Moroya and Qyburn, who was treating Bahrain, hesitated for a moment, with hesitation on his face, expression. I advise you to follow Linda's ideas and try to show your value so that you can get what you want. Moroya seemed to see through Cobain's thoughts, reminded him, and pointed pointing to the dragon rune necklace around his neck. Seeing this situation, Coburn seemed to have made up his mind, nodded, and accepted the apprenticeship forced upon him by Lind. Chapter 128 Green Valley City. Green Valley City is located in the upper reaches of the Lamboon River, with beautiful environment and pleasant climate. When Summer Hall was still intact, the Targaryen royal family who went to Summer Hall to escape the summer usually stayed in Green Valley City to rest for a few days before continuing to Summer Hall, so Green Valley City also had the reputation of being a summer palace to accompany the city. However, as Summer Hall was burned down by a fire and then abandoned, Greendale City also lost its former prosperity and became an ordinary border city in the Reach. Later, it declined due to bandits. It was not until Lin Decheng eliminated the bandits and restored the navigation of the Monde River that Green Valley City recovered slightly. The current lord of Green Valley City, Ewood Meadow, is a child of about 10 years old. He only inherited the position of Lord of Green Valley City a year ago. When Lind was cleaning up the bandits east of Rose Avenue, he sent people to assist him and also provided some logistical supplies. Although he had not met in person, from this point of view, his relationship with Lind was not bad. Before going to Green Valley City, Lind followed the official rules and wrote a letter to notify Green Valley City, and explained the reason and purpose of his passing through the territory of Green Valley City. He did not set off for Green Valley City until he received the reply from Raven, because they were not going out to fight, but to patrol the territory, or to be more precise, they found an excuse to go out for fun, so Linda's team did not move very fast, and it took more than 10 days to arrive outside Green Valley City. Ewood Meadow, who had already learned from the patrol cavalry that Lind was about to arrive, led his bachelor and steward to wait at the gate of the north bank of Green Valley City. He looked nervously at the end of the road and looked at the station from time to time. Aunt Lisa Meadow and Uncle Olamo Tyrell were at the side. Although Elwood Meadow always kept his face calm, he was still extremely panicked in his heart, because both the bachelor and the steward had analyzed his current situation with him, and the only one who could help him was the chosen one. The leader of the family is Lind Terra. Whether he can hold on to the Meadow family's legacy depends entirely on the attitude of the gods chosen Lind towards him. However, he was not sure about this, because the relationship between Lind Terra and the Tyrell family was well known, whether it was Willis Tyrell, the heir of the Tyrell family, or Garland Tyrell, the second son. Lear, they all said on different occasions that they were very good friends with Lind. Even the Queen of Thorns, who rarely praised others, praised Lind several times. Now, the Tyrell family wanted to annex his family's territory, and he had absolutely no confidence that Lind Terra, who had no connection with him, would stand on his side and stop the Tyrell family from annexing. Here it comes. Chief Harwin, who has good eyes, first saw the red-backed longsword flag. that appeared at the end of the road, and then the neat teams of cavalry under the flag appeared in everyone's eyes. Among this group of knights, 2 huge war horses that were much larger than the other horses were extremely eye-catching, but what was even more eye-catching was a giant beast with changing black and white stripes next to the horse. This giant beast walked in the shadows, as if it were a shadow. Just like the incarnation, if it weren't for the white stripes on its body flashing from time to time, perhaps no one would be able to notice it. The team soon arrived in front of everyone, and Elwood was about to lead his maester and steward forward, but Aunt Lisa and her husband next to him were one step ahead and walked to the front of the team. "Good afternoon, Lord Lindtera. I am Olamo Tyrell, and this is my wife Lisa Medu, the heir of Green Valley City. Welcome to our Green Valley City." Olamo Tyrell led his wife to bow very attentively to Lind in the team, and introduced himself, consciously emphasizing his tone when calling his last name. Looking at the couple approaching, Lind didn't give any response. He and Nymeria dismounted, bypassed the couple, and came to the back of Ewood Medu, who was trying to appear calm. In front of him, he saluted him and said, "Baron Ewood, I am Lindtera, Earl of Summer Hall, and this is Nymeria Fudley, Earl of Tengshi Town. We thank you for your warm hospitality in allowing us to be here at night. Have a comfortable place to rest." Seeing Lind bypassing his aunt and uncle and taking the initiative to greet him was undoubtedly good news for him. This also made him relax a little from his tense mood for the whole day, and then he tried his best to behave like an adult, bowed and said in return, "Lord Earl Lind, Lord Nymeria. Your arrival has made Green Valley City flourish. Piper produces brilliance." At this time, the steward took out the prepared salt and bread. Lind and Nymeria each picked up the bread, dipped it in a little salt, and ate it in their mouths. Seeing this scene, Ewood, his bachelor, and steward couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then led the way, leading Lind and others to the castle of Green Valley City. From the beginning to the end, no one paid attention to Olamo Tyrell and his wife. Both of their expressions were extremely pale. It was not until everyone else left that they turned around and entered the city, packed up their things, and took their people with them. Overnight, we left Green Valley City by boat. Baron Ewood arranged for Lind and Nymeria to live in the manor on the south bank of Green Valley City. This was once the residence of the Targaryen royal family in Green Valley City, but it was later abandoned. After receiving a letter from Lind about to visit later, Baron Ewood cleared this place as Linda's temporary residence in Green Valley City. "Lord Ewood, you seem to be in a lot of trouble." In the study room of the manor, Lind left Baron Ewood and his bachelor and steward who were about to leave, and then said very directly, "Your aunt is right. It's obvious that she covets the title of Green Valley City. She may give up today because of me, but I think it won't be long before she comes back." Ewood looked at his maester, and then asked Lind, "Lord Lind, can you help me?" "How do you want me to help you?" Lind asked. Ewood said, "I would like to ask you to introduce me to Lord Velas. I heard that Lord Velas is an extremely just man. He has punished some evildoers in the family more than once in the past year and provided justice to the common people. The verdict was called the Golden Rose of Justice." Lind looked at Ewood calmly and said, "You want Velas to help you stop your aunt's behavior, right?" "Yes." Ewood nodded and said, "Yes, I believe Lord Velas will not show favoritism because my uncle is from the Tyrell family. Indeed, Velas will not show favoritism because the other party is a Tyrell." Lind nodded and asked, "It is not a problem for me to introduce you to him, but the problem is how do you want to introduce yourself to him? Velas accuse your aunt. Of course it's to accuse my aunt of trying to seize my title and territory," Ewood said hurriedly. Lind stared at the 10-year-old child in front of him and said, "If I were Velas, I would ask you, what method did your aunt use to seize your title and territory?" Ewood was stunned and said hurriedly, She is scaring me." Lind smiled, turned to look at the bachelor advisor next to Ewood, and said, "You are Lord Ewood's bachelor advisor, so tell me, can his aunt's use of words to scare him count as her plot to seize Green Valley? Evidence of city territory and title?" The maester fell silent and did not answer. She is still staying in the castle, and everyone will say that she is the heir of Green Valley City. Ewood added, isn't this evidence that she tried to seize Green Valley City? Of course not. This time it was not Lind who answered, but Nymeria on the side. You have no descendants now, and no other brothers and sisters. Mrs. Lisa Medu is your closest blood relative. She is also the first heir of Green Valley City after your death, so it is not wrong for her to call herself the heir of Green Valley City. As for her staying in the castle, it is not a big problem. She is the daughter of the Meadow family. It's not a big problem to live with your own parents, but it's you. If you accuse Mrs. Lisa for this reason, it will only make people think that you are narrow-minded. Even such a big castle cannot accommodate only one blood relative. Quote, Ewood was completely stunned. He didn't expect that things would be so complicated. He thought that he only needed to see Velis and tell him his troubles, and then Velis would punish his aunt for him. He never imagined that the final development of things might end up with him being notorious for being narrow-minded and intolerant of relatives and friends. Lind looked at Ewood, then glanced at the bachelor and the steward respectively, and said, Baron Ewood is still young and has not enough experience to understand the relationship. But the two men who followed the predecessor, Baron Green Valley City, after so many years, the two of you should not be able to see that there is nothing reprehensible in Lady Lisa Medu's behavior. Why did you two ask Baron Ewood to go to Velis to accuse Lady Lisa of her crimes? Because we can't think of any other way. The manager said helplessly. No wonder they are so helpless. Lisa Medu and Olamo Tyrell know very well where the bottom line is. They always stand within the bottom line and expand their influence in Green Valley City. Baron Ewood could do nothing about it, unless he forcibly expelled his aunt and uncle from the territory of Green Valley City, but in that case, his reputation would be ruined. Originally, when he took the position of Lord of Green Valley City at such a young age, it was easy for him to arouse some covetousness. If his reputation was ruined, those who coveted his territory might not just remain on the sidelines like they are now. If at that time, if his aunt cooperates with these people, not to mention his position as a baron, even his life may not be saved. I can tell you with certainty that even if you meet Willis and there is conclusive evidence that Lisa Maydoe covets the position of Lord of Green Valley City, he will not be able to do anything. Lind said with great certainty, it's not because Lisa Medu's husband is a member of the Tyrell family, but because as the heir of the Duke of Highgarden, it is taboo to interfere in the succession disputes of local lords at will. The steward of Green Valley City nodded when he heard this, while Baron Ewood was still a little confused. He didn't understand why Velis couldn't help him even though he was the legal lord of Green Valley City. The bachelor suddenly said at this time, actually, in addition to asking Lord Velis to administer justice, we also thought of another way that might be useful, but we didn't tell Lord Baron. What can be done? Baron Ewood asked hurriedly. The bachelor looked up at Lind and said, that is to ask Lord Lind to be your guardian and manage Green Valley City on your behalf until you reach adulthood. Ah! Baron Ewood couldn't help being stunned. He didn't expect that the bachelor consultant would come up with such a solution. If he didn't really know how loyal the bachelor consultant was to him, he might have thought that the bachelor consultant had colluded with Lind. After hearing the other party's proposal, Lind couldn't help but froze. Although he had discussed matters related to Green Valley City with Nymeria, he had never thought of becoming the guardian of the Lord of Green Valley City. They even most of them just want to sign an offensive and defensive alliance with Green Valley City so that the army and caravans can pass through Green Valley City smoothly. The steward also echoed the bachelor's words and said, we feel that Lord Baron can only grow up safely under your protection, Lord Lind, and you can also teach Lord Ewood how to fight and how to manage the territory. This method can be said to be a one-stop solution. Get more. Hearing that the manager also agreed with this approach, Ewood vaguely felt that this was a good idea, so he looked at Lind and wanted to ask Lind to become his guardian, or to be more correct, to adopt him as his adopted son. Although this method was very attractive, Lind had no intention of agreeing to them. Before Ewood spoke and made the matter irreversible, he spoke first and said, "You are just a little flustered by Lisa Medu, so you are thinking randomly. These unreliable methods, as long as you think about it calmly, you should know that the behavior of the Olimo couple is impossible to get the support of the Tyrell family. I can teach you a way to completely solve this trouble." Quote, "What can be done?" the steward and the bachelor asked at the same time. Lind said, "The method is very simple, that is to find some people to spread some rumors, saying that the Tyrell family intends to use Lisa Maydoe to plot to seize the Maydoe family's territory. As long as this rumor spreads, you do not need to take action. The Tyrell family will take the initiative to help you solve the problem of Lisa Maydoe to prove her innocence." Quote, hearing Linda's method, Ewood, the steward, and the bachelors could not help but be stunned. What they had thought of before was to find a powerful lord as a protective umbrella and borrow the power of others to protect themselves. They never thought that they could also use the method of spreading rumors to solve the problem. Although this method sounds simple, they can also see that the effect of this method must be very good. The things that have always worried them are no longer troubles, which makes their worries that have been hanging around for a year disappear, down. It was precisely because of the change in mood and their gratitude to Lind that they did not reject the idea of forming an offensive and defensive alliance proposed by Lind later. Instead, they readily agreed and even drafted the alliance that night. The covenant was signed. Chapter 129 Panic. They have already taken the initiative. Why don't you agree to become Baron Ewood's guardian? Wouldn't it be easier to control Green Valley City that way? After Baron Ewood and others left satisfied with the offensive and defensive covenant they had just signed, Name Leah couldn't wait to ask, "If I become the guardian of Baron Ewood, then what is the difference between my control of Green Valley City and now after signing the offensive and defensive covenant?" Lind did not directly answer Nymeria's question, but asked instructively, asked rhetorically. Nymeria thought about the specific content of the covenant and said, "We have no right to interfere in the government affairs of Green Valley City, but we are allowed to establish several military stations on the road connecting Rose Avenue and Summer Hall in Green Valley City to maintain the road. Green Valley City will also pay a fee to maintain the operation of the military station. In addition, when the two sides encounter war, they are obliged to send troops." At this point, she suddenly froze and looked at it in surprise. Lind said, "Other than the lack of public allegiance, the relationship between Green Valley City and us seems to be no different from the relationship between vassals and lords." Lind nodded and said, "Yes, except for the fact that it is not recognized in name. This offensive and defensive covenant is actually an oath between the king and his vassals." Baron Ewood and the others didn't see the actual content of this covenant. Nymeria asked. Lind thought for a while and said, "Baron Ewood probably didn't see it, but the two bachelors and the steward should have seen it. They took the initiative to make changes, such as the establishment of the military depot and the payment of fees. They are using this method to deepen the in-our connection." Nymeria refused to answer. "I remember that the direct lord of Green Valley City is the Duke of Highgarden. Why did they abandon the Duke of Highgarden, who has a higher status, and become vassals of border lords like us? Our status not much taller than him. This is called the county magistrate, who is not in charge now." Linda suddenly said a common saying in the language of his previous life. "What?" Nymeria didn't understand what Lind said and looked at him in confusion. "This is a saying from a distant country. Translated into the common language of Westeros. It probably means that the vassal with a high status is too far away, and only the powerful vassals around him can directly affect him." Lind said roughly. After a translation, he said, "Your Tengshi town and my Shungsha Hall are both rising strongly. Green Valley City is caught in the middle and it is impossible to compete. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence can see that sooner or later we will take action against Green Valley City because this land is very important to us, so instead of joining passively, we might as well take the initiative to join. At least in name, allies sound better than vassals, and the rights they retain and the benefits they obtain are also more Nymeria thought for a while and said with a slight worry, won't this matter cause resentment in Highgarden? Lind explained, we just signed an offensive and defensive alliance contract. The fact that High Court is the direct lord of Green Valley City has not changed, and the taxes that should be paid to High Court will not be reduced. On the contrary, High Court no longer needs to be responsible for Green Valley City. The safety of Gucheng has reduced the burden on High Court. Not only will they not resent it, but they are happy to see it happen. Quote, Nymeria was silent for a moment, and suddenly said with emotion, I never thought that we would have the day when a great noble would take the initiative to join us. Lind stepped forward and held Nymeria's hand, and said with great confidence, this is just the beginning, and more nobles will take the initiative to join us. Linda's team stayed in Green Valley City for 2 days. During these 2 days, Lind asked John to discuss with Green Valley City officials the location of the military station, the planning and maintenance of future trade routes, and other issues. After discussing these matters, they continued on their way towards the Summer Hall. During the Targaryen dynasty, the Iron Throne built a road directly from Greendale City to Summer Hall. This road was entirely paved with carefully polished stone bricks and could support 2-wheel palaces running in parallel. Along the way simple forts were also built to maintain roads. Nowadays, these roads have been severely damaged. Most of the stone bricks have been taken away by nearby villages to build houses. A large number of weeds have grown on the roads. It is difficult to see the original appearance of this road. As for the fortresses on the road, they were used by some bandits or free people, forming strongholds one after another. Regarding the bandits, Lind was not polite at all and destroyed them directly. As for the free citizens, Lind temporarily let them go. After the Midsummer Hall is rebuilt in the future, he will come back to collect them and use them to fill the vacancies in his territory. As Lind entered the Dornay frontier, more and more people were secretly observing them. Wherever they passed, most of these people were bandit groups entrenched in the Dornay frontier. Lind didn't care about this. These people will be his targets in the future. When these people leave, he will secretly ask Glory to follow them, find their hiding place, and mark them on the map for future reference. Free your hands to take care of them again. Although Lind didn't care about these people, the spies and scouts of these bandit groups couldn't help but care about Lind. When the spies of the first bandit group recognized Linda's eye-catching red sword flag, the news that Lind led the cavalry into the border area immediately spread throughout the area, causing huge panic and affecting all the bandit groups in this area. Because many of the bandit groups currently entrenched in the northeastern section of the Crimson Mountains were driven all the way from the Monde River by Lind. They are very aware of Linda's power and ferocity, and all of them speak from the bottom of their hearts. Afraid of Lind. The news that Lind became the Earl of Summer Hall has not yet spread throughout the 7 kingdoms, and the bandits in the frontier areas have not had much contact with the outside world. Naturally, they do not know that the territory they occupy has become Linda's territory. If they knew it, they may have fled to other places before Lind arrived. So when they learned that Lind had come to the Dornay frontier, their first thought was that Lind had expanded his bandit suppression area to the Dornay frontier, especially when they discovered that Lind had passed through those roads before. When he arrived at the fortress, he wiped out all the bandits entrenched there, confirming his suspicions. No, if that monster wants to destroy us, shouldn't he bring more people? Out of fear of Lind, the bandits in the Midsummer Hall area gathered outside the ruins of Midsummer Hall to discuss countermeasures. Some of them doubted Linda's statement that he came here to annihilate them, because the people Lind brought with him there were really not many, only a few hundred people. Although these hundreds of people were knights and elite cavalry, the number was still too small. Aren't hundreds of people enough? When he entered Tengshi town, there were only a few hundred people. And do you still regard Lind Terra as a person who can kill hundreds of powerful warriors like a group of chickens that can't resist? I heard that he once killed more than 700 Ironborn in Aldtown with his own strength. Are you crazy for such a person to think of him as a human being? That is a humanoid dragon. Yes, it's a humanoid dragon. the leader of a bandit group who had witnessed his men being massacred by Lind had a ferocious expression on his face, dancing and shouting, as if this was the only way to vent his long-standing fear. However, no one here would laugh at him, because most of the bandit group leaders present at the party were the bandit group leaders who were expelled to the border areas by Lind, and some of them had also fought against Linda's bandit-suppressing cavalry team. Although they did not see Linda's actions with their own eyes like the shouting leader of the bandit group, they had all seen the power of Linda's cavalry, and the fear in their hearts was not much worse than that of the bandit group. As for other bandit groups that have been entrenched here before, even if they have not experienced Linda's bandit suppression, they can still feel an invisible pressure from the fear expressed by these migrating bandit groups. This pressure also makes them involuntarily. Lind, whom he had never met before, was frightened. We are not arguing about how terrifying Lind Terra is now, but we are deciding how we should deal with him now. A leader of a bandit group in the border area still maintained some sense, loudly suppressing the noise of the crowd, and then made it very clear, asked, "Are we going to fight or retreat?" Everyone fell silent and looked at each other. No one had any intention of speaking first. In fact, the first thought that came to the minds of many people present was to withdraw. Because they already knew the power of Lind and knew what the consequences of a head-on confrontation would be. Since they had already withdrawn from the area south of Rose Avenue before, it's not a big deal to withdraw again. However, the people who can make the decision now are not them, but the leaders of the 4 frontier bandit groups sitting in the center of the crowd. After they fled to the border area, they relied on unity to fight against the outside world. They were not annexed by the local bandit groups and established a firm foothold in the border area. However, this does not mean that they can really fight against these large bandit groups. The smallest number among these bandit groups is about 1,000 people. Although many of them are not soldiers and are robbed slave workers, there are also many real soldiers, as many as several hundred people. This one is enough to suppress these stragglers. All of our warriors add up to more than 3,000 people. Is it necessary to be so afraid of these hundreds of people? One of the bandit leaders with a Dornish accent was not too afraid of Linda's power. He calmly analyzed, said, "And they don't seem to be coming for us. I went to see them personally. There are actually maids, servants and children among them. It doesn't look like they are coming to fight at all." A black man sitting next to him who was obviously from the Summer Islands also nodded in agreement and said, "I also think that Lind Terra did not come for us. We should figure out what his purpose is now. It should not be like this. Self-disruption." All the bandit leaders around looked disdainfully at the 2 people who were speaking. Anyone who knows these 2 people knows that although they are bandits, they are actually inextricably linked to the lords of Dorne. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are spies sent by them. Even if something happens, he can also escape back to Dorne and still regain his strength quickly, unlike other bandit leaders present who fled to other places and found it difficult to get back up again. Indeed, we should now figure out why Lind Terra came to the borderland. The oldest bandit leader among the 4 agreed and said, "I have a way to try to find out that Lind Terra. Why on earth are you here?" As he spoke, he paused, as if waiting for others to ask, but everyone around him looked at him, waiting for him to say the solution, but no one spoke. A little embarrassed, he touched his beard as if to hide it, and continued, "We can gather everyone here. If he comes for us, he will definitely come here. When the time comes, we will think of countermeasures." Quote, everyone felt that this method was also suitable to test Lind Terra's intentions before. There was no other better way to deal with it. Therefore, in the following days, each bandit group gathered their soldiers outside the ruins of Summer Hall and deliberately spread the news. However, the result made them extremely disappointed. Linda's team did not avoid their actions at all, but rushed directly towards Summer Hall. At this moment, all the bandit groups felt that Lind was undoubtedly coming for them, so they gathered together again to discuss countermeasures, but this time there were almost half less bandit leaders present, and the missing half was obviously the decision has been made to evacuate here, and there are no further plans to discuss any countermeasures. The gathered bandit leaders failed to come up with a result after a day of discussions. By the next day, except for the 2 local bandit groups, all the other bandit groups left. Even the 2 who were related to Dornay, the leader of the bandit group he contacted, also left with his people. Seeing this situation, the remaining 2 bandit groups had no way to stay here. They could only pack up their belongings and flee the area around Shungsha Hall like other bandit groups. The fleeing evacuation of these bandit groups naturally attracted the attention of the savage tribes in this area. They immediately sent people to investigate what happened, and the results they obtained surprised them. These bandit groups turned out to be just because of one person come and flee. They were all curious about this person, but when they knew that the person coming was Lin Terra, the chiefs and leaders of the savage tribe also lost their interest in watching the excitement, and their hearts became heavy one by one. Although the savage tribe lives in the mountains all year round, this does not mean that the savage tribe really knows nothing about the outside world. In fact, the savage tribe in the Crimson Mountains often takes mined ores, herbs and other items with some merchants, or the free people's villages in the Crimson Mountains exchange needed items, so their understanding of external things is not much worse than the outsiders. Over the past year, bandit groups from the outside world have been escaping into the Crimson Mountains. This naturally aroused the curiosity of the savage tribe, and they sent people to inquire about the relevant information. Finally, they learned that a fierce man came outside the mountain and would kill the people entrenched there. He wiped out all the bandits, and except for some who fled to the mountains, he killed all the others. For a time, Linda's reputation began to spread in the savage mountains. Now, this Lind has actually come to the Crimson Mountains in the border area, and just by hearing the news about him, the vicious bandits fled, which shocked the savage tribes even more. At the same time, they also thought about how Lind was rumored to deal with the savage tribes around Tengshi town. For a while, various thoughts began to arise in the hearts of the leaders of the savage tribes. Chapter 130, The Ghost of Summer Hall. What? All the bandits near Summer Hall have escaped. Lind looked at Rosso, who had just returned from a nearby village, with a blank look on his face, and asked, why did they suddenly escape? 2 days ago, Lind was thinking about being gentler on these bandits in the future. Instead of annihilating them all like before, capturing them alive and throwing them into the mines in the Crimson Mountains to mine. There are a lot of mineral deposits in the Crimson Mountains, but because there are no suitable transportation roads here, and there are savage tribes and bandit groups everywhere, it is difficult to ensure safe mining, so no one has been willing to develop the mineral deposits here. Lind had just thought of using these bandits to mine, but the bandits escaped, which made it difficult for him not to wonder if someone around him had leaked the information. Daisy looked at Lind and smiled. They were scared by you and ran away. Lind was stunned and motioned for Daisy to continue. They thought we came to Summer Hall this time to destroy them. Daisy then recounted the news she had heard from the village just now. After hearing this, everyone around them looked at Lind with strange expressions on their faces. Obviously, in their opinion, this could definitely be regarded as a legendary story. After all, even those heroes in ancient legends have never appeared. The deeds of a group of bandits with more than 3,000 warriors have never appeared. Just based on their reputation, there is no doubt that based on this story alone, Lind can already be compared to, or even beyond, those ancient heroes. Lind couldn't laugh or cry about this, and at the same time he also realized that this matter had both advantages and disadvantages for him. The advantage is that he no longer needs to worry about the bandits in the Crimson Mountains around Midsummer Hall, because as this incident spreads and he becomes the Earl of Midsummer Hall, soon the bandits in his territory will leave by yourself, or simply disband, which can speed up Linda's integration of territorial forces. The shortcomings are also very obvious. It will be difficult for him to obtain strong and high-quality free labor force like bandits. Lind could only comfort himself at this moment. There is also a savage tribe. The savage tribe is not bad. It would be good to meet a gravel tribe. The people of the gravel tribe have now become the most important residents of Tengshi town. They are all skilled miners, and the silver mine has become an important part of Tengshi Town's finances. For a long time in the future, Tengshi Town will it is necessary to rely on gravel tribe mining to maintain the prosperity of Tengshi Town. Lin did not completely believe the news brought by Daisy, because the bandits might also deliberately use the people in the village to pass false news to confuse themselves. In fact, they had gathered people in ambush secretly. So when setting up camp at night, Lin sent Glory out to check the bandit camp that had been found by following some bandit spies to see if there was anyone else there. The result was without exception. Glory ran to 4 camps in one night. All of them were empty. Only some old, weak and sick people who could not move remained in the camp. Everyone else ran away. It is not difficult to see from the situation in the camp that they left in a hurry. A lot of daily necessities were left in the camp. However, although the bandits have all escaped, the number of people spying on Linda's team has not decreased much. They have just changed from a bandit group to a savage tribe. Just like he did with those bandit groups, Lin did not attack the ears, eyes and spies of the savage tribe. He still asked Glory to track these people and find their tribe's location, leaving it to be dealt with in the future. Perhaps because he arrived and drove away the bandits, the villages he passed on the road, whether they were free people's villages or the villages of the subordinates, showed strong goodwill towards them. Some relatively wealthy villages even took the initiative to give some money to them, give them fresh vegetables to enjoy. There are a very large number of free people in the territory of Summer Hall. Almost all of them were civilians who fled here to avoid the war during the Usurpers' War. However, after the war subsided, their lands were confiscated by their respective lords. He became a landless free citizen and had to continue to settle in the area around Shungsha Hall. For them, although living in the area around Summer Hall is a helpless move, it has to be said that it is a lucky choice. At that time, the Targaryen royal family wanted to make their stay in the Summer Palace more comfortable, so they greatly developed the land around the Summer Palace to grow various flowers, fruits and vegetables, and also built a winery specifically for the purpose to brew royal wine. However, with the fire of Summer Hall, everything was abandoned. Except for Prince Rhaegar, who would run to the ruins of Summer Hall from time to time to play the harp. No Targaryen royal family has ever been here again. They all thought that this place full of curses. The original flower fields and orchards were abandoned, and the wineries were closed. The people who were originally placed in the wineries became farmers here. But no matter how abandoned the land here is, there is still a foundation. As long as it is cultivated carefully, these lands are still very fertile. The annual harvests of the free people who are forced to stay here can guarantee daily rations, even if they are not abundant. And more importantly, neither during the war nor after King Robert sat on the Iron Throne, no tax collector came here to collect taxes, as if this land had been deliberately forgotten. It's just that there are no tax officials to collect taxes, but bandit groups entrenched in this area still appear from time to time and steal various harvests from the villages. Especially during the months of extreme cold and natural disasters, the bandit groups almost robbed the food reserves in all the villages, caused many people in these villages to starve and freeze to death. Naturally, they all hated the bandits. Now that Linda's appearance has driven away the bandits, they naturally regard Lind as their savior, but they don't know that when they know that Lind is the Lord of Summer Hall, they will take them as subjects in the future and make them pay taxes. Will they still love Lind as much as they do now? After walking on the road for about 7 or 8 days, Lind and his party finally arrived at the Summer Hall, the first stop for patrolling the territory. Because it was built according to the standards of a palace, the Summer Hall is very large in area, almost comparable to the Red Castle. From the remaining foundations and main building beams and columns, you can see how exquisite and gorgeous the Summer Hall was. When it was complete, there are no city walls in the entire Summer Hall, but there is a tower for observation. The streams drawn from the surrounding mountains converge in front of the Summer Hall, forming a lake. A moat was dug on both sides of the lake to wrap the Summer Hall. However, this moat is only a dozen meters long, and the water is not very deep. It is almost at the height of an adult's waist. It seems to have more ornamental significance than Practical application. The bridge across the moat has been dismantled. It seems to have been dismantled by locals, possibly to prevent children from nearby villages from accidentally entering the ruins and offending the cursed ghosts here. In the past, Daisy and the others might have scorned the so-called ghosts, but now they have some faith in these legends. After all, magic as mysterious as ghosts has appeared around them, so what's the point of having ghosts in this world? Strange. Those bandits were pretty good. At least they left us a camp that we can use directly. Asha was not interested in the ruins of Summer Hall. She just wanted to set up the camp quickly and have a good rest in her tent. In the Iron Islands, she spent most of her time learning to drive a boat and rarely rode a horse. The number and time she spent riding horses in the recent period has far exceeded her total for more than 10 years. The past few days of horseback riding have made her inner thighs miserable. Even when walking, she has to spread her legs to prevent her pants from rubbing against the broken skin. In her words, she is now like a pregnant woman waiting to give birth. That camp is too dirty. There is excrement everywhere, both human and horse. You cannot let the Earl directly use such a camp. Brienne skillfully controlled the war horse under her crotch, as if to show off, spinning around Asha and objecting to Asha's suggestions. Bren is right, choose another place to camp, use our own things, don't use those bandits' things. Nymeria was also smelled by the stench around her and covered her nose with her hands, and looked at Daisy. He and Rosso gave instructions, then looked at Lind, who was standing by the moat looking at the ruins of Summer Hall, walked over, and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's just a ruin. You have been standing there since you came here just now. Looking here and there, it seems like I am attracted by something. Are there really ghosts in the Summer Hall?" Quote. Lind looked away, looked at Nymeria, nodded with a smile, and said, "You are right, there really are ghosts." Ah. Nymeria was stunned for a moment, and after confirming that Lind was not joking, she asked again, "Are you serious?" Lind didn't answer her anymore, and moved his gaze back to the ruins of Summer Hall. He looked at the ruins of Summer Hall without saying a word, as if there was some kind of magic in the ruins that always attracted him. If Nymeria turned to him at this time, from the front, you can see that his eyeballs have completely turned into gold and silver. Just as Lind said, after he came to the Midsummer Hall, he saw the energy of resentful souls entrenched in the ruins of Midsummer Hall. However, the spiritual energy of the resentful souls in the ruins of Midsummer Hall was completely different from what he had seen in other places before. Different. The energy of the resentful souls in other places is a black mist-like energy that wraps the entire area. Countless faces of the resentful souls are looming in the energy, and from time to time they make screams that cannot be heard by ordinary ears. However, the energy of the resentful souls in the Summer Hall formed an illusion. In the illusion, the Summer Hall remained intact, and all the resentful souls lived in the illusion according to their habits during their lifetime. He even saw Aegon V. Tall Duncan appeared in the courtyard of Summer Hall. Although he didn't know Aegon V and the Tall Duncan, their physical characteristics were very obvious. One was wearing a crown, and the other was unusually tall. They were almost the same as Nymeria. They could easily be compared to each other. They identify. Also, in the past, Lind could only see the details of the resentful soul energy very clearly through the eyes of Glory. Otherwise, he could only see a vague outline with his eyes alone. But now the situation is completely different. Even if he does not rely on Glory's eyes can also clearly see every detail of the resentful soul's energy. However, the most unusual thing is Glory. Previously, Glory only had a strong desire to devour the energy of resentful souls with dragon souls. It had always scorned those resentful soul energies without dragon souls, just like the resentment of Harrenhal. The soul energy was the same, but now that it saw the environment where the resentful soul energy was generated in front of it, it also developed a strong desire to devour. This desire to devour was even stronger than the time in the dragon's lair. So much so that Lind needed to give repeated orders in order to control Glory, who was affected by the devouring instinct. For this reason, he had to send Glory to patrol far away from the summer hall to prevent it from getting too close to here. Lind could feel that Summer Hall should be hiding some secrets, so Prince Rhaegar would come to Summer Hall repeatedly, and practicing the harp was just an excuse. The resentful soul energy in front of him may be able to help him find out the secret of Midsummer Hall, so before he finds out the secret, he will not let Glory swallow up and destroy the resentful soul energy here. Because there are still some wooden stakes that can be used in the bandit camp, there is no need to find additional trees suitable for tent support, which saves a lot of time and makes the camp set up much faster. It is not dark yet, and the camp is already complete. It's built. Some servants began to set up tents. Rossos led his people to lead the horses to a simple stable, took out beans and forage picked on the road, and fed the horses. Russell took the people to hunt in the surrounding forests and hunt game. Daisy led the people to light the bonfire, and the cook directed his men to set up large pots on the bonfire. Various processed ingredients were placed in the pots, and soon the aroma filled the camp. When it got dark, Russell and his men returned to the camp with a dozen or so processed prey, large and small, and roasted the prey directly on the campfire with a fork, and soon the meat began to sizzle out, oil coming out. Although Lind did not allow drinking during the march, he still relaxed some rules in this situation and asked people to bring out some sweet fruit wine that was not easy to get. Drunk and distributed it to his men. I'm going to stay in the ruins for a while tonight. Let's rest by myself first. After eating some food, Lind returned to the tent, changed into casual clothes, and then said to Nymeria, "Are you looking for dragon eggs?" Nymeria asked curiously. Dragon egg? Lind was stunned and asked, "Why do you think so?" The great summer hall fire burned everything, and the stones used to build the palace were burned to ashes. It is said that even the dragon eggs were burned in such a fire. Nymeria explained, however, as we all know, dragon eggs are it is not afraid of fire, so there are rumors that the dragon egg was not burned and is still preserved in the ruins. Quote, "Does anyone believe this rumor?" Lind shook his head and said, "Even if the rumor is true, the dragon eggs should have been found by the Targaryen family. When they collected the ashes of the victims after the fire, they must have turned over after searching the entire ruins. We still can't find the dragon egg, which only means that the dragon egg has been burned, and it has always been just a rumor that the dragon egg is not afraid of fire. No one knows whether it is true." Quote, Chapter 131 Illusion and Reality. After leaving the camp, Lind found a relatively narrow place on the moat and jumped up. While he was in the air, he activated the Storm Dragon rune in the Sword of the Homeless Knight, and a powerful hurricane appeared out of thin air, knocking Lind out. The whole person pushed forward several meters and landed firmly on the grass on the other side of the moat. Ever since King Robert inspired the Storm Dragon rune in the Sword of the Homeless Knight, Lind has been experimenting with the use of the Storm Dragon rune. In the memory of the Homeless Knight, the complete power of the Storm Dragon rune is extremely powerful. It can generate huge storms that destroy cities, and can also directly create binding storms to drag dragons flying in the air to the ground. However, just like the other two dragon runes, this Storm Dragon rune is also unable to exert its full power, let alone create a storm that can destroy the city, such as the tornado generated on the day when the rune is activated. The Storm Dragon rune can now exert its maximum power. Perhaps after accumulating power for a period of time, the tornado generated will be larger. Directly using the power generated by the Storm Dragon rune to fight is obviously not the way to use this dragon rune. It cannot cause direct damage like the Thunder Dragon rune and the Frozen Dragon rune, so Lind can only find another way without using the Storm Dragon. The runes are used against the enemy, but used on oneself. The result was just as he thought. When he applied the power of the Storm Dragon rune to himself, his movement speed increased a lot. When he used it with all his strength, he even had the illusion that time had slowed down. In addition, he can also use the power of the Storm Dragon rune to stay in the air for a short time or fly short distances. It is no exaggeration to say that if he jumped from the top of a tower like the towering tower now, he would not only die, but even be injured. This is like the feather falling technique and the feather falling technique in some games in previous lives. Same as flying. He suspected that if he could accumulate the storm dragon runes to a certain level, he might actually be able to fly in the air. In addition, this reminded him of the flash ability of Sol City's top master. Perhaps that flash was the result of utilizing the storm dragon rune to the extreme. It is precisely because of the assistance of the storm dragon rune that Lind is not worried about encountering any accidents in the weird ruins of Summer Hall in front of him. Because even if an accident occurs, he can escape from here with the speed blessed by the storm dragon rune. After tidying up his clothes, he looked at the phantom of Summer Hall in front of him and stepped in. In a secluded open space outside the camp, Asha was competing with Brienne in swordsmanship. Although after a few days of training in her own foundation, Asha's swordsmanship had improved a lot, she was still inferior to Brienne. A little bit. Under Brienne's provocation, Asha's wrist was stabbed, her palm loosened, and the practice sword fell to the ground. Brienne quickly retreated keeping a distance from Asha, and suffered several losses. She has learned well. Asha looked at Brienne who was running away, curled her lips, and picked up the practice sword listlessly from the ground. At this time, she inadvertently saw Lind leaping up by the river not far away, flying over like a big bird. It crossed the nearly 10-meter wide moat and landed on the grassland opposite. Look, Lord Lind has gone to the ruins of Summer Hall. Asha couldn't help but raise her finger and pointed at Lind and said. Brienne looked at Asha warily at first, and did not look in the direction of Asha's finger. Because Asha had used this trick to deceive her before, but soon she discovered that Asha was not playing tricks, so she looking in the direction of Asha's finger, he happened to see Lind walking towards the ruins ahead. Then a surprising scene appeared. Lind suddenly disappeared from their eyes. Ghost. The ghost of Summer Hall. Brienne couldn't help but think of the legends about Summer Hall that John had told on the way, and said in a panic. On the other hand, Asha said excitedly, is Lord Lind going to get rid of the ghosts in Summer Hall? Neither of them suspected that they were dazzled, because the open space they were in was on a small hill, overlooking the front lawn. Although it was already dark at night, everything on the lawn was still so clear because of the moonlight. There was no obstruction around the place where Lind disappeared. He just disappeared out of thin air, except for the legendary Midsummer Hall. Apart from ghosts, they couldn't think of anything mysterious here that could create such a surprising scene. We should tell everyone immediately that something happened to the Earl. Brienne quickly calmed down and said as she prepared to run to the camp. But Asha grabbed her and said, what's the use of telling everyone? Who in the camp can compare with the Earl? If something happens to the Earl, what can they do? Brienne was stunned for a moment, then said with a worried look on her face, we can't just do nothing, right? Asha said with a sullen face, pretending to be serious, of course we have to do it, at least. We have to make sure that something has really happened to the Earl. Brienne, who already knew something about this fellow squire, sensed that something was wrong with Asha, and asked alertly, what do you want to do? Of course I want to go and take a look at the ruins. Asha could no longer maintain a serious expression, and said with excitement on her face again. Brienne was of course opposed to Asha's proposal, but Asha obviously had good eloquence and quickly convinced Brienne. The two found an abandoned boat nearby that had been left behind by a previous thief. Although it was somewhat damaged, it's still usable. And carrying two little girls across the river shouldn't be a problem. Soon the two crossed the moat and got into the ruins of Summer Hall. At this moment, Lind did not know that his whereabouts had been accidentally seen by his attendants, nor did he know that the two of them ran to the ruins so boldly. His attention at the moment was completely focused on the illusion in front of him. As he walked into the ruins of Summer Hall, the scene in front of him changed, and Summer Hall appeared in front of him in its complete form. This is an exquisite palace. Its style is different from that of Westeros. Instead, it incorporates a lot of styles from the Essos continent. Among the things that Lind can recognize are the courtyard of Pentos and the palace of Lee. Reliefs as well as mill style glass panes, etc. But the most eye-catching thing is the library tower with a strong Valerian style. There are a large number of long-winged dragon statues on the top of this tall tower, which looks a little out of place with the entire palace. At this moment, all the servants in the palace were driven outside, and some people dressed as nobles were also looking at the palace with concern in the square outside the palace. They gathered in groups and talked quietly. Unfortunately, it's just an illusion, created by the energy of the resentful soul, and their voices cannot be heard. There was a group of palace guards guarding the place tightly around the palace, preventing anyone from approaching. Lind walked past them, penetrated directly through the closed door, and entered the palace. In the corridor of the palace, some monks from the Church of the Seven Gods sat on chairs and chatted quietly, and some monks were walking back and forth silently praying. It was easy to see from their looks that they were very concerned about what was happening in the palace hall. Dissatisfied, Lind ignored these monks and went directly along the corridor to the palace hall. At the entrance of the hall, 2 unknown kingsguards led a team of people to guard here. The door of the hall was not closed, so you could walk in directly. I saw hundreds of people gathered in the spacious hall. These people included monks from the Church of the Seven Gods, bachelors from the city, and some pyromancers in robes. These people all gathered around a temporary altar in the hall. There was a copper round basin placed on the altar. 7 dragon eggs were placed in the round basin. These dragon eggs were of different colors and the shapes of the scales on the surface were also different. There are different. On both sides of the altar, 7 pyromancers each held a small glass jar. Some green liquid could be seen in the glass jar. In front of the altar, the white-haired King Aegon V and the tall Duncan stood next to a copper basin filled with dragon eggs. Behind them, a pregnant woman was lying on a chair, feeling that she was about to give birth at any time. There are several maids taking care of her, and this pregnant woman should be Rhaegar's mother, Rhaela Targaryen. Next to the pregnant woman, there was a middle-aged couple standing anxiously looking at Aegon V in front of them. From the similar appearance of the middle-aged and Aegon V, it was not difficult to guess that he should be the short Prince Duncan, and the beautiful woman on the side, the Yanyan woman, should be his wife Jenny from Wangshi City. Behind Prince Duncan and his wife stood several bachelors with a large number of chains hanging on their bodies. They quickly wrote something on some special parchment with pens. In addition, there was a short female dwarf standing next to the couple, and this dwarf also caught Lind's attention, because although the dwarf tried his best to hide his expression, he could still notice that the dwarf seemed to be able to see him. However, Lind's attention soon shifted from the female dwarf to the altar. I saw that Aegon V, who was already a little impatient, said a few words to a pyromancer next to him who was obviously more luxuriously dressed. The pyromancer took out what looked like an instrument for calculating time, fiddled with it a few times, and then chatted with several other pyromancers for a few words before nodding towards Aegon V. At this time, Aegon V also had a smile on his face, and then ordered the fire warlocks, holding glass jars on both sides of the altar. The pyromancers immediately uncorked the jars, poured the green liquid inside into the copper basin, and completely soaked the 7 dragon eggs in it. Then they retreated to a place they thought was safe, and one of the pyromancers picked up a wooden pole with a burning front end and pointed it at the green fire liquid in the copper basin. A ball of fire shot up into the sky, rushed to the roof in an instant, and then spread from the stone roof to the surroundings, igniting the surrounding curtains. This is not the most unexpected thing. The most unexpected thing is that the entire hall, or the entire Shungsha Hall Palace, all the things that can burn are burned at this moment. Even if these things are not touched by the tongue of fire rising into the sky. It was as if some invisible force ignited them instantly. Even Lind felt a scorching heat, as if he was being burned by flames. This allowed him to instinctively activate the frozen dragon rune in the Sword of the Lost Knight, and a cool power instantly spread throughout his body, making him he shook off the burning sensation. At this time, not only the items that could be ignited in the summer hall, but also some of the people in the room spontaneously ignited. Among these people who spontaneously combusted were Aegon V and the short Prince Duncan. Janie of Wildstone City wanted to put it out. The flames on the husband's body were also ignited, and the couple were instantly completely enveloped in flames. The tall Duncan also made the same move as Janie of Wildstone City. He quickly took off the white cloak behind his back and swatted the flames coming out of Aegon V's body with all his strength. The female dwarf also tried to rush forward to extinguish the flames for Jane in deserted Rock City, but she was pulled by a black shadow that suddenly appeared behind her, and she instantly sank into the ground. When Lyn saw the black figure, he couldn't help but be startled, because he recognized that the black figure was the Spark, the son of the forest, whom he was familiar with. At this time, the people in the hall who had not been ignited by the flames fled frantically. Laila Targaryen's maids were also completely controlled by fear. They did not care about their master and fled with the others, leaving only Laila, who was pregnant and unable to move, lay on the chair in despair. I don't know if Sir Duncan's slapping had an effect or because of other reasons. The flames on Aegon V seemed to have weakened a bit, and Aegon V also seemed to have regained some of his sanity. I saw Aegon V raising his flaming arm with difficulty and pointing at Laila Targaryen on the chair. His eyes, whose eyeballs were completely burned off and leaving only a pair of empty sockets, turned to Sir Duncan. The gray-haired Sir Duncan seemed to understand something. After hesitating for a moment, he turned around and ran towards Laila Targaryen with tears in his eyes. Then he picked up the pregnant woman and rushed outside quickly. Lyn calmly looked at everything that happened in front of him, looked at the summer hall that had been completely surrounded by fire, looked at Aegon V who had been burned to charcoal, and his eyes finally fell on the still burning flames on the copper basin. He was curious about what happened to those dragon eggs. So, he walked to the altar, and he suddenly discovered that Aegon V, who had been burned to char and had no eyes, seemed to be able to see himself. When he moved, his head would also move with him. His empty eyes were always pointed at himself. Sir Duncan, who had run out of Summer Hall to save Rella Targaryen, ran back again with a few more cloaks in his hand. It seemed that he had handed Rella Targaryen to other Kingsguards, or the guard, who himself came back to save Aegon V. He quickly rushed to Aegon V and quickly wrapped his cloak around Aegon V. He ignored the flames spurting out from the gaps in the cloak and burned himself, and hugged the charred Aegon V with all his strength. Run outside. While running, Aegon V raised his exposed arm slightly and pointed at the copper basin filled with dragon eggs. This gesture was obviously not for Sir Duncan, who had his back to the copper basin, but for Lyn. Yes, he did see Lyn. A huge stone roof fell from the sky because its supports were burned, and fell on Sir Duncan's head, burying Sir Duncan and Aegon V under the stone. As the flames burned, the roofs of the hall fell one after another, and the entire palace was collapsing. At this moment, Lyn had come to the edge of the copper basin and saw that there was only one dragon egg left in the copper basin, and the other dragon eggs were all burned by wildfire. I saw that this dragon egg was blood red, and there were some blue lines mixed in the blood red. The scales of the dragon egg shell were like a whirlpool, and there was an extremely fine pattern in the center of the whirlpool, because it was too subtle. I can't see exactly what the pattern looks like. Although Lyn knew that the illusion before him was caused by the energy of the resentful soul, he still had a feeling that the dragon egg was very real, so he couldn't help but reach out and hug the dragon egg. However, the real touch in his hand made him realize that he had really grasped a dragon egg, and then the surrounding illusions disappeared instantly. Lyn returned to the ruins of Summer Hall, but compared with when he first entered the ruins, there is an extra dragon egg in his hand. However, next to the stone pillar base not far away, Asha and Brienne stared dumbly at Lyn, who appeared out of thin air, as if they had seen the ghost of Summer Hall. Chapter 132 Site Selection. Is this the dragon egg? Nymeria looked at the dragon egg in front of her in surprise. She stretched out her hand to touch it from time to time, and then asked, "Is it one of the 7 dragon eggs in the Summer Hall?" "Yeah." Lyn nodded. After Lyn returned to the camp, he avoided the others, got directly into the tent, and then ordered all the maids in the tent to get out, and then took out the dragon egg. There is no fixed estimate of how much a dragon egg is worth. Some say it is worth a fortune, while others say it is only worth a large ship, so there are many people who take risks for it. Lind was not worried about the dragon egg being stolen, but he also had no intention of spreading the news that he owned one. After all, the tree was big and attracted the wind. And he could not explain the origin of the dragon egg. You just found it in Summer Hall. How is this possible? Nymeria's reaction now is the reaction that other ordinary people would have after hearing the news. Decades have passed since the Great Fire of Summer Hall. The Targaryens have searched the ruins of Summer Hall countless times, and others have also searched here many times. They have determined that the dragon eggs of Aegon V are not in Summer Hall. But now Lind has found a dragon egg in the Midsummer Hall. How can anyone believe this? Maybe someone will spread rumors that he is an evil descendant of the Long family. Who made him have a flying dragon head on his helmet? Guan, who made him find an impossible dragon egg? By then, no matter how much King Robert loves him, he will probably be suspicious, and Jon Arryn also knows that he and Varys are secretly having an affair, so he might not be able to explain it even if he has 100 more mouths. However, in the face of Nymeria's doubts and worries, Lind still told her about his experience in the ruins of Summer Hall. Nymeria felt as if she had returned to her childhood, when her nurse told her scary stories. Before going to bed, she stared at Lind in a daze, speechless for a long time. Are you telling the truth? Are you kidding me? After listening, Nymeria was silent for a while and asked in a deep voice. It's true. Lind nodded. Nymeria thought for a moment and said, does this mean that this dragon egg was given to you by the ghost of Aegon V? Lind's mind flashed to the way Aegon V pointed to the dragon egg when he was carried away by Sir Duncan, and he said uncertainly, it may not be a ghost, it could also be. Lind could not give an explanation for a while. If he had traveled through time, then everyone in Summer Hall would have been able to see him. It was impossible that only a female dwarf and the blind Aegon V could have seen him. If the female dwarf and Aegon V had special powers, then Sparks, the son of the forest who rescued the female dwarf at that time, must have been much more powerful than them, but Sparks did not see him, otherwise he would have been there at the time. When I was in the forest, when I saw him for the first time, I didn't look like I didn't recognize him at all. But if it wasn't for time travel, how could he have felt the heat of the flames during the Great Summer Hall fire? Even when he checked afterwards, he found that the corners of his clothes were a little burnt, and it would be even more impossible for him to get the the dragon egg that had disappeared before. Everything was a little weird, and Lind couldn't find a reasonable explanation for the time being. He looked at the dragon egg again. Even without borrowing Glory's eyes, with his extraordinary vision, he could see that the magic power emitted by the dragon egg was so dazzling and eye-catching. It looked like a fire burning in the center. Like a glass ball. He was certain that this dragon egg was definitely not a dead egg. It was unknown whether it could hatch into a dragon, and even if a dragon hatched, who could control it was another question. In the memory of the Homeless Knight, there are dragon worship rituals, dragon slaying methods, and dragon feasting rituals, but there is no method of riding a dragon. Can it hatch a dragon? Nymeria asked when she saw that Lind was also confused. Maybe. Lind wasn't very sure either. Because according to the explanation of the old man in the previous life, the reason why Dragon Mother's 3 dragons were hatched 10 years later was just an accident, not inevitable. But now the world he lives in is real, and many things have already been compared with that. The content written by the old man is different. Maybe this dragon egg can also become an accident. Then how to hatch it? Nymeria looked at the dragon egg very excitedly and asked. No wonder Nymeria is so excited. They have all heard stories about dragons since they were young. Every child in Westeros has dreamed of being able to ride a dragon one day when they were young. But when they grow up, they know that this is possible, gradually gave up hope and returned to reality. But now that there was a dragon egg in front of her, whether it could hatch or not, Nymeria regained her childhood hope. Lind looked at Nymeria, who looked excited, and said, "Maybe I can give it a try." "You really have a way to hatch dragon eggs?" Nymeria looked at Lind doubtfully. Lind said solemnly, "You can give it a try, but there is no absolute certainty." Linda's words were not without purpose. The homeless knights remembered that they worshipped dragons not only during religious ceremonies. They would also search for abandoned dragon eggs everywhere and hatch them using their own methods, and this hatching method was successful. The rate is very high. Most of the viable dragon eggs have been successfully hatched, and even some semi-petrified dragon eggs have been hatched. However, there are also disadvantages, that is, most of the dragons hatched through this method are alien dragons. However, according to the standards of the Lost Knights, the dragons in this world are also alien dragons, so this disadvantage may not be there. Then, there are the shortcomings. Although Lind still doesn't know what kind of impact this dragon egg will have on him in the future, he now knows that this thing will bring trouble to his rest, because Nymeria has no interest in this dragon egg. "I couldn't put it down, and even asked to sleep with the dragon egg in my arms at night, as if I was afraid of losing it. Although the dragon egg is very delicate and beautiful, it does not mean that it is comfortable to touch. In fact, the scale-like patterns on the surface of the dragon egg are very uncomfortable to hold on the body." Early the next morning, Lind asked Nymeria to put the dragon egg in the box, otherwise he would find another tent to sleep in at night. Nymeria also knew that her behavior was a bit excessive, and did not object to Lind's request. She vacated the box she used to store her armor, and put a soft quilt inside to make sure that the dragon eggs would not hit the box when it shook, and then carefully put the dragon egg into the box. However, as soon as Nymeria put the dragon egg in, Asha eagerly pulled Brienne to Linda's tent to look at the dragon egg. Nymeria already knew from Lind last night that Asha and Brienne were also in the ruins last night. Although they did not encounter what Lind had experienced, she still saw Lind get the dragon egg. She didn't care about this. After knowing that Lind had asked the two of them not to tell anyone, she didn't say anything more. After telling the maid to leave, she asked her guards to guard outside the tent, and then took the dragon egg. "Come out and show it to the two of you." While Nymeria and the others were admiring the dragon eggs, Lind also set off for the ruins of Summer Hall again. His original purpose of coming here was not to figure out the mystery of the ghost curse here, but to see if it was suitable for building a castle. This is the purpose of his trip. But this time he brought along the master mason who built the Blackwater River Fortress. Although the master mason was not a professional architect, it was not a problem to judge whether a place was suitable for building a castle. The ruins of the Summer Hall Palace during the day were much calmer than last night, as if the resentful souls here also needed to rest, and no abnormalities could be felt. Glory, who had been outside all night, also came to Linda's side, but his spirit seemed a little weak. The reason for this was not because he was tired from being outside all night, but because he had to hold back all night not to come and devour this place. The energy of the resentful soul makes the spirit extremely exhausted. Lind rubbed Glory's head apologetically, and then told it to endure it for a few more days, waiting for him to finish studying the illusion produced by the resentful soul energy here, and then let it devour it. "Your Majesty, I have surveyed it." The master mason took his apprentice and his master around the summer hall and took out some complicated-looking measuring devices to measure the surrounding hilly terrain. Some measurements before getting back to Lind. "Judging from your appearance, it shouldn't be good news." Lind looked at the masons, frowned and said, "Yes, it is indeed not good news." The stonemason nodded, pointed to the surrounding hills, and said, "The terrain here is completely unsuitable for building castles or fortresses. The surrounding terrain will make any defense of the castle useless. In addition, there are several mountain streams here. Although the water in each stream is not very big, when they are gathered together, the water volume is not small. If a castle is built here, someone will collect all the water sources upstream. If the exit of the valley is blocked, the entire castle will be completely flooded." Quote, "The person who knows the most about a castle's weaknesses is always its builder, and Lind considers himself inferior. However, this place is indeed very suitable for building palaces and villas. The surrounding environment is very beautiful, and the terrain also makes the summer climate here pleasant. I think the royal architect of the Targaryen royal family must have taken a fancy to the environment here, so he built it. The summer palace was built here. The stonemason added, I still recommend building a villa here. The foundation of the original summer palace can still be used, and a lot of materials and costs can be reduced during construction. Lind shook his head. He didn't want anything like a villa at all. Lind asked in a deep voice, what if we want to choose a suitable place to build a castle in this area? If you insist on building a castle here. The stonemason thought for a while, glanced around, and suddenly pointed in a direction and said, that place is very suitable for building a castle. Lind looked towards where the mason was pointing. At first glance, Lind felt that it was a smaller version of the huge rock in Castle Rock. The rock in Castle Rock was at least several hundred meters tall, and the rock the mason was pointing to was the rock is only about 200 meters at most, and this rock is also steeper. There are basically no gentle slopes around to reach the top of the mountain. From a distance, it looks like a straight stone pillar. Unlike Castle Rock City, there is a slightly gentler side of the mountain. Where can a castle be built? Lind pointed at the pillar-shaped rock mountain and asked. I know that there is a bachelor named Thorn in Old Town who knows how to carve a castle into the mountain wall. Duke Tywin dug a new stone castle next to the old castle in Castle Rock 10 years ago, and he was responsible for it, he said in a deep voice. However, before the stone castle was completely built, he offended Duke Tywin for something, so his tongue was pulled out and he was rushed back to the academy. Lind frowned and said in a deep voice, go to him now. Will he still agree to help me build a stone castle? Others may have some difficulties, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. He is an extremely devout believer of the 7 gods. You are the chosen one of the 7 gods. He will not refuse to serve the chosen one. The stonemason explained. In addition, the reason why he was not beheaded by Lord Tywin, but only had his tongue pulled out, was because the bishop of the 7 holy cathedrals of Lannisport interceded. You have a good relationship with the bishop of the 7 holy cathedrals of Lannisport and asked him to write a letter. Send a letter to Maester Thorn and things will go more smoothly. Lind nodded, then looked at the mason with some doubts, and asked, how can you, mason, know so many things? The mason answered honestly, I was also helping to build a new stone castle in Castle Rock City. Maester Thorn taught me a lot of knowledge. He can be said to be my teacher. With his talent, he shouldn't just stay in a ghost city like this with nothing to do. He should be like Brandon the Builder and build great buildings so that everyone can remember him. Lind could see that the stonemason admired Bachelor Thorn very much, so he recommended him so highly. Lind looked at the stonemason and asked, you just said that this place is not suitable for building a castle. Is it really not suitable, or is it just to draw my attention to that Bachelor Thorn? The stonemason quickly replied, my lord, I dare not deceive you in this regard. If you find any stonemason who knows how to build cities, he will tell you that this is not suitable for building a castle. Lind could see that the mason was not lying, so he nodded and said that he would consider the mason's proposal. Later, he took people to the bottom of the columnar rock mountain pointed by the stonemason, and carefully inspected the terrain here. As the stonemason said, this place is indeed suitable for building a castle, but not on the top of this huge 200-meter-high rock mountain, but at the bottom. He could completely build on the mountain, build a ring-shaped city around the rocky mountain, and the main castle of the city could be built on the top of the mountain. Afterwards, Lind asked Glory to climb to the top of the rocky mountain and check the topography of the top. He found that there was a living water spring on the top of the mountain. This undoubtedly gave Lind, who had already planned to build a city here, another suitable reason. After surveying the terrain, Lind marked the location on the map. After returning to the camp, he wrote an application letter directly to the school city, straightforwardly applying for Bachelor Thorn to become his consulting bachelor. At the same time, he also Maester Thorn wrote a brief invitation letter, and then asked John to send these 2 letters to Aldtown Citadel. In the afternoon, Lind was planning to take Nymeria for a walk around, but a group of uninvited guests came outside the camp, disrupting Lind's plan. Chapter 133. Take the initiative to join. You said you want to join me. Outside the camp, Nymeria and Lind, who had already put on armor, were preparing to fight, but they were confused by the words of the wildling leaders in front of them. You must know that the nobles and savage tribes in the border areas have been fighting for thousands of years. There is no precedent for both sides to surrender before the war begins. There is no example of an entire tribe taking the initiative to surrender, let alone more than a dozen tribes coming together. After Lind knew that his fiefdom would be a frontier land, he had already made plans to fight and conquer these savage tribes with force. But now his army has not arrived yet, and he is just taking some people to patrol. There were so many savage tribes coming to seek refuge in his own territory, and he suddenly had an unreal feeling. Yes, Lord Earl, one of the savage tribe leaders who was quite proficient in using common language, nodded on behalf of everyone. Why? Nymeria glanced at these savage tribe leaders and asked. The leader of the savage tribe explained, you and Lord Lind, the God's chosen one, are both powerful. There is no way we can defeat you. When you send people to attack us, we will either be wiped out by you, or we will have to move to other places. It's just that if you move to other places, you will be annexed by other tribes and attacked by other nobles from outside the mountains. In this case, why not just join you? Nymeria frowned and asked again, is it just because I am strong? Not entirely. The leader of the savage tribe continued, it's because after you and Mr. Lind incorporated the tribe in Tengshi town, you didn't suppress them into slaves, nor did you disband their tribe, but gave them and the people outside the mountain the same treatment. This kind of treatment is something we have never received before. Some people say that is a lie, but I have seen it and it is not a lie. As he said, he pointed to the other savage tribe leaders behind him and said, there are also some tribesmen who were inadvertently incorporated by you, and they also sent us letters to tell us what happened there. Quote, an old tribal leader said in a common language that he was not very proficient in, since we can't defeat them, we can get good treatment after taking refuge, and the tribe will not be dismantled. We are not fools, and we naturally know how to choose. Nymeria said seriously, you have only seen the benefits of joining those tribes, but you have not seen the obligations they need to fulfill. You need to pay taxes, you need to act in accordance with the regulations I set, and you need to send them when I need them. Young men join my army and fight for me. Isn't this what we should do? Our tribe is doing the same thing now, it's just paying taxes. To the savage king, the young tribal leader asked. Lind, who was silent on the side, looked at these tribal leaders speechlessly. The conditions he and Nymeria offered to the savage tribes were not really good. Except for the gravel tribe, the treatment offered by other tribes was compared to ordinary people or worse. Although those tribes were not broken up, they were restricted to one place and were not allowed to move. The people who recruited the tribes were only required to do things like coolies, which was definitely not a good treatment. However, this kind of treatment turned out to be very good treatment in the eyes of the leaders of these savage tribes, which made Lind very curious about how bad the surrender conditions given by the lords in the past were to these savage tribes. However, even though these tribal leaders gave very good reasons for joining Nymeria, he still felt that these tribal leaders had real reasons that they did not reveal. So, Lind took a step forward and asked directly without beating around the bush, Count Nymeria and I both want to hear the truth. We don't like people lying to us. Although the reasons you just mentioned sound reasonable, but I feel that you are still hiding your true reasons. I hope to hear you tell me the true reasons why you took the initiative to join me. When the leaders of the savage tribe heard Linda's words, they murmured quietly and discussed quickly. Finally, the oldest tribal leader stood up and said, Sir, the extreme cold disaster caused heavy losses to our tribe and depleted our tribe's food reserves. Hamel summoned the tribe's warriors as the savage king, intends to go out to plunder, but we know very well that he wants to use our people as pawns to consume other people's combat power. In the end, even if we win, the people of our tribe will suffer heavy casualties, so joining the Earl is our only way out." Quote. After listening to the old man's narration, Lind and Nymeria looked at each other and exchanged their thoughts. Nymeria said to the nervous tribal leaders, "I agree to your surrender. After you swear an oath to us, I will allocate a batch of food to help you tide over the difficulties. As for the specific matters after surrender, we will send special personnel to deal with these matters." All the tribal leaders breathed a sigh of relief and saluted Nymeria and Lind one after another. They spoke some unintelligible language, but judging from their expressions, they should be compliments. Later, Nymeria and Lind built a temporary altar, and asked Rossos to capture a prey for sacrifice, and then sacrifice to the 7 gods and the old gods in front of the altar, according to ancient rituals. Next, each tribal leader swore an oath of loyalty in the name of the gods they believed in. Although this surrender ceremony seemed very simple, it still had its effect. The last trace of tension on the faces of the tribal leaders completely disappeared after Nymeria and Lind issued the corresponding Lord oaths. A somewhat ugly smile appeared on the wrinkled face of the old tribe leader, and he couldn't wait to say, "When we return to the tribe, we will sort out our belongings. As long as we hear your instructions, we can migrate immediately." "Migrate? No, you don't need to migrate." Nymeria shook her head and said. Don't we need to move to Tengshi town?" The tribal leaders who understand common language all looked confused. "No need." Nymeria shook her head, pointed at Lind and said, "Not long ago, Lord Lind was made Earl of Summerhall by King Robert, and the surrounding area of Summerhall is his fief. In addition, Duke Mace Tyrell also granted him the borderlands north of the Weir River and west of the Redguard River, which means that from now on, he is your lord and the person you should be loyal to." Quote. After hearing Nymeria's words, the tribal leaders suddenly realized that they were a little confused just now as to why their loyalty oaths were made to Nymeria and Lind, and it was the 2 of them who responded to the Lord's oath. "It is our honor to be the subjects of God's chosen one." The tribal leaders saluted Lind, one after another. There was no displeasure on their faces. On the contrary, they were all extremely happy. In the hearts of these savage tribe leaders, being able to take refuge in a legendary figure with powerful combat power is far more in line with their wishes than taking refuge in a female lord. Lind led these tribal chiefs into the camp and asked his servants to serve them wine and food. At this time, Glory, who was wandering outside, discovered several savages sneaking around the camp. Judging from the equipment and behavior of these savages, they should not be in the same group as the leaders of the savage tribes in front of them. "How many of you know that you are here to find us?" Lind asked the tribal leaders. The tribal leaders looked at each other, and the elder replied, "There are many." "How much is a lot?" Lind asked in a more serious tone. "All the tribal elders." The elder replied again. Lind continued to ask, "Then how many people know that you plan to join us?" "All the elders." The elder gave the same answer. "Can they keep the secret?" Lind asked again, but this time he didn't need to answer. He could also guess the answer from the stunned expressions of these tribal chiefs. Lind said seriously, "The fact that you came to me should have been known to other tribes. There are people snooping outside my camp. Those people must not have been arranged by you, right?" The expressions of the tribal leaders changed and they shook their heads repeatedly, indicating that they definitely did not arrange for anyone to spy outside the camp. Lind signaled them to quiet down, and then directly ordered Glory to attack those people, leaving one alive and bring them back to the camp. Not long after, I saw Glory entering the camp with a bloody tribal savage in his mouth, getting into the tent, then throwing the man on the ground, turning around and running out of the tent to play outside. Seeing the appearance of Glory, even though the tribal leaders had heard about Glory's reputation, they still felt inexplicably flustered. The panic expression had not faded from their faces until Glory left. Lind ignored the emotions of the tribal leaders and motioned to John, who was standing aside. John stepped forward to check the man's condition and said, "There are no fatal injuries, he just fainted from shock." "Does anyone know which tribe he comes from?" Lind asked other tribal leaders. Someone soon answered, "He is from the Stone Mountain tribe of the Savage King." The pattern tattooed on his face is the red flame totem of the Savage King. Lind immediately ordered, "You and my people go down and torture him. I want to know the purpose of his tracking and the situation of the Savage King tribe." John immediately led the people to take the tribal savage out, and the tribal leader did not dare to neglect and quickly followed him. Lind said to the others, "Now tell us about the situation of this Savage King." The other tribal leaders immediately told everything they knew about the Savage King, and also talked about the situation of each tribe in their Redguard clan. The areas on both sides of the Redguard River are called the Redguard region. The Wildling tribes here come from the ancestors who were unwilling to surrender to the Andals, including those from Dornay, the Reach, and the Riverlands. Eventually they all merged together to form the current Redguard clan. It is precisely because of the diverse bloodlines of the clan itself that the Redguard clan is more open-minded than other savage tribes, so it also has a tradition of capturing some men and women from outside to supplement the diversity of bloodlines of its own clan. The mother of the Savage King Hamel was a spearwoman of the Stone Mountain tribe. When she and the tribesmen went down the mountain to plunder, she caught a man and gave birth to the Savage King with that man. She and the man later left the tribe and arrived. After living outside the mountains for more than 10 years, the Savage King returned to his tribe, gradually formed his own power in the tribe, and then grew stronger, eventually becoming the leader of the tribe. After that, he annexed and formed alliances with some barbarian tribes through various methods, making the Stone Mountain tribe the largest tribe in the Redguard clan. Finally, a few years ago, around the time of the Usurper War, he became the barbarian king of the Redguard clan. What's interesting is that after Hamel became the Wildling king, he tried to lead the entire Redguard clan to attack Storm's End and the Stormlands, but he had to give up due to opposition from various tribal leaders. However, Hamel still led the people of the Stonehill tribe to try to attack Storm's End Castle, but they were regarded as enemies by the Tyrell army that besieged Storm's End Castle and were defeated. In addition, there is also a rumor among the savage tribes that the Savage King Hamel has an unusual bloodline. His father is actually the current lord of Vale City, Wylan Vale, so Hamel always has some problems in the process of becoming the Savage King. He is supported by a large amount of resources, such as iron weapons that are difficult for other tribes to obtain. Almost every warrior of the Stone Mountain tribe has one. If it were not for the support of the big nobles, Hamel would never be so generous. Vale City. Lind hesitated for a moment. He did not expect that the Savage King of a savage clan in his territory would actually involve Well City. You must know that W City was not among the targets of Lind's territory inspection this time. In Linda's plan, he planned to deal with several lords in the Stormlands first, and after he had no worries, he would then specifically deal with the lords of Dornay. The Dornish man's character has already determined that he and W City are very likely to take action. When the time comes, the whole body will be affected by one move, and the enemy he faces may not be the only W City. Because from his chat with the Red Viper, he knew that with Euronwood City as the center, the frontier lords along the Dornay Bone Road had an offensive and defensive covenant. Once a castle was attacked, other lords would also provide support. By then, he may have to face the siege of several Dornish lords, so he must remain stable in the rear. However, the appearance of the Savage King Hamel now gave Lind an opportunity to attack the city of Weir in a legitimate manner, and the other Dornish lords would not send troops to support him. However, the premise here is that he must have conclusive evidence to prove that Wylan Weir, the Lord of Weir City, is really the father of the Savage King, and he really secretly provided various materials to support the Savage King and attack the Stormland. John and the tribal leader returned to the tent at this time and told Lind the results of the interrogation. That spy was indeed a spy sent by the Savage King Hamel, but they didn't know that these tribal leaders came to Lind to join him. They just thought that these tribal leaders wanted To make a deal with Lind, and from Lind buy weapons and equipment from Germany to deal with the Stone Mountain tribe. After hearing the results of the interrogation, Lind also had a plan in his mind, so he began to arrange what these tribal leaders should do, and then directly wrote to Earl Ewood of Green Valley City to lend him a batch of food and weapons, transported to Shungsha Hall. Chapter 134 Blackport City. In the following days, Lind took Nymeria and others around the summer hall, as if they were here to relax, and did not seem to take anything related to the Savage King to heart. Every night, he went back to the ruins of Summer Hall and re-entered the illusion created by the energy of the resentful soul. After several phantom trips, he also discovered some unusual things. The first was the dragon egg. Lind came to the altar as soon as he entered the hall. He saw the dragon egg in the copper basin of the altar and looked at it. They were wrapped in wildfire, watching them burn to ashes, and watching that there was still one dragon egg left, but this dragon egg had become an illusion and no longer an entity. Secondly, the person the female dwarf and Aegon V saw did not seem to be him, because he changed positions several times afterwards, but the behavior of the female dwarf and Aegon V was still the same as when he first came here. The line of sight did not change as his position changed. Either when he first came, he traveled through time and space because of the resentful energy here, and it overlapped with certain times on the night of the Summer Hall fire decades ago, which allowed the female dwarf and Aegon V to see him. Either the two of them saw something other than him at all. It was just that the first time he came, he happened to coincide with the location of the mysterious existence, so there was an illusion that he was looking at themselves. In addition, while traveling around, he and Nymeria also heard some rumors about the ruins of Summer Hall in the surrounding villages. Someone once entered the ruins of Summer Hall at night and was killed by the ghosts entrenched there. When those people died, they had burns all over their bodies as if they were burned by flames. However, the weird thing is that if a person has so many burns on his body, then all the clothes on his body should have been burned, but in fact only some of the clothes have signs of burns, and most of the others are intact. It can be seen that when he was in the illusion at that time, if it were not for the power of the frozen dragon rune that was lower than the burning, he would probably have been burned. One of those who died had survived into the early morning hours, only to die when his friends found him in the ruins of Summer Hall, muttering about dragon eggs, dragon eggs. This rumor also made Lind speculate about the origin of the dragon egg in his hand. Perhaps after the fire, the dragon egg was hidden in the illusion by the resentful energy. Here, until like him, he could avoid being burned by the flames without being injured. Only when people show up can they obtain this dragon egg. This speculation also made Lind couldn't help but think about the dragon mother, Daenerys. It seemed that she was the unburnt one. This dragon egg might have been prepared for her, but Lind had an accident in the process. In any case, Lind could no longer obtain any other more useful information from this vision. Keeping it might be able to complete the record of the tragedy in Summer Hall, but that was none of his business. Therefore, Lind gave all the resentful soul energy in the ruins of Midsummer Hall to Glory. Glory, which had already reached the limit of endurance, couldn't wait to rush into the ruins of Midsummer Hall, greedily devouring all the resentful soul energy. In Lind's eyes, the sight of energy being swallowed was as spectacular as a whale feeding. The noise caused by the devouring of the resentful soul energy was so loud that it even affected the real world. Many people in the camp got out of their tents and looked towards the ruins of Summer Hall, because they all heard a loud noise that was so harsh that they couldn't help it. The screams were described in detail, and the ruins of Summer Hall looked particularly eerie at night, making the effect of the screams even more intense. At this time, sharp-eyed people saw Lind standing in the ruins. They didn't understand what was going on, but they also knew that they shouldn't get close at the moment, so they all stood on the edge of the ruins moat and watched. In addition to Lind and Nymeria's men, among these people were some savage tribe leaders and their tribesmen who were waiting for food and weapons to be delivered. They were not just standing quietly like Linda's men. They gathered together in panic and muttered something. Although I can't understand their language, it's not difficult to guess from their expressions that they should be talking about ghosts, curses and other words. Soon the scream that penetrated directly into the ears disappeared, and everyone was inexplicably relieved. However, before they could recover from the abnormal situation just now, they saw that the fur all over their bodies turned white. Glory walked out of the ruins. With a faint white light, walked up to Lind, and rubbed his head on Linda's arm. This is Lord Lind using the power of the 7 gods to eliminate the curse of the summer. Hall. Some 7 gods believers in the crowd immediately exclaimed, and all of them knelt down towards Lind and recited the prayers of the 7 gods. The people from the savage tribe on the other side also surrendered to the ground, chanting some incomprehensible languages with great piety. Only those who have seen the white fur form of Glory are not shocked, but they still feel inexplicably shocked. After all, Glory emitting white light in the dark night looks very sacred no matter how you look at it. Lind also noticed the movement in the camp, and he could not ask Glory to change its fur back to the black and white stripes, because Glory was a bit full from the meal and could not control its abilities for the time being. It needed to be digested for a while. So, Lind led Glory back to the camp. Without explaining anything, he simply gave everyone instructions and led Glory back to the tent. After that, Glory stayed in Linda's tent to digest the resentful soul energy for 2 days. Without running around, Lind also stayed in the tent to digest the purified resentful soul energy that Glory directed to himself. During this period of time, Lind discovered that all the side effects of the last dragon feast ceremony had disappeared. Even if he took off the dragon rune necklace, he would not be affected by the battle memories of the lost nights. By the way, even the side effects of the messenger's memory of killing also disappeared. This means that his first dragon feast ceremony is completely over and he can perform the next dragon feast ceremony. After the glorious manifestation, the leaders of the savage tribes looked at Lind with a hint of reverence. In the past, they used to call Lind the Chosen One just as a nickname, but now they have used it as a nickname. Lind was regarded as the true Chosen One. After Green Valley City sent the first batch of food and weapons, Lind handed the things to the savage tribe, and then repeatedly emphasized that they should follow their plan, and then asked Soros to select a few trustworthy people from his compatriots as a liaison with the savages, responsible for the subsequent handover of food and weapons. After everything was arranged, Lind and Nymeria continued on the road. This time they were going to the Blackport city of Dondarrion's family, and they could meet the Lightning King Beric, who would become the legend in the future. Dondarrion. According to Lind's understanding, Beric Dondarrion is now the lord of Blackport city. His father became ill during the extreme cold disaster. Now he is only a teenager and has to take the position of lord. From now on, in one aspect, he is somewhat similar to Baron Ewood of Green Valley City. The extreme cold natural disaster seemed to have caused the lords of many territories to change. The lord in the same situation was Bryce Cullen, the lord of Nightsong City. However, he was a bit miserable because his whole family died of illness in the extreme cold natural disaster. Only he survived. According to Brienne, her father seemed to have found the Earl of Evasong City and wanted Brienne to make a marriage contract with Bryce Cullen. I don't know how the discussion was negotiated at the time, but in Bryce Cullen after becoming the Earl of Nightsong City, this matter was settled. Linda's team took the famous Bone Road. This road is a very ancient road that has existed as early as the ancestors. Later, when Dornay controlled the frontier, Dornay, in order to better transport various goods, after growing goods, they repaired this ancient road and built it into a road that can allow carriages to pass through. However, as the competition for the frontier lands with the Stormlands and the Reach intensified, the Bone Road became a military artery. The Dornish people built a large number of fortresses and watchtowers on the mountains on both sides of the road to strictly control it. The Bone Path. It was not until the emergence of Targaryen and dragons that the role of the Bone Tunnel became less important. In addition, during the battle to conquer Dornay, Daeron Targaryen I discovered a path that could bypass the Bone Tunnel. The fortresses and watchtowers thus weakened the strategic significance of the Bone Passage again, and later the Bone Passage. North of the Weir River was occupied by Stormland. As Dorne surrendered to the Targaryen dynasty, the military role of the Bone Road was greatly reduced, and it became a pure trade road. However, due to the large number of mountain bandits and wildling tribes that have been entrenched here all year round, this road is compared to the prince's. The pass was much more dangerous, so there were very few caravans willing to take these two routes, and they became deserted over time. When Linda's team entered the Bone Road, this road had probably not been traveled for several years. The weeds in the gaps between the stones on the road were as high as the knees. They were so dense that it was difficult to see clearly the stone road under their feet. It took about 4 days for Lind and the others to walk the distance from Summer Hall to Black Harbor. When they were about 2 leagues away from Black Harbor, they had already seen the castle of Black Harbor City standing on the Bone. On the steep ridge on one side of the road, the city wall is made of black basalt, which looks solid and solemn. At the bottom of the mountain below the city wall, there is a bottomless dry mountain stream, forming a natural defense. On the Bone Road in front of the castle, a huge city wall was built to block the Bone Road. Only a city gate more than 10 meters high was left for people to pass through. The city wall extended all the way along the hillside, and finally connected with the city wall of Black Steel City. Connected together, many houses were built on the hillsides on both sides of the city wall, forming a medium-sized town. Just like Green Valley City, Lind also informed Blackport City of his decision to visit in advance. Blackport City also learned about his location from the watchtower. Before he came to Blackport City, he had already waiting there on the Bone Road under the city. Lords Earl Lind and Earl Nymeria, welcome your arrival. Our lords have already prepared a banquet in the castle for your arrival. The manager of Blackport City saw Lind and the others approaching. He looked at Glory worriedly, but still tried to calmly speak. Although Beric Dondarrion did not greet him like Lord Ewood of Green Valley City, Lind did not care. After he and everyone dismounted, they walked towards the cliff on the ridge. Under the guidance of the steward, there is no direct road to the castle from the Bone Passage. The outer wall of the castle can be reached by following only one road along the wall. Below the wall is the horse gallery, where Rosso stayed with his men to take care of the horses. Others followed Lind too, climbed the city wall and arrived in front of the Blackport City Castle. The original purpose of building Black Harbor City was for military use, so the location chosen was a dangerous location. As long as this place was guarded, the army would not be able to pass through the Bone Road. However, this also makes Blackport City extremely barren. The land here is not suitable for growing any crops, but is only suitable for growing some fruit trees. For a long time, Blackport City brewed fruit wine and sold it to the outside world to support the needs of the territory. However, there is also a saying that Blackport City will use its convenient location to conduct smuggling and obtain huge profits, so that it can maintain Blackport City's standing force of up to 1,000 people. Because Blackport City's food had to be purchased from outside, Blackport City was controlled by others for a long time. However, this situation changed after they discovered that there was a valley in the mountains east of the Bone Road that was suitable for growing crops. Now that piece of land has become the most important piece of land in Blackport City, but the problem is that the land does not belong to Blackport territory. Originally, the Tyrell family was not interested in this territory in the Crimson Mountains. It had not been developed for so many years. Blackport City only tried to occupy part of it for farming at first. When they saw the Tyrell family, they did not make any reaction. Then he became bolder and eventually occupied all that land. Similar to their family, there are the Swan family of Stonehelm City and the Morrigan family of Crow's Nest. They both occupied a piece of land belonging to the Tyrell family. The Tyrell family did not express any dissatisfaction, let alone faction. He was a human being, not even reprimanded. Originally they thought nothing would happen and everything would continue like this, but the Tyrell family actually gave this territory to the newly promoted Earl of Summer Hall. This news spread to the Stormlands, catching them completely off guard. If it were just an ordinary noble, Blackport City might be able to use its own army and special geographical location to suppress the other party and make the other party give up this territory, or make this territory belong to the other party in name, but in fact it still belongs to the other party. They control. But now the newly promoted Earl of Summerhall is no ordinary nobleman. He has become the most legendary figure in the entire Seven Kingdoms over the years. His reputation has even surpassed that of Arthur Dane, the Sword of Dawn, and the Fearless Ball legendary. Figures such as Liston and Duncan the Tall have already been placed together with the ancestors' heroes from the legendary era. No one would think that this kind of boast is too much, because Lyn Terra, Earl of Summerhall, is such a legendary figure. If nothing else, just his status as the chosen one of the seven gods is legendary enough, not to mention his godlike appearance. Such powerful combat power, especially at the celebration banquet in Lannisport, the ability he showed to master wind and thunder made the Ironborn feel that he was the incarnation of the legendary storm god. It is said that some ports and fishing villages that were plundered by the Ironborn have spontaneously built temples to the storm god. Although the statues inside have different appearances, they all appear to be wearing four swords and with a giant shadow lynx beside them. The reason why this is so, entirely because in the Ironborn's religion, the storm god is the mortal enemy of the drowned god. They feel that praying to the storm god can ward off the Ironborn who believe in the drowned god. For such a legendary figure who has been mythologized in the hearts of many people, Blackport City has no room for resistance. They can only passively wait for Linda's decision. Chapter 135 The Shackles of Dark Harbor. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Beric Dondarrion. Lind put down the water glass in his hand, looked at the Lightning King next to him, who was not much younger than himself, and looked slightly immature, and said, I think we should say it's business. After hearing Linda's words, Barry's hands couldn't help but tremble, and then he instinctively looked at the bachelor sitting beside him, as if asking for his opinion. At the banquet, Beric Dondarrion, who had golden red hair, tried hard to behave like a mature adult. He carefully considered every word when talking to Lind and Nymeria, trying not to he offended two people with his words, but also prevented himself from appearing weak, so he felt very slow in speaking, giving people the impression that he was not very smart. The Maester said on behalf of Beric Dondarrion, Lord Lind, our Blackport City has been the key to guarding against the invasion of Dorne for hundreds of years, and has also maintained the security of the border areas. Dozens of surrounding villages are under our protection. Quote. Maester Seaton, what you say is nothing more than showing that Blackport City is very important. Lind interrupted the Maester directly, then looked at Beric Dondarrion and said, but this is not the reason for you to invade other people's territory. Quote. The hall that had just been noisy due to the banquet immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the people in the chief positions, especially the people in Blackport. They knew very well that the decisions that determined the future direction of Blackport City were taking place there. Everyone was quietly waiting for the results, only Lind and Nymeria's subordinates ate without any worries. Lord Lind, you have misunderstood. We have not invaded your territory, Beric Dondarrion explained anxiously. We had already reclaimed that land before you came. And Highgarden did not pay any attention to it at that time. We raised no questions about our actions, and even acquiesced to our reclamation. When Duke Leo Tyrell came to Castle Black to participate in the tourney, he also visited the land we reclaimed and praised our use of the land. Lord Barristan, captain of the Kingsguard, also knows this. Lind pointed to the point. Then Duke Leo Tyrell assigned this land to the Blackport territory. The Lightning King immediately fell silent. As Lind said, as long as this land does not belong to Blackport City, no matter how well the owners of the land praise them for how well they have used this land, they are essentially occupying the land of other lords, not to mention the current land. The owner is no longer the Tyrell family, but Lind. Lind said seriously, at the banquet, I also listened to your introduction to the situation of Black Harbor. I know how important the land that has been cultivated for many years is to you, but I still want to say sorry and ensure that the territory is intact. It is the unshakable responsibility of a lord. I must take back that land. Otherwise, I will give you Black Harbor. An exception. What about the other lords? Will Weir City, Stonehelm City, and Crow's Nest Castle do the same? Give them the territory they invaded. If so, how much territory will I have left and how can I gain a foothold in the Seven Kingdoms? Although Linda's words were not loud, the hall was quiet and everyone could hear him clearly. Although the nobles and knights of Blackport were unwilling to give up the fertile land that had been reclaimed, they had to admit that Linda's decision was blameless. Not to mention, Lind, even if other lords encountered the same decision, will be made when it comes to such matters. After all, it is related to whether a lord can gain a foothold in the Seven Kingdoms. Realizing that the land could no longer be used by Blackport, all the nobles and knights of Blackport seemed a little depressed, and some smart people had begun to consider other issues, such as food and garrison troops. Because once that piece of land is taken back by Lind, Blackport will inevitably fall into a situation of food shortage. It will need to purchase a large amount of food from abroad. At the same time, it will not be able to maintain a standing army of 1,000 people. It will definitely reduce its soldiers significantly and have a negative impact on the surrounding villages. The protection will also be weakened. When the bandits in the mountains run rampant, the security of the entire territory will deteriorate rapidly. If the public security of a place is very bad, it will inevitably lead to population loss. Blackport, which originally had a small population, will also fall into a population dilemma. And there is still a population dilemma that cannot be solved. So among those who wanted to understand this, those nobles and knights who were not too loyal to the Dondarrion family had already begun to consider a retreat. Beric Dondarrion, who had realized that the matter was irreversible, looked depressed. He picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one gulp. However, he drank too quickly and choked. He coughed repeatedly and spit out the wine on the table. Barry's behavior was a bit rude. The steward on the side wanted to help him down, but was stopped by Lind. He reached out and patted Barry's back to make his cough subside a little. And then waited for Barry back to normal. After a while, Barry's coughing gradually slowed down and turned into heavy breathing. However, his face turned red due to coughing, which made him look a little funny. Lind picked up the kettle next to him, filled a glass of water into the empty wine glass in front of Barry, and said, "Lord Barry, you don't have to be in a hurry. Drink a glass of water. And take your time." Beric Dondarrion thanked Lind in a hoarse voice, then picked up the water glass and took a sip to soothe his throat a little. Seeing that Barry had regained his composure, Lind continued, "Although I will definitely take that land back, Black Harbor can't continue to use that land." Hearing Linda's words, Barry looked towards him in surprise. This was obviously unexpected. Everyone else also looked at Lind nervously, and the hall that had been a little restless suddenly became quiet again. "I can lease the land to Black Harbor for use, and you only need to pay a portion of the rent every year." Lind said his solution, and then the amount of the rent. Although this amount of rent is not small, compared with fertile land that can harvest a large amount of food, it is obviously very cost-effective. Barry, his bachelor, steward, and noble knights all had surprised smiles on their faces, and the tense atmosphere in the hall just now eased due to their emotional changes. However, before they could completely relax, Linda's subsequent addition of conditions made them all become a little serious. I saw Lind saying, "But there is a premise for this, and the premise is that I will only rent the land to my allies." Ally. Barry looked at Lind with a puzzled expression, and then turned to look at his bachelor. Obviously this proposal made him very puzzled, and he even wondered if Lind didn't understand this because of his background. Basic rules among nobles. You know, although Darkport City is closer to the Reach, it is actually within the scope of the Stormlands. Its lord is Renly Baratheon, Duke of Storm's End, and Lord Lind is from the Reach. The Duke of Highgarden. It is understandable that the lords of two places with different lordships may form temporary alliances during wartime. However, in the current non-wartime situation, it is impossible to bypass the lordship and form alliances with lords from other areas without authorization. It is an act of betrayal against one's own lord. You seem to have misunderstood me. The allies I mentioned are not the kind of allies you thought. Lind waved to John, asking him to take the prepared offensive and defensive covenant, and then handed it to Beric Dondarrion said, just take a look at it first. Let's talk. After you've finished it. Beric Dondarrion opened the parchment and carefully read the contents of the offensive and defensive covenant. The expression on his face changed from seriousness to surprise and confusion, because in his opinion, the contents of this covenant were really so generous, it's almost like helping the Dondarrion family get rid of the shackles of Darkport City for so many years. Not to mention other clauses in the covenant, just the most important offensive and defensive support clauses are already the greatest help to Black Harbor. Although the main purpose of the existence of Blackport City is to prevent the invasion of Dornay, in fact Dornay does not pose a particularly great threat to Blackport. On the contrary, the biggest threat to Blackport is the bandits and savage tribes wandering in the surrounding mountains. Because almost all of the Black Harbor territory is mountainous, and it is the kind of mountainous land with exposed rocks. There is not much land suitable for farming and planting, and it is scattered around the territory. This also makes the villages built on the land scattered. Soon, Black Harbor had to maintain a large number of troops to protect these villages. But even so, the knights and soldiers guarding the village were still unable to resist the bandits and savages who gathered together, so news of the village being looted often came out. This chaotic situation also greatly restricted Black Harbor development of. However, if this offensive and defensive alliance is signed with Lind, then just as Blackport needs to send support when Lind's territory is attacked, Lind also needs to send support to help Blackport when it encounters attacks and invasions. Blackport solves dangers, and the targets of attacks and invasions include not only Dornay, but also bandits and wildling tribes. Once Lind intervenes in the suppression of bandits and the cleanup of the savage tribes in the territory of Blackport City and its surrounding areas, the final result is conceivable. Because Tengshi Town and the area around Rose Avenue are the best examples, with dozens of people entrenched there, hundreds of years of bandits and more than 100 years of savage tribes have all been wiped out. Some time ago, the incident that happened in Summer Hall is also the best proof. The bandits in that area fled just after hearing Linda's name. The savage tribe was even frightened and gathered together, and they were able to barely stabilize the situation of collapse shows how great a deterrent Lind is to them. When the bandits and savage tribes in Blackport are cleared away, then the Bone Road, a road connected to Dornay, can be restored to smooth flow like the Mandar River in Tengshi Town and become one of the main trade routes. In the Blackport City at the pass, if nothing else, the tax alone is probably enough to maintain the normal operation of the entire castle. And more importantly, there are no more bandits and savage tribes, so there is no need to maintain so many troops. The conventional troops are reduced to 100 people, which is enough. As for the safety of the Bone Tunnel, the Covenant also mentioned that after the Bone Tunnel is restored, Lind will send people to guard the watchtowers and fortresses on both sides of the Bone Tunnel to take over the safety maintenance of the Bone Tunnel. There is no doubt that this is a relief for Haigang. Even if Haigang cannot revive and prosper like Tengshi Town, it is definitely dozens of times better than the current situation. With such favorable terms of the Covenant, not to mention Lind agreeing to let Blackport rent the reclaimed land, Beric Dondarrion would definitely be willing to sign this covenant. Even if Lind refused to let Blackport use the land. However, what puzzled them was that Lind seemed to be only giving in this covenant. Whether it was helping Blackport City suppress bandits, helping them clean up the barbarian tribe, or maintaining the safety of the Bone Road, etc. It is a thankless task that requires a lot of manpower and material resources, so they don't understand what benefit this covenant has to Lind. As long as the Bone Passage is unobstructed, then I will benefit. After hearing Beric Dondarrion's question about what benefits he could get, Lind took the covenant signed. with Baron Ewood from John and handed it to him. Showed it to Barry, and said in a deep voice, "I have signed a similar covenant with Baron Ewood, the Lord of Green Valley City. And I have explored the terrain of Summer Hall and decided to build a castle near the ruins of Summer Hall. The roads between Midsummer Hall, Green Valley City and Tengshi Town are completely connected. Once the Bone Road returns to normal, we can directly conduct business transactions with Dorne, and the benefits contained therein will be enough to compensate for my efforts." Barry quickly took the covenant and looked at it. The contents were roughly the same as his covenant, except that the troops stationed were changed from maintaining bone roads to maintaining business roads, and he did not need to pay the relevant military expenses. In addition to trade with Dorne, I also plan to use the Bone Road to open up a trade route with the other side of the Narrow Sea. Lind continued, I plan to choose a suitable location to build a building at the mouth of the Redway River. As a port city, this city will directly trade with the Free City-State Alliance on the other side of the Narrow Sea. At that time, goods transported from the Free City-State Alliance can pass directly through the Bone Road and be transported to the inland for trade. Quote, Lind deliberately revealed the draft plan in the hall that he had not yet fully finalized and had only briefly discussed with Nymeria and others. This was not only to tell Beric Dondarrion and the subordinate nobles under his command, but also to let them know. I believe that I can obtain sufficient benefits without harming the interests of Black Harbor. It was also for the purpose of telling the nobles and knights attending the banquet in the hall. Lind wanted to help him spread this plan through the mouths of these people. He believes that it won't be long before this plan spreads throughout the Stormlands, the Reach and even Dorne. At that time, he wants to see how the lords in these places will react. And he can use this as a reference to adjust his plan. After listening to Linda's explanation, Beric Dondarrion had the urge to sign the covenant immediately, but he still resisted the urge and said to Lind, this matter is very important. To Darkport, it is very important. I need to discuss it with the Maester and Steward, and I also need to inform Duke Renly of Storm's End before I can determine whether I can sign this covenant with you. During this time, please stay in Blackport. Rest for a few days, and then continue your inspection trip after you have confirmed results. Lind had no objection to this and said he would stay here for 4 days, hoping that the Dondarrion family could achieve results in these 4 days. Chapter 136 Lord of Well City. While Lind was stationed in Blackport waiting for Beric Dondarrion's reply to the offensive and defensive covenant, some unusual changes occurred in the Dorne marches north of the Weir River. The Red Guard clan living in this area began to show signs of splitting. More than 20 tribes of various sizes in this clan gathered into 2 tribal forces in just a few days. One force is the Savage King force with the Savage King of the Stone Mountain tribe as its core, while the other force consists of 18 small tribes forming a tribal alliance. The number of people on both sides is about the same, but the equipment of the Stone Mountain tribe is better. They not only have iron weapons, but also leather armor, shields, and other protective equipment. It's just that another tribal alliance obtained some iron weapons from nowhere. Although the quantity is not as good as the number of weapons owned by the Savage King's tribal forces, the quality is much higher. Not long ago, in a small conflict between 2 tribal forces, many of the iron weapons of the Savage King's tribe were cut off by the enemy's weapons. This caused the Savage King's tribal team to be quickly defeated in that conflict. Because of this, the 2 forces are in a stalemate in their respective territories, both seeming to be waiting for something. However, those who care about the developments in the border areas know very well that no matter how the internal fighting between the Red Guard clan ends, there will eventually be something. The rise of a powerful tribal force in this area is not a good thing for the lords and people of the Dorne marches north of the Weir River. Outside the castle hall of Weir City, south of the outlet of the Weir River, a tribal savage stood anxiously at the door, waiting, and looking inside from time to time. The savage's clothes are no different from ordinary people. After putting on the hood, even among the crowd, no one will notice that he is a savage in the mountains. Only by pulling open the collar of his clothes, you can see the tattoo on his neck. Only then can he be sure of his savage identity. Follow me. After waiting for a while, the chief servant of Weir City walked out of the hall, signaled to the savage, and then led him around the hall, from the corridor on the side, to the small courtyard behind the castle. In the courtyard, he asked him to wait here again, then turned and left. While the savage was getting tired of waiting, he saw a gloomy-looking Weir coming to the courtyard with his guard captain and bachelor. This savage from the Stone Mountain tribe immediately knelt respectfully in front of Weir, the lord of Weir City, as if he were a servant. In fact, he was indeed a servant. He was specially selected by Weir to help him. Servant of the bastard son of a savage. Who wouldn't admit it? In the eyes of Weir, that savage illegitimate child was the shame of his life. Every time he saw him, he would think of those miserable days. That woman had been sent to the skinners in the north by him more than 10 years ago. The skin was made into an underwear and worn by him. Only in this way could he temporarily forget the shame experience. As for the evil seed born from that woman, if it were not for the future plan to control the Dornay border, he would have strangled the evil seed to death after it was born, and he would no longer have to act like a father in front of the evil seed like in the past years. A kind and filial look. Now the plan is almost completed. With his support, that evil bastard has become the Wildling King. It won't take long to fulfill the long-cherished wish of the Weir family for countless years and regain the Dornay frontier north of the Weir River. There is also no need to facing that bastard. He least expected an accident at this time. However, the 7 gods, the old gods or other gods, did not seem to want him to successfully complete this great feat. A few days ago, an announcement letter from King's Landing was sent to Well City by a raven. In this announcement letter, it was mentioned that the chosen one Lyn Tara was made Earl of Summerhall due to his military exploits, and that the Tyrell family also gave their piece of woodland in the Dornay frontier as a reward for suppressing bandits. Lyn Tara. When he heard the news, he went crazy. He didn't expect that the plan he had planned for more than 10 years would be robbed on the eve of its completion. How could he be willing to do so? But he couldn't do anything, because he knew better how powerful Lyn was. He also participated in the previous martial arts competition in the City of Divine Grace, and naturally saw that Lyn, who had made bets with all the nobles and knights of Dornay, was how to easily defeat those challengers. Afterwards, various rumors about Lyn continued to spread throughout the 7 kingdoms through bards. The latest rumors were exaggerated to the extreme, describing Lyn as controlling thunder and storms, the incarnation of the spirit. Although Weir did not believe those exaggerated rumors, he did believe in Lyn's record, because it was confirmed by the Iron Throne. He ran thousands of miles, annihilated tens of thousands of enemies, and rescued several cities. Such exaggerated battles, the force is definitely not something that Well City can resist. So after learning all this, the only thing he could do was to wait for news, waiting for news of Lyn's arrival. Just one day ago, the spies he arranged in Blackport sent a message. Lyn, who was patrolling the territory, had arrived at Blackport. At the welcome banquet held for him in Blackport City, he made it clear that he would take away the part occupied by Blackport land. This is definitely bad news for him, because Vale City also occupies a part of the land on the north bank of Valehay, and that part of the land belongs to Lyn, which means that he will be the next person to hand over the land. He hasn't sorted out the situation on Lyn's side yet, and now something happened with his evil bastard. The good Redguard clan split into 2, which made him feel that everyone seemed to be targeting him recently. The mood is naturally not much better. Weir sat on a chair in the courtyard, picked up the wine bottle on the table and poured himself a glass. After drinking it in one gulp, he said to the eyes and ears he had placed next to the evil creature, "You'd better you can bring me some good news, I've heard enough bad news today." The man was about to say something, but after hearing Weir's words, he closed his mouth again. After seeing this scene, Weir rubbed his slightly aching forehead, then took a deep breath, suppressed the fire in his heart, and said, "Tell me, what did Hamel want to do when he sent you here?" After hearing the words, the man spoke. Lord Hamill hopes that Lord Earl can support a batch of better weapons. The quality of those weapons before was too poor. When those weapons were fighting against the traitors, they were destroyed by the weapons of the traitors. Cut off. Without good weapon support, it would be difficult for Lord Hamill to suppress those traitors. Wylan Weir said with a gloomy face, "Why did Hamir let those tribes form an alliance? Didn't he weaken those tribes as I said?" The man quickly explained, "Master Hamill has weakened those tribes according to your instructions, but those tribes later received support from unknown sources. Not only did they provide them with a large amount of food and weapons, Master Hamill wanted to advance when they started, they had already formed an alliance." Wylan Weir couldn't help but suspect that someone was aware of his plan and sabotaged it secretly, so he continued to ask, "Do you know who supported those tribes?" "I don't know, I'm just sure that I received support recently." The man thought for a while and replied, "Have you received support recently?" Wylan Weir couldn't help but think of Lind. Because Lind happened to have recently entered the Dornay border to patrol the territory. And it happened that some tribes among the Wildling tribes of the Redguard clan had obtained with the support of mysterious forces. It is difficult not to make people suspicious. However, it doesn't matter to Wylan Weir whether he gets support from Lind or not. What he needs to do now is to try his best to preserve the results of his planning over the years. Which is a savage tribe that can be completely controlled by him, so he still needs to provide his evil breed with weapons, food and other support. I will prepare the weapons and food he needs in 10 days and hand them over at the old place. Wylan Weir, who made the decision, immediately ordered, "In addition, you must tell him to resolve the civil strife in the Redguard clan as soon as possible, and then take it." With him people left the Hongtuong and Hongwaihe areas and migrated to the borderland near the west side of Black Harbor. Wylan Vale is very rational. He knows very well that unless he brings the Huronwood family and other frontier nobles together to fight against Lind Terra, it will be difficult for him to rely on his own strength to compete with the Iron Throne, Highgarden and others standing behind him. Lind Terra from the Church of the Seven Gods competed. Now the lords of Dornay and other frontier areas have suffered heavy losses in the extreme cold natural disasters, and it is impossible to provide any support to Weir City in the short term. Therefore, once he conflicts with Lind, he will have no external aid and can only deal with it alone. Since there is no chance of winning, he can only try his best to keep the biggest result of his plan, and this biggest result is the entire Red Guard clan. That's why he let his bastard move with the Red Guard clan to the west of Black Harbor. The mountainous area does not belong to anyone and is an unclaimed land. Move to the border area on the west side of Black Harbor. The man was stunned, and then said worriedly, "Sir, Lord Hamill may not listen to me. When I came, Lord Hamill was gathering all the soldiers, prepared to go to war with those traitors, and then attack Blackport City after dealing with those traitors." Wylan Weir looked surprised, stood up from his chair, and asked, "Why did he attack Blackport City? Didn't I say that? There is no need to pay attention to Blackport City for the time being." The man quickly explained, "Lord Hamill, he thinks that Blackport City provided weapons and food to those traitors, so he wants to teach Blackport City a lesson." Damn it. This idiot. Wylan Weir knew that his bastard had disobeyed his orders. He was so angry that he cursed repeatedly. He even drew the sword from the waist of his guard captain and pointed it at the surrounding shrubs and flowers. He chopped randomly to vent his anger. Everyone else in the courtyard lowered their heads, not daring to take another look at Wylan Weir. The man from the Stone Mountain tribe even buried his head on the ground, his body trembling non-stop. At this time, a servant happened to be walking by the courtyard carrying something. When he saw Wylan Vale venting his emotions, his face immediately turned extremely pale. Before he could lower his head, Wylan Vale had already charged at him with a long sword. He struck at him, and before he had time to react, he cut off his head with a sword. When the blood spurted from the wound onto Wylan Vale's body, he quickly calmed down from his frenzy. I saw him looking at the corpse on the ground expressionlessly, turned around and walked To the side of the guard captain, inserted the long sword back into the scabbard, and then calmly ordered, "Throw the corpse into the pit of poisonous snakes, and see if he has any family members, let's throw them in together. It's a bit pitiful to be alone in the pit of poisonous snakes, so let his family members accompany him." "Yes, sir." The captain of the guard tried to keep his voice calm and replied. Wyland Weir turned around and said to the person who reported the news, "Tell Hamill to come over by himself when handing over the weapons and food, and I will talk to him personally." "Yes, sir." After hearing this, the man responded quickly, and then rolled out of the courtyard. Wyland Weir returned to his room, cleaned up the blood stains on his body, and then went directly to his lord's study. At this time, the steward and several subordinate nobles were waiting here, preparing to report the matter. When Wyland came in, they hurriedly come forward and salute. Just when they were about to report the matter, they were stopped by Wyland Weir, who followed him and asked the subordinate nobles to leave, leaving the steward behind. Wyland Weir had a gloomy face and ordered, "Recall all the people on the north shore. Demolish all the villages that have been built, pour seawater on all the reclaimed land, and destroy the docks of all fishing villages. Throw it away and burn it if you can't destroy it." When the manager heard this, he was completely stunned. Although Wyland Weir was just issuing an order, this order would alarm tens of thousands of people. You must know that the villages and fishing villages in the order totaled more than 20 people, with a population of more than 20. There are 20 to 30,000. What's more puzzling to him is that it took Wyland Vale more than 10 years to build villages, open up farmland, and form fishing villages in those places, but now he wants to destroy them all, not to mention the consumption, time, and the money lost alone amounted to tens of thousands of gold dragons. However, although the steward was surprised and puzzled by Wyland Weir's order, he did not refute or question it, because he knew very well that he was seeking death by doing so, which was how the previous steward died. So the steward thought about it very seriously and said, "Sir, this matter will take time." "Needs time." Wyland Weir looked at his manager dissatisfied. The manager quickly explained, "My lord promised those who migrated there that the land they cultivated there belonged to them. Now that your lord wants to call them back, I'm worried." Wyland Weir said without hesitation, "I will dispatch 1,000-man garrison to assist you. If anyone disobeys my order, don't be polite and treat it as a traitor." The steward quickly responded, "Yes, sir, I will resolve this matter within 20 days. Wyland Weir then ordered, "Prepare another 1,000 swords and axes, wrap them according to the last method, and prepare some wheat cakes, the same batch of wheat cakes used to feed the horses, the same as above. Wrap it up the same way every time, and those savages will only eat the food of the animals. When it is ready, I will personally deliver the goods in 10 days. Chapter 137 Black Harbor Covenant. Lind and Nymeria have been in Blackport for 3 days. Just like in the summer hall, they have been very leisurely. Except for playing around Blackport, they have spent most of their time in Blackport. Inside the room, it wasn't because they were tired of playing, but because something unusual happened to Glory and Dragon Egg, which made them not in the mood to continue playing. When he was in the summer hall, Lind tried to use the method of the Lost Night to maintain the dragon eggs. This method is actually very simple, which is to inject the transformed magic power into the dragon eggs through special dragon runes. If it is in a normal state, the dragon runes that protect the dragon eggs may need some time to absorb the magic power in the surrounding air to activate the runes before they can be used, but the recent period is an exception. Because Glory swallowed up a large amount of resentful soul energy, much of the converted energy was injected into Linda's body, and the nourishing power generated by the dragon feast ritual in Linda's body has been completely integrated into the body through the previous energy assistance, so the newly imported energy is somewhat excessive. Although this excess energy does not cause any harm to his body, the accumulation in his body makes him feel uncomfortable. It is like a foreign body constantly moving in his ears. It is not harmful, but it will affect people's emotions. So Lind tried to channel this excess energy into dragon runes. After trying various dragon Runes, only the dragon runes used on the dragon crystal necklace and the dragon runes used to protect dragon eggs could absorb this energy. Other dragon runes will ignore or even reject this energy. It just so happened that the dragon eggs needed to be maintained now, so all the excess energy was used to maintain the dragon runes of the dragon eggs. At first, the dragon eggs condition was very normal, without any changes. With Lin's special vision, he could see that after the energy of the dragon runes was introduced into the dragon egg, it quickly integrated into the magic power of the dragon egg itself without any reaction. At noon on the second day after arriving in Blackport City, he and Nymeria came back from playing around Blackport City. They routinely infused the dragon eggs with the magic power of dragon runes. As a result, the surface of the dragon eggs had abnormal changes. The originally exquisite blood-red scale shell suddenly began to show signs of petrification. At first, there were just some spots, but as the magic power of the dragon rune continued to be injected, the spots became larger and larger. Because Lind was focused on controlling the dragon runes to introduce magic power into the dragon egg, he didn't notice the changes in the dragon egg at all. When Nymeria noticed something was wrong, petrified markings had already covered the entire dragon egg. After the shell of the dragon egg is completely petrified, it has become completely different from the original exquisite dragon egg. The appearance looks like a poorly crafted imitation dragon egg. But unlike its petrified shell, in Linda's eyes, the magic power contained inside the dragon egg not only did not weaken, but became stronger, and the magic power was no longer scattered like light, but was contained within the dragon egg. A blood-red energy mass with blue patterns formed, just like the original shell scales. Seeing this change, Nymeria was a little worried that something might happen to the dragon egg, but Lind thought of a word from his previous life. Because Nymeria was worried, the two of them stayed in the room in Blackport City for the past few days to observe whether there were any further changes in the dragon egg. However, I don't know if it was a coincidence, but at the same time that the dragon egg showed abnormal changes, Glory also experienced some problems. After Glory swallowed the energy of the resentful soul, it temporarily lost the ability to change the color of its fur, and maintained its white fur state for a while, only to recover a day later. After that, there were no more abnormal changes. Lind also understood the feelings of Glory through the spiritual connection with Glory, and knew that apart from being a little overstuffed, there were no other adverse reactions. Until the day when the dragon egg changed, Glory also became extremely lazy, sleeping most of the day, and while sleeping, the fur on his body would continuously change color with his breathing. If it is just that the color of the fur changes randomly when sleeping after eating, it is not a big problem, and it is far from being called a condition. The real reason that Lind regards as an abnormal condition is that the color of Glory's fur changed, and there was a halo around its body. In fact, this halo has been around for a long time. It appeared when Glory's fur turned pure white, which made Glory look very sacred. However, this halo can only be seen clearly at night and during the day. It's invisible, and this halo has no special effect. But now this halo has become a little different. It can also be seen clearly during the day. And it is not just a white halo. When the fur turns black, there will also be a black halo. And more importantly, these halos also contain different abilities. For example, the white halo seems to be able to heal wounds. While Nymeria was stroking Glory's fur while she was sleeping, she found that the old injuries from training on her palms were slowly healing in the white halo, while the black halo seemed to be devouring life force. She placed her hand in the halo. Your palms will feel numb for a while, and then the surface skin will begin to show signs of age and haggard. Apparently swallowing a large amount of resentful soul energy caused Glory's body to mutate again, but this time the mutation no longer made Glory's body larger, but produced some extraordinary power. I just didn't know that this was because of the summer hall. The energy of the resentful soul is different from the energy of other resentful souls, or is it simply because every time Glory swallows the energy of the resentful soul, it will cause Different mutations. While Lind and Nymeria were taking care of Glory and the dragon eggs, everyone in Blackport City was not idle. They had been discussing the pros and cons of this offensive and defensive alliance these days and waiting for news from Storm's End. As for the pros and cons of the Covenant, the dignitaries of Black Harbor did not spend much time discussing it. Although some of the Bone Road fortresses and watchtowers that Lind will station in the Covenant belong to Black Harbor has already thought about it. Those fortresses and observation towers have to be abandoned. Now Lind accepts the past, and they are happy to see it happen. The other support treaties in the alliance are not just unilaterally implemented by Black Harbor. Lind also needs to assume corresponding support obligations, and there is no priority. The only thing that caused some objections to the dignitaries was that it was stipulated in the Covenant that once the Bone Road was restored, Linda's caravan would not need to pay any taxes when passing through the Bone Road, and this provision also applies to the Black Harbor caravan passing through the Midsummer Hall. Bone passages within the territory. Most of this Bone Road is within the territory of Black Harbor, and only a small part is within the territory of Summer Hall. This seems to them to be more disadvantaged. For this reason, they wanted to ask Lind to modify this rule, but Lind did not see them at all and asked John to deal with them. At the same time, he was also making his attitude clear. Because he believed that even if the powerful people in Blackport were dissatisfied with this article stipulates that they will eventually agree to sign the Covenant. Just as Lind thought, they had already informed Storm's End of the offensive and defensive Covenant through Raven the next day. Obviously, they had already decided to sign the Covenant the moment they decided to inform Storm's End. The 2-day discussion was just to see if I could get more benefits for myself before officially signing the Covenant. But as time goes by, their focus has shifted from the content of the Covenant itself to Storm's End Castle. Although signing an offensive and defensive alliance with Lind, the Lord of the Reach, which only covers the border areas, would not be a big problem, and it would not be regarded as a betrayal of the Stormlands. Beric Dondarrion he and his subordinates still hope to get a response from Storm's End Castle to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, what puzzles them is that their letter has been passed on for several days, and there is still no response from Storm's End, which makes them wonder whether Storm's End is opposed to them signing an alliance with Lind. However, on the last day of Lind's stay, the Raven at Storm's End finally sent the letter back. But this letter made them all feel a little confused. Because the letter did not talk about Lind and the offensive and defensive covenant from beginning to end. It only mentioned two things. One was that after the tourney at Lannisport, Duke Renly Baratheon of Storm's End went to Highgarden as a guest and will stay for a while. The second thing is that the friendship between the Stormlands and the Reach has been established a long time ago and will continue in the future. Although the content of this letter confused the people in Darkport, some people still saw some clues and speculated that Storm's End was implying that the Duke of Storm's End and the Duke of Highgarden had a very good relationship. This kind of offensive and defensive alliance there won't be any problems. Because of this, on the last day of Linda's stay, Beric Dondarrion led the castle servants to find Lind and formally signed the offensive and defensive covenant. After putting away the signed covenant, Lind also made it very clear that after completing this territory inspection, he would personally lead the army to enter the territory, and then he would wipe out the bandits and savages in all areas on the east side of the Crimson Mountains. The tribe, when Blackport is needed, will also need to send some people to cooperate. Barry was naturally happy to see the result, and also said that he would personally lead people to join Linda's bandit suppression team. In addition, when Lind left, Glory's situation had not improved, and he had to find a special carriage to ride on Glory, who had been sleeping all day long. Black Harbor also sent 100 people to join Linda's team, to help protect Linda's safety. Until now, Linda's trip to inspect the lords has been extremely smooth. Some things that were originally planned to be done when the territory was officially moved have now been completed ahead of schedule. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as if it was a divine blessing. However, it is unclear whether the next trip will go as smoothly as before. Let's not talk about Stonehelm City and Crow's Nest Castle for the time being. Judging from the news sent by Rosso's before departure, Weir City maybe there are some minor troubles. Although Lind and Nymeria were waiting to sign an offensive and defensive alliance in Blackport, they had actually sent Rosso's and his people out the next day to explore the situation in Well City. As a result, just when they packed up and continued on the road from Blackport, the Rossos sent people back to Blackport and informed Lind, who had just left Blackport Bone Pass, of the situation on the north bank of the Weir River and the outlet condition. 1 day ago, Weir City sent a large number of people across the Weir River into Linda's territory. They sent people to recall the residents of Weir City who had built villages on the occupied land, destroyed those intact villages, and tried to use seawater to destroy cultivated land. It seems that Weir City is planning to return the part of the territory they occupied to Lind. But it has no intention of returning the land intact. Not only will everything built be destroyed, but even the citizens will not be left to him. 1. Although he was dissatisfied with Weil City's approach, Lind could not say anything. After all, those people belonged to Weil City, but he had no intention of letting Weil City's embrace of the villages and cultivated land that had been built. Count Ranville took it back. In this way, therefore, he immediately ordered Rosso and Daisy to lead all the knights and cavalry to support Rosso and prevent the destruction of Weir City. They would not hesitate to start a war, but they should not stop them from driving away the people, and they could provide the people with some weapons to set themselves against the soldiers of Vale City. After sending out his cavalry, the protection of Lind, Nymeria and others was handed over to the soldiers of Blackport. After Beric Dondarrion learned of this, he immediately sent 20 knights and 100 men to join the team to protect Lind and Nymeria. Although Beric Dondarrion felt that with Lind's strength there was no need to worry about being attacked, his attitude as an ally still had to be shown. After all, in the Covenant, there is a treaty that the Allies' territory is attacked and requires support, and what Well City is doing now is undoubtedly attacking Linda's territory, so he naturally needs to fulfill the Covenant and send support. And he also asked the knights sent to convey that if necessary, he would personally lead the garrison soldiers of Black Harbor to support Lind. Your lords Bachelor and Steward didn't stop him from doing this? Nymeria asked in surprise after hearing what the knight conveyed. The knight smiled awkwardly and did not answer. It was obvious that Beric Dondarrion should have been stopped by his maester and steward when he said these words, but he was not stopped. Our allies this time are not bad. Nymeria also saw the clues from the knight's expression, and then turned to Lind and said. Lind nodded and agreed. Beric Dondarrion was one of the few lords who could still maintain the spirit of chivalry in the chaotic era of the future, especially when he finally gave up his life to Caitlin Tully. This was not many people can do it. Although the reason that drove him to do this was not only because of his own knightly honor, but also because he had been tortured by repeated deaths and resurrections to the point of near collapse, but in terms of his behavior alone, it was still worth it. Admire. Thinking of this, Lind looked back in the direction of Black Harbor and muttered, I hope the alliance with him can change his future. What future? Nymeria on the side heard Linda's muttered words clearly, but she didn't understand what it meant. However, Lind did not explain, just smiled at her and ordered the team to move on. Chapter 138 Asking for the Bone Bridge. The Gale Tower is located at the end of the backbone on the north side of the Weir River. It is the last watchtower under the control of Blackport. Going south, you will cross the Weir River and enter the area actually controlled by Weir City. Standing on the top of the Gale Tower, you can clearly see the Weir River and the Bone Bridge across the river. You can also see the Serpent-Tooth Tower on the other side of the Weir River, which is the fortress used by the city of Weir to monitor the north. It was already evening when Linda's team arrived here. They did not continue marching, but camped on a slightly flat ground under the Gale Tower. While setting up camp, Lind and Nymeria took a few people to the Weir River and looked at the situation under the Serpent-Tooth Tower on the other side. It has been 3 days since they set off from Black Harbor. During these 3 days, Rosso, Daisy and Rossos reported on the situation ahead from time to time. In general, things did not go beyond Lynn's expectation. With the addition of Russell and Daisy, the Weir soldiers who tried to destroy the village had no way to resist the attack of these cavalry. What was even more unfavorable to these Wells City soldiers was that in order to destroy the village faster and drive away the people in the village, they dispersed the soldiers into more than a dozen teams. As a result, Rosso and the others were given the opportunity to defeat each one. Only about 30 of the more than 1,000 soldiers garrisoning the city of Vale fled back to the north bank of the Vale River. Almost half of the remaining soldiers were killed by the cavalry, and the other half were all captured. Among the hundreds of captured soldiers, except for some relatively honest soldiers who were not seriously injured and were taken with them by Rosso and the others, the rest of the prisoners were all handed over to those who were attacked by the Weir City soldiers at Rosso's suggestion. Destroyed village guard. As for the final treatment of those prisoners, they are not responsible for it, but from the hatred-filled eyes of the villagers, it is not difficult to guess that the fate of these prisoners will not be good. Weir City obviously did not expect that Lind would act so decisively, and the cavalry under his command fought so fiercely. In less than 2 days, more than 1,000 garrison troops were wiped out before they could ask for help from Weir City. This obviously frightened the Lord of Weil City, Weil. As if facing a powerful enemy, he temporarily recruited a large number of farmers from the villages in his territory to serve as soldiers, mixed with a dozen knights and more than 100 real knights. Soldiers were stationed at the other end of the Bone Bridge and even began to build fortifications to block the Bone Bridge to prevent Linda's cavalry from raiding the bridge. The Bone Bridge should be in our hands. Standing by the river, Nymeria looked at the defenses built on the other side and gave her advice very directly. Lind nodded in agreement. In fact, when he considered restoring the Bone Road trade route, he had already decided to take over the bridge connecting the Stormlands and Dornay. After all, this is the most important location on the Bone Road, affecting both sides. Whether the local trade routes can be connected must be in his hands to make him feel at ease. Does this bridge have a clear ownership? Lind turned and asked the knight captain sent by Blackport City. Nominally it belongs to Wells City. The knight captain thought for a while and replied, but in fact, it belongs to whoever controls it. Black Harbor also controlled this bridge for a period of time in the past. As he said, he guessed Linda's thoughts added, actually, sir, you don't need to worry too much. The battles between the borderlands and the surrounding lords have never stopped for thousands of years, and the territories controlled by the lords also change frequently, except for the fixed territories around the castle. The territories in other places are controlled by whoever is powerful. As long as there is not too much movement, the lords and iron thrones of various kingdoms will generally not interfere with what happens here. Quote, listening to the knight captain's analysis of the situation in the border area, Lind nodded repeatedly and seemed to agree with the knight captain's analysis, but in fact he did not take these analyses seriously at all. The identity and vision of this knight captain can only see part of the situation in the border area. If he really follows the principle of whoever is powerful and who controls the territory as mentioned by this knight captain to expand the territory at will, then what he is waiting for will probably come from with the Iron Throne's rebuke. He will also be ostracized by the lords of the entire border area. Even the Black Harbor, who has already formed an alliance, will probably be wary of him. Let's go meet our future leader. Lind pulled the reins and drove the horse towards the Bone Bridge. Nymeria also followed after hearing this. It seemed that the two of them did not pay attention to the Weir City garrison soldiers on the other side of the Bone Bridge. Seeing Linda's actions, the knights sent by Black Harbor felt a little worried. Although they have all heard of Linda's powerful strength like a mythical hero, they have never seen it with their own eyes. At this moment, there are only about 20 of them, and it seems that there are thousands of people on the opposite side. If there was any sudden, irrational move over there, it would be absolutely impossible for them to withstand the siege of thousands of people. But as knights, they still knew that their mission was to protect Lind and Nymeria. No matter how worried and scared they were, they still had the courage to follow them. Seeing Lind and the others walking over from the other side of the bridge, the Weir City soldiers on the other side of the bone bridge were all stunned. They felt that the people on the other side were crazy, otherwise how could they have done something like 20 people rushing over to fight against thousands of people? However, when they saw clearly the appearance of Lind and others, their faces immediately turned a little pale, and their eyes were full of awe, because they all immediately saw the two huge horses under Lind and Nymeria's crotches. The glory around the war horse and Lind guessed their identities, and various legends about Lind brought great pressure to these ordinary soldiers. Therefore, the officer responsible for guarding the bone bridge immediately sent people to the nearby Snake-Tooth Tower and called the knight captain in charge. This matter was obviously not something he could handle. Soon the knight captain who was sent by Wyland Weir to defend the bone bridge hurried to the simple wall made of wooden planks and stones. After seeing clearly the person coming on the other side, he showed panic on his face and muttered, "Oops, we are in trouble." With that, he turned to the officer on the side and said, "Go back to Weir City immediately and tell the Earl what happened here." After hearing the order, the officer did not hesitate, mounted a fast horse, and galloped towards the direction of Weir City. Everyone is on alert. The knight captain shouted another order to the people in the camp. Then he took a deep breath and led a few people out of the simple wooden wall and walked to the front of the fortification, waiting for Linda's arrival. Although Lind is not a Dornish person, this does not prevent the Dornish people from worshipping the strong, and the knight in front of him is one of them. He was one of the few followers in Weil City who accompanied Wyland Weir to participate in the Shaneen City tournament. He had seen with his own eyes how Lind easily dealt with the bet challengers as if he were dealing with children, and he was in Shannon. The small town of Encheng also saw how Lind dealt with the assassins who assassinated Velas. Over the past year, various rumors about Lind have continued to reach Dorne, which has made him feel in awe. So much so that even though there are more than 1,000 temporarily recruited garrison soldiers standing behind him, he still can't stand it. There is no sense of security at all, because he knows better than anyone else what kind of people these garrison soldiers are. Soon Lind and his party arrived. In order to prevent Lind from seeing the true situation of the peasant soldiers in the fortification, the knight quickly led the people out of the fortification, walked to Lind and Nymeria, and looked at them. The two of them saluted and said, "Your Excellency Count Terra, Lord Count Fudley, I am Anders Shad from Weir City, please come here." Before the knight could finish speaking, Lind raised his hand to interrupt the subsequent inquiry. Then he looked at the soldiers hiding in the simple fortifications behind the knight. It was easy to see from some details that these soldiers were all temporary. The farmers recruited were not standing soldiers, and their combat effectiveness was almost zero. So, sitting on the horse, he looked down at the knight again. He felt that the knight's face looked familiar and said, "Has Sir Anders seen you somewhere before?" Anders Shad said quickly, "I also participated in the Shaneen City Martial Arts Tournament a year ago. When you accepted the challenge, I watched from the side and received your guidance. It's a pleasure to see you again, Sir Anders." Lind nodded, and then said seriously, "In this case, I won't talk nonsense. The invasion of Weir City a few days ago has already caused harm to my territory. Irreversible damage, although those invaders have been annihilated. The main messenger of the invaders must be punished." Quote, "Sir, this matter." Anders Sand looked panicked and quickly wanted to explain to the Lord of Well City. Lind raised his hand again to stop him from talking, and said, "You don't need to say anything. You are just a knight and cannot make the decision. I just need you to take my words back and tell them to Lord Wyland Weir in full. Only he can make the decision, you know." Facing the power exuded by Lind, Anders couldn't help but lower his head and said, "Understood." Lind said with an extremely serious expression, "Tell your lord that the bone bridge will be used as compensation for the invasion of my territory by Well City. Within 2 days, evacuate all the people around the Snake-Tooth Tower. If not, I will treat it as a crime. In Order to declare war on me. I will take people directly to Well City, and what I want to take away will no longer be a bone bridge. Do you remember what I said clearly? Remember clearly, my lord. Knight Anders responded in a low voice. Lind didn't say anything more, turned the horse's head and walked back. Nymeria and the others were a little confused when they saw Lind's threatening approach. But they did not ask immediately, but followed Lind and left. After seeing Lind leaving, Knight Anders relaxed a little, then hesitated, ordered the deputy who was following him, handed over the affairs here to him, and then rode quickly towards the city of Weir. I don't know whether it was because the previous officer was not good at riding a horse, and his speed was too slow, or because of other reasons. Anders actually caught up with the officer first, so he continued to report to Vale City in place of the officer. Just as Knight Anders rushed to Weir City to convey Linda's words, Lind and others also returned to the camp under the Gale Tower. Lind and Nymeria handed the horses to Asha and Brienne, returned to the tent, took the towels handed over by the twin female attendants, and wiped the dust on their faces and hands. At this time, Nymeria finally couldn't help but ask, will Wylanvir listen to your threat and give you the bone bridge? I don't know. Lind shook his head and said, I don't know. Nymeria looked at Lind in surprise and said, when you said those words, didn't you think about Wylanvir's reaction in advance? Lind shook his head again and said, I never thought about it. Those words just now were just said casually on a whim. Nymeria stared at Lind dumbfounded for a long time before saying, why do you suddenly want to say those threatening words? It's very simple, just to try your luck. Lind said truthfully, didn't you notice? Starting from Green Valley City, everything we encountered went very smoothly, without any obstacles. Before setting off, we expected to encounter those problems, such as lords, bandits and savage tribes, etc. were all solved easily, as if they were really blessed by the gods and were surrounded by good luck. So I want to see if luck can still be achieved here in Weir City. Has an effect. Nymeria smiled and asked, have you ever thought about what would happen if Wylanvir didn't agree to your threat? What would you do? What else can we do? Let's start a war like I said. Lind shrugged and said, didn't we already plan to attack Weir City in advance? We just lacked an excuse. We originally wanted to use the savage tribe he colluded with Vale City and invaded my territory as an excuse to start a war, but it is no longer necessary. Who could have imagined that Wylanvir was so stupid that he sent people to my territory to cause destruction and was caught by me? Well, why waste such a good excuse? Nymeria opened her mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. In her opinion, the recent series of successes had made Lind a little complacent, and he became more casual in doing things, no longer as cautious and thoughtful as before. I want to persuade Linda. Few words, but I don't want to dampen Linda's current enthusiasm. Lind seemed to see what Nymeria was thinking, held her hand, and said with a smile, don't worry, I haven't been dazzled by the previous success. Although I did it a little casually this time, it's not beyond my plan, and I can use this threat to test the Earl of Weir's bottom line. After hearing this, Nymeria nodded and didn't take it to heart anymore. She picked up the battle axe and walked out, going to find the Knights of Blackport to practice again. Compared with the mercenary knights that Nymeria recruited in Tengshi town, the knights from Blackport are better at military coordination and put more pressure on Nymeria, so Nymeria has been borrowing the military formation cooperation of these knights to increase his practical experience in multi-knight military formations. At night, Daisy and the others escorted the prisoners of war from Well City to the Gale Tower. Lind asked the people in Highgang to escort these prisoners of war to Highgang for detention. After the various facilities in the territory here are built, they will transfer these prisoners of war back. Although Rosso, Daisy, and Rosso's eliminated more than 1,000 Well City garrison soldiers this time, they also caused more than 70 casualties, and their record was not very good. You must know that the Weir City soldiers they faced were not a group of more than 1,000 people, but were scattered into more than 10 villages. Each village only had 1 or 200 people at most, but they had 400 or 500 people. They are all well trained cavalry, and they use more to defeat fewer under absolute advantage. In such a situation where he had an absolute advantage, he still caused more than 70 casualties. Such a record was obviously unqualified in Linda's mind. Fortunately, only 3 people actually died in the battle, and the others suffered injuries of varying severity. Lind asked a few people to take the officers in the team to review the entire battle and find out their shortcomings in commanding the battle. He wanted not only some strong generals who led the charge, but also people who were good at command and dispatch. General. And just when several people were reviewing the situation late at night, the camp guard suddenly came to tell Lind that there was an envoy from the savage tribe asking to see him, and this familiar scene made Lind couldn't help but have some associations. Chapter 139 Savage King. Your king wants to see me. Looking at the envoy in front of him, Lind frowned slightly. Before meeting the savage tribe envoy, Lind had already guessed that this envoy could not come from the savage tribes that had sworn to join him, but could only come from the savage king. What surprised him was that the news brought by this savage was that the savage king Hamel wanted to see him. The power structure of the savage tribe is very loose. They are completely centered on the leader. A powerful leader can make the entire tribe stronger. But once something happens to the leader, no matter how powerful the tribe is, it will fall apart in a short period of time. Hamel's ability to become the savage king in the northeastern region of the Crimson Mountains means that he is not only brave, he must also have a mind, and he should know the dangers of meeting Lind. However, he still sent an envoy to meet with Lind, which made Lind wonder whether the savage king had absolute confidence in his own strength or was too arrogant. Yes, the patriarch will meet you alone at the Sword Handle Lake 3 leagues away from here. I believe you won't bring anyone there, right? The savage envoy said very seriously. Lind ignored the envoy's words, but turned to call the officers stationed at the Gale Tower. And then asked about the location of Sword Hilt Lake. The place is easy to find. From the path outside the camp, you can reach the Sword Handle Lake at the end. The officer replied, the place is not very big, it can only be regarded as a slightly larger pool. After hearing this, Lind nodded and asked the officer to leave. Then he said to the savage envoy, how can he guarantee that he will go to Sword Hilt Lake alone? The savage envoy said calmly, just like you can't guarantee that you will go to Sword Hilt Lake alone, our clan leader can't guarantee it either. It all depends on which of the two has more integrity. Lind looked at the savage envoy with interest and said, your words and conversation don't sound like a savage. The savage envoy stood up straight with great pride and said, my teacher is called Dulun. He is a bachelor with profound knowledge. In order to study the history of the savage tribe, he has lived in the savage tribe for more than 10 years. What I have learned he taught it. 2. Scholar Durin. Studying the history of the savage tribe. Nymeria suddenly sat up straight, with a thoughtful look on her face, and said, does this bachelor Durin have a birthmark the size of a seal on his face? Yes, Lord Nymeria, do you know him? The savage messenger looked at Nymeria doubtfully and asked. Nymeria did not answer, but continued to ask in an indifferent tone, how is he now? The savage messenger felt that there was no kindness in Nymeria's tone, and couldn't help but feel a little worried, but he still answered truthfully, dead. He died in a sneak attack a few years ago. Is he already dead? This would be an advantage for him. Nymeria snorted coldly and said, does this bachelor Durin have a grudge against you? Lind asked. Before Bachelor Ives, this bachelor Durin was my mother's bachelor advisor, Nymeria said solemnly. It was this guy who betrayed my mother to that man, and he was also the one where my mother needed help the most. At that time, he stole all the property from my mother. My mother, the Earl of Tengshi Town, couldn't afford medical treatment and eventually died of illness, all because of this guy. Although Nymeria said this with a face, her expression and tone were calm, but she could still feel the hatred in her words. The savage messenger also felt the hatred from Nymeria, and he couldn't help but sweat drops appeared on his forehead. He also began to regret in his heart that he had revealed the origin of his knowledge in order to show his extraordinary qualities. At this moment, he felt that he might be doomed. Don't worry, I won't take my anger out on you because of my hatred for Bachelor Durin. Nymeria looked at the extremely nervous savage envoy. After the savage envoy's expression relaxed a little, she continued, however, Count Lind has no intention of honoring your savage king's invitation, because we cannot trust the savage king. If the savage king wants to see Count Lind, then let him come by himself, and we can ensure his safety. In this case, how can we trust you? Although the savage envoy was a little worried about being angry, he still asked bravely. Then you have to bet on whether we will keep our promise. Nymeria said very directly. In addition, you have to understand one thing. It is your savage king who wants to see Earl Lind, not Linda. Erlda wants to see you, so you are the only ones who need to gamble on luck and integrity. Quote, the savage messenger hesitated for a moment, turned to look at Lind, and asked, Lord Earl Lind, is this what you mean? Yes, that's what I mean. Lind nodded, and then looked at Nymeria. He had to say that he was a little surprised by Nymeria's performance just now. I understand. I will convey your intention to our clan leader truthfully. The savage messenger stood up and left in a hurry without saying anything else. At the same time that the savage messenger left, Glory, whose body had returned to normal in the past 2 days, also disappeared in the shadow of the camp. Why do you think this savage King Hamel wants to see you? After the savage messenger left, Nymeria asked in confusion. Daisy and the others annihilated thousands of Well City soldiers in just 2 days. I'm scared by the results. Do you want to join you like the other savage tribes? It doesn't feel like it. Lind shook his head and said, it should be for other things. Maybe. He wants us to let them pass through the bone tunnel to the desolate mountainous area in the west. I remember that the mountainous area seems to be a deserted area. The land of the Lord, they will not be suppressed by the Lord when they go there. After hearing this, Nymeria thought about it and nodded, thinking it was a possibility. Then, she asked, if this is really the case, will you let him go? Lind shook his head decisively and said, no, I have also taken a fancy to that piece of land. In the future, when the territory here is stable, I will expand there and completely master this Red Mountain range. It is completely unnecessary. Let others get involved. He smiled again and said, although the Savage King's tribe seems very powerful, it is actually restricted by me. It is not too difficult to destroy him. There is no need to let him go. What if he really keeps the appointment to see you? Nymeria asked. Lind hesitated for a moment, tapped the table with his fingers a few times, and said, then. This person can be considered a courageous person. If he can be conquered, then he will be conquered. If he can't be conquered, then. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped and followed him into the shared vision of glory. He saw the savage envoy who had just left the camp after turning a corner of the mountain and came to a forest where 2 people gathered at the moment. More than 100 savages. Among these savages, the leader was much taller than the others, almost as tall as Lind, and held a mace covered with iron spikes in his hand. But the most eye-catching thing about him is not his body shape and weapons, but his body is covered with brown hair. Even his face is the same, only a pair of bright eyes are exposed from the thick hair. Compared to the savages around him, the man he led was obviously more like an uncivilized savage, but the savages wearing various animal skins around him showed great respect for him. Obviously, this strange-looking man should be the Savage King. Seeing this scene, Lind somewhat admired the Savage King for being able to sneak so close to the camp with so many people silently. Although he had already considered sneak attacks when setting up camp at Gale Tower, if so many people suddenly attacked, it would still cause some trouble to the guards. While thinking about expanding the surveillance scope of the secret sentry in the future, Lind also heard the eyes of glory and saw every move of these savages. I saw that the savage envoy walked up to the savage King Hamel and repeated Nymeria's words just now. The savage king did not show any angry look. On the contrary, the surrounding men had angry faces, as if they had been affected by it. As if they were being insulted, they all raised their weapons and expressed their attitudes loudly. The wildling King Hamir scolded everyone in an unknown language with a strong Dornish accent. Everyone immediately became quiet after hearing this, but everyone still looked indignant. After the people around him became quiet, Savage King Hamel also fell into deep thought, seeming to be considering what the messenger just said. After a while, he seemed to have thought about it, and then said something. The surrounding savages tried to persuade the Savage King one after another. From the behavior of these savages, it was not difficult to see that these 200 or so savages should be the most loyal confidants of the Savage King. However, in the face of the persuasion of his loyal men, the Savage King shook his head and seemed to have made a decision. Then he gave these savages a few words and explained some things, especially to a few of his men who looked very wild. He gave the order in an aggravated tone, and did not explain anything else until his subordinates nodded in agreement. After explaining the matter, he and the envoy walked out of the woods and walked towards the Gale Tower camp. After the Savage King left, the restless men began to encourage the others, but were stopped by the other savages, which made them all so angry that they used their axes to chop down the surrounding trees to vent their hearts' emotions. Lind handed over the task of monitoring these savages to Glory. If any of these savages made any move, he would immediately notify himself, and his consciousness would return to his body. Did Glory discover anything? Nymeria, who was waiting on the side, asked when she saw Lind's eyes returning to normal. Lind replied, "We have guests, get the salt and bread ready." The Savage King Hamel walked towards the camp ahead with a hint of uneasiness. He knew that he had to make this trip, otherwise, it would be difficult to realize his long-cherished wish. When he arrived at the entrance of the camp, he saw servants waiting there carrying salt and bread. This made the Savage King immediately realize that he might be being watched, and he also thought of the skin changers. There used to be an old shape changer in his tribe. This shape changer could possess a raven and help him detect enemies. Unfortunately, the old shape changer suddenly one day died. Tragically, not long after possessing a raven, he suddenly died after screaming, which also prevented him from monitoring every move of other tribes as before, which directly caused the predicament he encountered now. Thinking of this, he looked around and did not see anything like a raven. Although he was still confused, he did not continue to investigate the cause. Instead, under the guidance of his messenger, he came to the servants and took the dip the bread in some salt and eat it. The soldiers and servants guarding the door were stunned by the hairy appearance of the Savage King. The surprise in their hearts did not ease until the Savage King entered the camp. On the contrary, Asha and Brienne, who were responsible for guiding the way, did not show too many unusual expressions. They just glanced at the Savage King and led the Savage King to Lind's tent. The Savage King has become accustomed to others looking at him strangely. The expressions of the servants and soldiers before seemed to him to be normal expressions. But the expressions of Asha and Brienne were abnormal. "Aren't you too afraid when you see me?" The Savage King couldn't help his curiosity and asked, "Why are you afraid? You just have more hair on your body." Asha looked at the Savage King with disgust and said disdainfully, "Glory is much scarier than you." Brienne also said. As they spoke, several people came to Linda's tent. Asha raised the curtain and let the Savage King go in. Then she and Brienne guarded the door. After the Savage King entered the tent, Nymeria was stunned for a moment when she saw his appearance, and then returned to normal, while Lind acted very calmly, as if the Savage King in front of her was an ordinary person. The reactions of Lind and Nymeria also surprised the Savage King. He almost doubted whether he knew the two people in front of him in the past, because only people who have known him for a long time would not react after seeing his true face, showing abnormal reactions. However, although he had some doubts in his heart, he also knew that now was not the time to deal with these matters. He took the initiative to step forward and introduced himself to Lind and Nymeria. "Two adults, I am the leader of the Stone Mountain tribe. Hamel, the barbarian king elected by the Redguard clan. You must have heard of my name." Lind looked at the Savage King in front of him, nodded and said, "I have indeed heard of your name. You are already a legend in the northeastern section of the Crimson Mountains. After all, you seem to be the first one to appear here in so many years." The Savage King of the area In front of the chosen one, I can hardly be called a legend. Hamel said in a thick Dornish accent. Why did you come to see me? It can't be to show off to each other, right? Lind asked. Straight to the point without making any more detours. Calculating, you should be my enemy. Once I patrol the territory, I will understand. After the situation here, we will take action against all the forces in the territory. Bandits are one of the targets, and your savage tribe is also one of the targets. You should know this very well, but now you take the risk to see me. What is your purpose? Quote. Facing Lind's inquiry, Hamel said very calmly, I came here to give the city of Well to you, sir. Chapter 140 The Savage King's Plan. Upon hearing the exaggerated words of the Savage King Hamel, both Lind and Nymeria seemed very calm, as if what the other party said was some trivial matter. The Savage King Hamel was a little surprised when he saw the reaction of the two people, which made him hesitate for a moment, and a trace of worry appeared on his face, but because of the thick hair on his face, his expression was well hidden. Barbarian King Hamel, how do you want to give Well City to me? Although Lind didn't believe what the other party said at all, he still asked with some curiosity. The Savage King thought for a while and said, the Lord of Weil City, Weil has no heirs. Once he dies, Weil City will be inherited by other branches of the Weil family. But what if Weir has a daughter? According to many with the inheritance rights of N, the daughter can also inherit the territory, then this daughter will be the Lord of Well City. Quote, what does this have to do with me? Lind frowned and said. The Savage King suggested, you can marry this. Before the other party could finish speaking, Lind raised his hand to stop the other party from continuing. Then he pointed at Nymeria beside him and said, if I want to marry a wife in the future, she is the only choice. The Savage King was stunned and looked at the expressionless Nymeria, not knowing how to continue. In his plan, after he gave this suggestion to Lind would definitely agree. After all, who could ignore a territory as big as Weir City, and then he would use this to propose his true purpose. However, things developed completely unexpectedly. His plan was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth, and he now had no backup plan to use. Your method is to let Lind marry Wielandville's daughter after Wielandville's death, and then control the city of Ville indirectly by controlling that woman. Nymeria looked at the Savage King calmly and said, as we all know, Wielandvale has no descendants. How do you ask that so-called daughter to prove her identity? The Savage King hesitated for a moment, as if he felt that the trip might have failed, and was a little reluctant to continue talking. Nymeria seemed to see through his mind and said, you can continue to convince us. Maybe we will eventually be interested in your plan. The Savage King thought for a while and felt that what Nymeria said was reasonable, so he explained his question. Wielandvale had many enemies. He was worried that his heir would be assassinated, so when his daughter was born, she was sent to a good friend in Euronwood City as an adopted daughter, and all the certificates that could prove her identity were left behind. Now his daughter and those certificates are in my hands. As long as someone legally marries his daughter, she will wait until later. Once Weil dies, he can legally inherit the territory and title of Weil City through these certificates. It's a good idea. As far as the leader of the savage tribe is concerned, it is already very good to be able to think of this method. Nymeria clapped her hands. Her words seemed to be praising the Savage King's plan, but it sounded like something was wrong. She changed the topic and said, but you think of the Lord's succession as a bit simple. The Lord's succession is not as simple as changing the leader of your savage tribe. The identity only allows that woman to be qualified to inherit the city of Well. It does not mean that she will definitely be able to inherit the city of Well, and you are sure that those certificates are perfect and cannot find any loopholes. As long as those certificates have a little loophole, they will become invalid, and the woman you control will be accused of being a liar. The ultimate destination is the guillotine. Among the people in the tent, Nymeria is the most qualified to talk about how difficult it is to inherit a territory and a title. When she inherited her mother's title, she encountered all kinds of doubts and difficulties, and she almost failed. Inheriting Tengshi town, this happened with the secret help of Prince Lewin, Arthur Dane, Barristan the Fearless, and Gerald Hightower, the White Ox. In Dornay, even women can enjoy the same inheritance rights, but without the support of the surrounding local nobles. Even if they have the first right of inheritance, it will be difficult to inherit titles and territories. Then again, even if Lind married that woman, how could the border lords headed by the Uranwood family allow a lord from the Reach to intervene in Dornay's territory? The Savage King fell silent after listening to Nymeria's narration. Even though he was covered by thick hair, the look of confusion and disappointment on his face was still clearly visible. It's no wonder that he has such an expression. Anyone who finds out that the plan they have thought about for a long time will be full of loopholes and useless will be disappointed. Your plan is not bad. Just as the Savage King was thinking about what he was going to do next, Lind suddenly praised the plan he had just rejected. This made the Savage King feel puzzled, and Nymeria also looked at Lind in surprise. Lind explained, "It's just that your plan needs to be slightly modified. The person who married Wylandir is not me, but someone else, a Dornishman." There was a look of confusion in the Savage King's eyes. He obviously didn't understand the significance of Linda's modification and how it was different from his plan. On the contrary, Nymeria looked thoughtful, as if she understood what Lind meant. Lind asked, "How old is that woman? What evidence is there to prove her identity?" "That woman is 20 years old. There are things that can prove her identity." The Savage King saw the turn of events and quickly answered Linda's question, telling him all the certificates he had in his hand that could prove the woman's identity. These certificates included clergy oaths, correspondence between Wyland Vale and the person who adopted his daughter over the past decade, and an identity document signed by a maester. Not to mention other proofs, just this document from the bachelor is enough to prove his identity. This document is usually written by the bachelor of the family after the birth of a noble child. It details the birthmark characteristics of various parts of the child's body, and it is made in duplicate, and the other copy will be sent to the school city for archiving in case identity problems arise in the future, and it can be used as proof of identity. As long as the characteristics of the birthmark on that person are consistent with the content on the document, it is enough to prove his identity. After listening to the Savage King's narration, Nymeria nodded, indicating that such complete supporting documents were enough. Lind asked doubtfully, "Don't Wylanweir know that his daughter has fallen into your hands?" "No, he doesn't know." The Savage King replied solemnly, "He thought his daughter was dead." After hearing this, Lind and Nymeria looked at each other, and then said seriously, "Barbarian King Hamel, you found me, and then told me this plan to give me a chance to control the city of Well. Your purpose for doing this is for what? Just to kill Wyland Vale. How do you know?" The Savage King looked at Lind in surprise. "It's very simple. The basis for your plan is that Wyland Vale must die," Nymeria answered. For Lind, and asked curiously, "There are rumors that you are the illegitimate son of Wyland Vile. Can you become the Savage King is also supported by Wylanweir? If the rumors are true, you should be very grateful to him. Why do you want to kill him?" Faced with this question, the Savage King was silent for a long time, and finally said with hatred in his eyes, "He killed my mother, and asked the skinners from the north to peel off her skin and make it into a leather coat to wear." Upon hearing this answer, Nymeria's face immediately darkened. Even without the Savage King, she had already sentenced the Lord of Well City to death in her heart. Lind wrinkled and asked, "Since you hate Wylanweir so much, why don't you take action yourself? You are now the Savage King, and you have at least 2,000 savage tribe warriors in your hands. With this little human attack a castle like Vile City may not be enough, but if it is just a sneak attack on Wyland Vale, it shouldn't be a big problem. And, judging from the fact that Wyland Vale is still supporting you, he has not seen your hatred for him. Why don't you find a chance to do it yourself?" The Savage King explained seriously, "Wylanweir did not see my hatred for him, but I am not the only enemy of his, so he has always been very careful and rarely leaves his castle. Even if he does, there will be many people around to protect them, and they will not risk going to the north bank of the Weir River. Moreover, my people are all in Hongtuong. If I want to go to the south bank of the Weir River, I will definitely alert the outposts in Blackport and Weir City, and it is impossible to make a sneak attack. Quote, hearing the words of the Savage King, Lind looked at the Savage King thoughtfully. He obviously lied about this matter, since he was able to bring more than 200 savage warriors to the vicinity of the Weir River silently, then he obviously knowing a shortcut to bypass the Blackport watchtower. It shouldn't be a big problem to transport more savage warriors here. It would even be a simple matter to cross the Weir River further. There is no danger of being discovered. When a person deliberately lies, many of his behaviors become suspicious. Linda's originally slightly relaxed vigilance is restored, and he quickly finds out many problematic aspects of the Savage King. You are looking for me now and offering such a generous offer. How do you want me to help you get revenge? Lind asked while integrating the doubts found on the Savage King. In his mind, the Savage King said very seriously, in a few days, a batch of supplies will be handed over to me in Vale City. Wyland Vale will be there in person at that time, but I can't bring too many people there, and the weapons will also be delivered nearby. The location was confiscated, and there was no way to take action. You only need to lead people to ambush there in advance, and take action to contain the guards posted by Wyland Weir on the outside and create chaos. Quote, where is that delivery location? Lind asked. In a small valley near Weir City. The Savage King did not tell the exact location, and seemed to be worried about Linda's misunderstanding, so he immediately explained, the valley is very secluded, and it is difficult to point out its exact location with words. I will send a guide to take you there when the time comes. Nymeria asked at this time, didn't you say that Wyland Vile would not easily take risks? Why did he leave Vale City to meet you in person this time? The Savage King explained, this is because Lord Linda's arrival has caused his plan to control the area north of the Weir River to fail. He needs to rearrange my arrangements. These things are difficult to explain clearly through Raven, and it is easy to leave clues, so he met with me in person and told me what to do next. After listening to the Savage King's explanation, Lind did not ask any new questions, but closed his eyes and meditated. There was a trace of nervousness in the Savage King's eyes, as if he was a prisoner waiting for his sentence. After a while, Lind opened his eyes and said, I agree to cooperate with you. When you hand over Wyland Weir's daughter and the documents proving her identity to me, the cooperation will officially begin. The Savage King frowned and said, Wyland Weir's daughter and those documents can only be given to you afterwards. What if I give them to you now and you regret it? Lind said disapprovingly, just like you don't trust me, I don't trust you either. Wyland Weir's daughter and those documents are just words from your mouth. I have not seen the real objects and cannot verify the authenticity. Pseudo, who do you think would risk attacking a Dornish lord with you in this situation? The Savage King opened his mouth, but couldn't find anything to refute. Then he thought about it and said, then we have to sign an oath. Impossible. Lind shook his head and said, how can there be any written record of planning an attack on the Lord of Dorne? Are you waiting for someone to threaten me with that thing one day? As he said this, he was very serious. Said, I am the Seven Gods, recognized by the Church of the Seven Gods. I will swear in the name of the Seven Gods to help you deal with Wyland Weir. If you don't even believe this oath, then there is no need for us cooperated. The Savage King was silent for a moment, nodded, and said, yes, I believe your oath. I will send someone to deliver the woman and the documents tomorrow. At that time, you must swear in the name of the Seven Gods to help me complete my revenge. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. Wait, it's not over yet. Lind stopped the Savage King and said, the daughter of Wyland Veer is not enough for me to help you. You have to pay other prices. Greedy mountain outsiders. The Savage King couldn't help but mutter, then looked at Lind and asked in a deep voice, what else do you want? Lind said solemnly, after I help you take revenge, you must bring your people to join me. And then assist my army in wiping out other savage tribes. After hearing Linda's words, the Savage King was silent for a moment and asked, tentatively, what other tribes do you mean? The tribal alliance that appeared recently. Lind directly interrupted the Savage King and said, what you want to ask is whether the tribal alliance that is against you is mine, right? The Savage King said nothing and just looked at Lind. Lind admitted very directly, yes, they are my people. They came to Summer Hall not long ago to seek refuge with me. I provided them with weapons and food, and asked them to form an alliance to help me clean up the savage tribes in my territory. I think through our cooperation, you will also become allies. After hearing this, the Savage King's face darkened for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal, then nodded and said, yes, as long as you help me take revenge, I can agree to your request and cooperate with you to clean up all the savage tribes in your territory. Chapter 141 Want to be an Oriole. I always feel that something is wrong about this matter. After the Savage King left, Nymeria reminded her seriously. Of course something is wrong, Lind said with a hint of disdain. I just thought about such a big thing as letting the tribe disband and join my subordinates. I didn't go back to discuss it with the elders and leaders of his tribe, so I agreed directly. It was clear that he had not considered carrying out this promise at all. Nymeria thought about the Savage King's reaction just now, nodded in agreement, and then said, since he had no intention of keeping his promise from the beginning, is it possible that what he planned was a trap, a plan for peace and harmony? The trap set by the lords of Vile City. Lind thought for a moment and said, it's possible, but it's unlikely. Why? Nymeria asked puzzled. Lind said solemnly, because his hatred for Wyland Weir is real, not a disguise. He really wants to kill Wyland Weir. Do we still need to help him get revenge? Nymeria asked. Of course. If Wyland Vale does not die, Wyland Vale's daughter will be useless. Lind nodded, then changed the topic and said, but we will not participate personally. The Savage King is Wyland Vale, the illegitimate son of Weir. His behavior is patricide. How can I, as the chosen one of the 7 gods, allow such an evil thing to happen? Quote, Nymeria wondered, if we don't participate, how can we help the Savage King get revenge? Lind replied, the savage affairs will be settled by the savages. Nymeria was stunned, and quickly understood what Lind meant, and said, do you want to take advantage of those savage tribes? Lind nodded, but did not say more details. Nymeria then asked, who are you planning to marry to the daughter of Wyland Vale? Why do you want her to get married? Lind asked with a smile. Of course. Nymeria just showed a puzzled look, but after seeing Lind's smile, she realized something and said, you haven't thought about Weir City. My current territory is already large enough, and it takes a lot of time and energy to manage it well. Adding a Weir City will only increase my troubles and will not bring me any benefits. Lind said calmly, instead of directly controlling Well City, it is better to find a suitable lord for Well City. Would that woman be suitable? Nymeria questioned. It doesn't matter whether it's suitable or not, as long as it's not too bad. Lind said, disapprovingly, and no matter how bad it is, it shouldn't be worse than the Savage King. Barbarian King. What does this have to do with him? Nymeria was stunned. She didn't understand why the Lord of Well City was involved with the Savage King. Although the Savage King was the descendant of Wyland, he was an illegitimate son, and he is still a savage. No kingdom will ever allow a savage to become a lord. Lind smiled at Nymeria and said, tell me about the appearance of the Savage King. He is very tall, with a pair of blue eyes and brown hair. Nymeria just said 3 characteristics and then stopped, unable to name any other obvious characteristics. Only one of the 3 characteristics you just mentioned is correct. He does have blue eyes. Lind smiled and corrected, his stature just looks tall. In fact, his boots are raised, and his figure should be similar to Rosso's. In addition, his brown hair is dyed with a special potion. If you look closely at the roots of the hair, you can see that his hair is red. Quote, why did he do this? Nymeria asked puzzled. Lind said slowly, think about it, if Wyland dies, we take his daughter to Wile City too. Ask for his daughter to inherit the title and territory. At this time, a man appears and says that he is Wylan, Will's son. What would that look like? Nymeria was stunned and looked at Lind in surprise. Lind continued, since Wyland Weir can secretly raise a daughter, then there is nothing surprising about him secretly raising a son, and that man can even say that the daughter was deliberately used by Wyland Weir to protect his son. It's just a manufactured substitute. Nymeria also showed a look of surprise and said, shave off all the hair on your body and see people with their true colors. In addition to the changes in height and hair color, if you don't tell them in advance, even if you stand on, I'm afraid I won't be able to recognize him in front of me. She paused and said, in this case, he must have a set of evidence that can prove his identity. Yes, and it is real evidence. Lind said solemnly, the evidence he prepared for that woman is probably false, or there is something wrong with it. No. Nymeria shook her head and said, I think the identity evidence of that woman may also be true. Why? Lind asked. After the things are handed over to us, we must also verify the authenticity. It is very difficult to forge those documents. Once discovered, it will not only affect his plans, but also be attacked by us. Nymeria picked up the kettle, poured a glass of water for Lind, and analyzed. We can also hand over the things and people directly to Well City, then he will lose the greatest support. I think the Savage King should also think of this with his intelligence. So the identity evidence he produced must be true and there are no loopholes. Lind took a sip of water and hesitated. In this case, how can he seize the territory and title of Weir City? Nymeria smiled and explained, it's very simple, as long as his own identity certificate is also true and he is a little higher than that woman in the line of succession. Lind also realized that he had just fallen into a misunderstanding. He was only considering the authenticity of the evidence and ignored the inheritance rights that were the most important. Obviously, compared to his previous guess, Nymeria's inference should be more accurate. The appearance of the Savage King caused Lind to change his plan slightly. The next day, he moved his men from the temporary camp under the Gale Tower to a village not far from the Bone Bridge. This village had been completely burned down by the people sent by Weir City before. The people in the village were driven back to the territory of Weir City. A few people escaped by hiding in cellars or nearby mountains. When Lind and others came to the village, these people were frightened, thinking that the garrison soldiers from Weir City were coming again. It wasn't until they saw Lind's red sword flag that they realized they were not from Well City. They also discovered that Lind's team had not done anything scary, so they gradually came out of hiding. These villagers are not very old, the oldest is only a teenager, and the youngest is still a baby, being held in the arms of his sister. Lind temporarily took them in, and recruited several of the older ones together, and then asked Rosso to take these people and a team of cavalry along the coastline to find all the villages that Weir City had previously opened, and announced that Lind the identity of the lord and the ownership of this land caused the village chiefs or elders of all villages to come to Bone Bridge to participate in the territorial meeting. While Lind and Nymeria were discussing the content of the meeting and how to integrate these villages, Daisy suddenly ran in from the door and said breathlessly, my lord. Everyone on the other side of the bridge has evacuated. Lind and Nymeria were stunned when they heard this, then looked at each other and smiled in unison. The reaction of Weir City really surprised Lind. To be honest, when he said those threatening words on the bridge that day, he never thought that Earl Wyland Weil would obediently give up the Bone Bridge and the other end of the bridge. Snake-Tooth Tower. For this reason, Lind was already ready for war. He summoned the village chiefs and elders from those villages in order to unify the rear and avoid being delayed in the war with Weir City. But what Lind never expected was that Wyland Weir would even agree to such harsh conditions, and he would execute it so quickly, in less than a day. Considering the distance between Weir City and Bone Bridge, I am afraid that the knight who reported the message yesterday only returned to Weir City this morning, and the order from Weir City was very likely to be directly issued by a raven. He felt that he was afraid of missing the time, causing Lind thinking that he would not give in. He declared war. On the city of Weir. This undoubtedly shows that the previous losses of more than 1,000 people have already severely damaged the city of Weir. Lind and Nymeria took people to the other side of the Bone Bridge again. Just as Daisy said, all the garrison soldiers in Well City had left. Even the snake-toothed tower next to the Bone Bridge was empty. Many daily items inside were not taken away. Target the camp and let the masons check the terrain. I want to build a bridgehead here. Lind took a brief look at the situation here and then ordered to John. Build it now. John asked. Build a simple one out of wood first, and then build a formal one after the affairs on the other side of the territory are settled. Lind pointed to the area around the Bone Bridge and said, plan the foundation first, and hire some from the villages on the other side. When people come here, remember they are hiring, not just grabbing people to do work. Understood, my lord. John nodded. Afterwards, Lind and Nymeria walked around again before returning to the village camp on the north bank. Where's Glory? You haven't seen that big guy since last night. The attentive Nymeria asked. Lind replied, it has gone on a mission and may not show up in the next few days. Performing a mission. Nymeria hesitated and guessed, the Savage King. Lind smiled and nodded. Since last night, Glory has been following the Savage King under Lind's order, watching them bypass the watchtowers and fortresses in Blackport from an extremely narrow path formed by a dry mountain stream, and arrive in a valley. I saw hundreds of tents set up densely in the valley. Adults and children were walking between the tents. There should be thousands of people in total. Judging from the totems erected next to the tents, the tribes occupying this valley should all be Savage Kings. Mills. Stone Mountain Tribe. Everyone thought that the Savage King and his tribe were in the mountains near Summer Hall, confronting the tribal alliances, preparing for a battle that would determine the future of the Redguard clan. Who would have thought that the Savage King had led his Stone Mountain tribe through the layers of security guarded by black steel and arrived in this valley, which was not particularly far from Black Harbor City. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Savage King attacks Blackport at this time, even if Blackport's castle will not be breached, the town under the castle will probably suffer heavy losses. Glory followed and stopped outside the valley camp, then found a relatively high place and determined the location of the Savage King's tent in the camp. When it got dark, Guangrong, whose fur turned into black, slipped into the shadows. He silently avoided the patrolling savage warriors, sneaked into the camp, and quickly came to the camp of the Savage King. At this time, Lind also sensed the spiritual message sent by Glory, possessed him, and used Glory's eyes and ears to spy on what was going on inside the tent. At this time, in the camp, the Savage King was summoning his men to assign tasks. Because they were talking in their own language, Lind could not understand the content of their conversation at all, but judging from their tone and look, they seemed "What are you arguing about?" In the language they used, there were some words similar to common language. Through these words, Lind could barely tell that the matter they were arguing about was related to migration. The Savage King seemed to intend to move the entire Stone Mountain tribe to the west of the Bone Passage, the borderland called Vulture Ridge. Not all the leaders of the Savage King were willing to migrate, but all objections were suppressed by the Savage King. This shows that the Savage King also has a lot of prestige in the Stone Mountain tribe. The instructions regarding the migration were quickly completed, and the Savage King asked all his men to leave, leaving only a few confidants. Later, in order to avoid being heard by people in the tribe, he turned to common language and ordered his confidants to immediately go back to the other tribes that had taken refuge with him near Summer Hall and bring over those tribes who were still loyal to him. The people all gave up and allowed those people to continue the confrontation with the people from the tribal alliance. After all the instructions were given, the Savage King took out a bottle of potion from a box and smeared it on his head and all visible parts of his body. After that, he picked up the wine bottle on the table and drank heavily. While drinking, he also took out some parchment scrolls from the box next to him and started reading them. After traveling continuously for a day and night, he also explained to his men that his body was very tired, and the wine had an effect, and he soon showed sleepiness. Perhaps he felt that it was safe here, and his men the savages were illiterate, so he didn't pack up the parchment scrolls, drank all the wine in the pot, and then lay on the bed and fell asleep. Lind did not immediately let Glory sneak into the tent, because through Glory's eyes, at this moment, both the savage warriors guarding outside the tent and the savage king sleeping inside the tent were still in a state of shallow sleep, a little bit sleepy. Big movements will wake you up. By early morning, except for the savages who were patrolling and keeping watch, everyone else had fallen into a deep sleep. Lind then drove Glory to sneak into the tent under the cover of the shadows and came to the parchment scrolls. He soon determined that these parchment scrolls were the documents that could prove that the savage king was a descendant of Wyland Vile. There was even a document designating Stephen Vale as the heir to the Lord of Vile City. Although it is not known how the savage king obtained these documents, it can be judged from the contents of the documents that if Wyland Veer dies, then with these documents and the witnesses mentioned above, it is very likely that the savage king will inherit the city of Vale. However, now that Lind has discovered his little idea, he will naturally not let him get what he wants, so he uses the layer of black light on Glory to corrode several key places on the parchment. When the time comes, these will be corroded where it can naturally play a role. After doing all this, Glory quickly left the savage tribe camp, but it did not return to Lind. Instead, under Linda's order, it rushed towards the direction of the Savage Alliance in the north. Chapter 142 Abena seeking peace of mind. In the following days, Lind and Nymeria stayed in the village camp to receive the village chiefs and elders who came after receiving the notice. Although their nominal lord is Earl Wyland Vale of Vale City, the person who holds the lifeline of their land now is Lind, and that nominal lord has naturally been forgotten by them. Faced with Linda's request for their allegiance, they naturally did not dare to object, and they couldn't wait to say their loyalty oaths one by one. They also happily accepted the taxes set by Lind, because the taxes set by Weir City were much higher, and Linda's taxes were simply charity in their eyes. Within a few days, from the estuary of the Weir River to the estuary of the Redway River, all the villages and fishing villages along the coast of Skeleton Point swore allegiance to the Lord Lind. There were a total of 43 villages and 6 fishing villages. Among these villages and fishing villages, there are 9 villages and 2 fishing villages that were established after Stonehelm City invaded and occupied the territory. These 9 villages and fishing villages were completely accidental, because Luo Suo didn't know the way, and the few village boys who followed him and acted as guides were also lost. In the end, they ran a little too far until they reached the mouth of the Hongwei River. The person on the other side of Stonehelm City realized that he had passed. Along the way, when they saw a village, they read out Linda's lordship proclamation. The village chiefs and elders of some of the villages knew that the land cultivated by them and others belonged to other people, and they were worried that the lord of the land would drive them away, so he came to swear allegiance with a guilty conscience. As for Stonehelm City, he kept it secret for the time being and let the lords of the land and the lords of Stonehelm City negotiate. Lind didn't care about the little thoughts of these low-level villagers. He happened to know the situation on the other side of the Redway River through the village chiefs and elders of these villages. At the same time, he also asked them to go back and bring the gods chosen Lind Terra, publicize the matter of becoming the lord of the Red Earth Watch and Red Guard areas, and ask those villages that have not yet come to pledge their allegiance to send village chiefs and elders to pledge their allegiance. Otherwise, if they wait until they pass and pledge their allegiance, the annual taxes will be a different number. Also at night, the Savage King led a dozen people outside the village camp. Among the dozen people there was a petite woman. "I didn't expect you to capture the bone bridge so easily." When the Savage King saw Lind again, he had a little more respect than the first time. It's no wonder that his attitude changed like this, because after hearing how Lind gained control of the bone bridge, he had a new understanding of Linda's power. Although it was only a few days, the Knights of Blackport who followed Lind had already conveyed what happened on the bone bridge that day and the subsequent results back to Blackport, and the bards in the tavern of Blackport town had also this content, together with the battle record of hundreds of Linda's knights annihilating thousands of Wells City garrison soldiers, was compiled into a song and began to be sung. As for the tune, it was still to the tune of the Bear Hunter's song. Perhaps because of some similarities, some people have vaguely compared the process of Lin's request for the bone bridge from the Lord of W City to the process of Duke Tywin sending a singer to persuade the Lord of Fairy Island. They believe that the chosen one, Lyn Tara, already has with the same power as Duke Tywin. Back then, there was no need for war, just a few words to achieve the desired results. "How many people have you brought here this time?" Lind asked directly without beating around the bush with the Savage King. The Savage King replied, 50 people, all of them are the strongest warriors of the tribe." Lind frowned and said, "Is 50 people enough? There should be many knights protecting Wylan Weir, right?" The Savage King said very confidently, "That's enough. As long as you can lure away the garrison soldiers outside, then my people will be able to deal with the knights around him." Lind nodded, pointed at Rosso Brunn beside him, and said, "In this case, I will ask him to bring people to cooperate with you, and you can discuss the specific implementation method with him." "Wait, it's not you personally." The Savage King looked stunned and said hurriedly, "There is no need for me to do this kind of thing myself, he is enough." Lind said very confidently, "If you don't believe in his strength, you can test it yourself. I think no one among you can do it one-on-one. Defeat him." As soon as Lind said this, everyone was in an uproar, and someone immediately stood up to challenge Rosso. Facing the challenge, Rosso stood expressionlessly opposite the challenger. When the savage warrior had just reached out to draw his weapon and wanted to attack Rosso, Rosso had already drawn out the sword from his waist and used the spine of the sword struck the opponent on the cheek, knocking him to the ground. At this moment, everyone could see that Rosso was very strong, especially when he drew the sword very fast. Everyone could only see a shadow, and this was still using the spine of the sword. If he had used the blade, the Wildman warrior would have been killed. It's somewhere else. None of the savage warriors around him could defeat him with this quick sword alone. Even the Savage King weighed it in his mind and found that even if he took action, he might not be able to defeat the opponent, so he just had to fight because Lind would not take action himself. Any trace of dissatisfaction also subsided. "Sir, how many people will you send to assist us?" the Savage King asked again. 700 of the best warriors, Lind said. Hearing this number, the Savage King said nothing more. After all, the record of Linda's cavalry was there. Hundreds of them killed thousands of Weir City's garrison soldiers, and only a few of them died. 700 with the help of multiple warriors, Wylan Weir will not have to worry even if there are thousands of warriors protecting him. After handing the matter over to Rosso, Lind turned around and went to the tent prepared for the future Countess of Wells City. At this time, Nymeria's twin female attendants were cleaning the woman's body and changing her clothes, while Nymeria, John, and the bachelor who had just arrived from Blackport were checking the identification documents. The bachelor went through all the documents line by line, especially the bachelor's signature and seal on the birth record document. After completing the inspection, the bachelor nodded to Lind and said, "Your Majesty, there is no problem. There is no problem with these documents. As long as the documents stored in the school city are compared correctly, the identity of the young lady from the Weir family will be revealed. It can be confirmed." John also raised his head from the pile of letters and said, "There is nothing wrong with these letters, which can prove that Earl Wyland Veer fostered her in the home of Sir Roman." As he said, he hesitated again, said, "However, these letters are probably not complete. Some are missing in the middle. I just don't know if the missing ones are important." Lind thought of the scattered letters that Glory saw in the Savage King's camp and said, "The missing ones are not important, the contents have nothing to do with her." After saying that, he asked John to put these documents away and took the maester down to rest. "How's the discussion going over there? Have you determined the location?" After the Blackport bachelor left, Nymeria glanced towards the entrance of the camp and asked. Lind said solemnly, I have handed over that matter to Rosso. Neither you nor I are suitable to intervene directly. Nymeria nodded in agreement, and then asked, where are the manpower to prepare? Are there enough people from the savage tribe? That's enough, Lind said with a smile. At this time, the curtain of the tent was opened and twin female attendants were seen, leading a petite noble lady out. This noble girl has a beautiful appearance and elegant temperament. She should have received a very good education from her adoptive father in Uranwood City. Although she looks timid and fearful, with her head lowered all the time, and due to her figure, she looks a bit weak, but if you look carefully at the obvious muscle lines on her exposed arms, it is not difficult to see that under her beneath the frail exterior lies the physique of a warrior. Lind did not reveal the other party's disguise, but asked directly, do you know who you are? I know, sir, the other party said solemnly. I am Abena Weir, the daughter of Wylan Weir, the lord of Weil City. My adoptive father is Harmon Shad, the guard captain of Uranwood City. How did you get captured by the savage King Hamel? Lind asked again. Oberna Weir answered honestly. 2 years ago, when my adoptive father and I were on an outing near Uranwood City, we were attacked by savages. My adoptive father was killed. At that time, I was unable to resist and was captured by these savages. Although Oberna spoke calmly as if this incident had happened to someone else, Lind could still see that she was full of hatred for the savage King Hamel. Lind did not continue to ask Abena about what happened in the savage tribe, but said, frankly, if there is no accident, your father will pass away in the next 2 days, and then I will send you back to Weir City to inherit your father's title and territory. When Abena heard this, she suddenly raised her head, which had been lowered just now, and stared at Lind with a look of shock on her face. When you inherit the territory, I hope you can sign an offensive and defensive covenant with me. Lind continued, of course, you don't have to sign the covenant, and I won't do anything to you. I just hope you don't provoke me. I will just be your Countess of Well City. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. Abena Weir nodded in agreement. Then she looked at Lind and Nymeria beside her, and asked, I don't know your identity yet. I am the Earl of Summer Hall, Lind Terra, and this land of Red Earth is also my territory. After introducing himself, Lind pointed at Nymeria and said, she is the Earl of Tangshi Town, Nymeri, Yafu Delhi. Obviously, Abena has been completely isolated from the outside world during the 2 years she was imprisoned. She knows nothing about Lind, the most legendary figure in the 7 kingdoms. Instead, she heard about Nymeria's Tangshi town, showing a strange look. Apparently, according to the education she received, Tangshi town was a territory that had declined to the extreme. Abena looked at Lind, who was wearing the armor of a lost knight, and suddenly made a bold decision in her heart, and said, Sir, I hope to marry you so that your territory and my territory will be integrated in the future. Lind was stunned and looked at Oberna. He soon realized that the reason why she wanted to get married was probably because of the insecurity she felt after being imprisoned for 2 years. She was worried that she would suddenly change her mind and imprison her again, so she thought get a layer of protection through marriage. Just when Lind was about to refuse her, Nymeria, who also saw Abena's thoughts, had already spoken first and said, Earl Lind will not marry you, and you don't have to worry that we will regret it. In our eyes, Vale City may be a giant, but in our eyes, Vale City is insignificant. Abena did not give up because of this. She had already seen the relationship between Lind and Nymeria, so she did not ask for a marriage with Lind anymore. Instead, she settled for the next best thing and said, I am also willing to marry Lord Lind. Jazz marriage and a closer alliance. It was obvious that Oberna had been frightened during the 2 years of imprisonment, and verbal promises were no longer enough to reassure her, so she was eager to find someone to rely on. After hearing this, Lind frowned and was about to refute the proposal, but Nymeria nodded and agreed. This is also a good choice. As she said that, she pointed to the people around her and said, anyone who can stand here is considered to be Linda's cronies. You can choose for yourself. As long as they agree, we will arrange for you to get married. Hearing Nymaria's words, Abena breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the people around. Her eyes lingering on John for a while. Judging from John's performance just now, he is undoubtedly the most powerful among Lin's many men. Someone close to him, choosing John is undoubtedly a good insurance policy. But I don't know why Oberna didn't choose John. Her eyes quickly shifted to Rosso's next to John, and then she pointed at Rosso's and said, I choose him. Rosso's was completely stunned. He never thought that he would be chosen. After all, among the many knights around Lind, his appearance was definitely mediocre, and because of so many years of wandering life, he looked much older than his actual age. And he didn't look like a husband who would be favored by the future countess. The unprepared Rossos froze on the spot and didn't speak for a long time. It wasn't until Nymaria asked him if he was willing to marry Abena that he recovered, and nodded. Without any thought. Yes, of course I do. No normal person would refuse this. After all, for a low-level knight like Rossos, this is definitely an opportunity that can make him soar into the sky. What's more, Rossos has been waiting for such an opportunity, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. After only 1 year of following Lind, the opportunity had already appeared. Seeing that Rossos agreed, Lind said nothing more and ordered to John, ask a monk from Blackport to come over and let them get married in the camp in the next 2 days. No need to bother, Nymaria pointed at Lind and said, you forgot, you are the chosen one of the 7 gods, and you are also qualified to witness the marriage. Chapter 143 True Mantis. It was Linda's first time to witness a marriage. Everyone built a simple wedding altar in the camp, and most of the people in the camp gathered here to watch the ceremony. Lind stood on the altar, flanked by the temporarily found symbols of Heavenly Father and Holy Mother. Afterwards, under the guidance of Black Harbor Bachelor, he completed the rituals of prayer, oath and singing, and then let the newlyweds kneeling in front cloaks are exchanged and conjugal vows are recited. In the witness of the gods and the world, I, Lind Terra, in the name of the 7 gods, solemnly declare that Rossos of the Terra family and Oberna of the Weir family are married. From now on, you are together, body, mind, and soul, forever. Anyone who interferes with your marriage will be mercilessly cursed. When Lind read out the marriage oath, Abena, who had always been nervous, finally relaxed, while Rossos, on the other hand, seemed extremely excited. He was excited not only because he was getting married to a future countess but also because Lind gave Terra the surname and officially accepted him as a member of the Terra family, which also gave him a reputation in front of his wife in the future. Emboldened. After completing the marriage proposal, Lind did not attend the simple wedding banquet set up in the camp, but walked towards Rosso Brunn, who had just discussed the ambush with the Savage King. At this moment, Rosso looked a little enviously at his colleague who was surrounded by everyone and receiving blessings. After all, the other person's status was no longer the same. Perhaps he would have to call the other person, sir, when they meet in the future. Are you envious? Lind walked up to Rosso and said. A little bit. Rosso answered truthfully, but added, even if I was present and Oberna of the Weir family chose me, I probably wouldn't agree. Why? Lind asked in surprise. Because this is not what I want. Rosso shook his head and said, although Rosso's status has become a real noble, he cannot go further, and in the future he will be with Abena Weir. If he has children, they will only have the surname Weir, and it is impossible for him, Rossos, to establish any inheritance family. Quote, it's good that you can see this clearly. Keep it up and don't be dazzled by the immediate benefits. Lind patted Rosso on the shoulder and said, besides, you don't have to worry. There will be opportunities in the future. Quote, understood, sir. Rosso nodded. How are things going over there? Lind returned to the topic and asked. It's all settled. Rosso replied, he will send someone to take us to the other side early tomorrow morning, and arrange our ambush location in advance to avoid the pre-inspection of the Weir City garrison soldiers. By night, they will be there. There will be a handover over there, and when the time comes, we will attack the soldiers garrisoning in Wells City. Lind nodded and waved to John, asking him to bring the bag prepared in the tent, then through the bag to Rosso and said, "Let's go, follow me to meet the warriors you led this time." Quote, Rosso weighed the bag and felt it was very heavy. From the touch, he was sure it contained money. However, he did not open it immediately and looked at it. Instead, he followed Lind and asked, "I am not leading the cavalry in the camp." Lind said solemnly, "Of course not. Except for you, none of us will directly intervene in the ambush of the Lord of Well City." Rosso did not ask any more questions and followed Lind silently. From his habit of taking out a knife to peel apples, it could be seen that his heart was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. The two quickly left the village camp, followed through the Bone Passage, and entered a dense forest on the west side of the Bone Passage. Afterwards, they walked for a while and finally came to an open space under a cliff. I saw that the open space was full of people at this moment. These people were all wearing the clothes of Linda's soldiers. Judging from the bulge of the clothes, they should have put the clothes directly on the outside, and they were also wearing other clothes inside. These people all had their heads covered with hoods and cloths, so their appearance could not be seen. When Lind and Rosso appeared, everyone alertly took out their weapons and looked over. When they saw Lind, they immediately relaxed, and then they all knelt on the ground, expressing their respect for Lind in the savage language that Rosso couldn't understand. At this time, Glory, who had been missing from Lind for several days, appeared out of nowhere and came to Linda's side, rubbing his head against Linda's arm. Lind also reached out and touched Glory's head, satisfying Glory's needs. The attentive Rosso could find that these people kneeling on the ground were all simply disguised savage warriors. A rough count suggested that there were about 1,000 people. From their size, it was not difficult to tell that they should all be elite warriors of the savage tribe. The eyes of these savage warriors kneeling on the ground looked at Lind with admiration. And looked at Glory with fear. "Get up." Lind touched Glory's head a few times and then said to these savage warriors. Under the translation of the leading savage warriors, everyone stood up one after another. And the leading savages also walked up to Lind, bowed and saluted, and said, "The great God's chosen one, Sans has chosen the best of each tribe. Elite warriors are selected and at your disposal." Lind frowned and asked, "After these people are selected, will they have any impact on the war there?" "Please rest assured that with the help of the Holy Beast, the war over there ended easily. Our losses were minimal, and we also recruited warriors from those tribes. Our overall strength has not weakened but has also increased. Quite a few." Sans, who was proficient in common language, explained to Lind on behalf of the others, and his tone was extremely respectful. "Now the leaders have personally led the warriors of the tribe, waiting for your orders in the Deer Forest, and can attack the valley at any time. The Stone Mountain tribe." Lind nodded, looked at Glory, and gave the next order. After receiving the order, Glory hit Lind with his head in dissatisfaction, growled at Lind a few times, and then turned around and walked into the shadow of the woods. Among them, he disappeared in front of everyone. "He is the commander-in-chief of this operation. Your next actions must follow his command. There can be no mistakes. Do you understand?" Lind pointed at Rosso and said to several people very seriously. Several people quickly turned around and saluted Rosso, and swore that they would obey Rosso's command. After that, Lind seriously told Rosso and several savage warrior leaders his plan, and explained some of the key points. After making sure that they all understood, he turned and left. Not long after Lind left, Rosso led the savage warriors who had been simply prepared to leave the open space and rushed towards the location agreed upon by him and the savage king. Another day passed quickly. Lind had been dealing with the issue of port location all day. As if he had forgotten that there was a key ambush underway on the other side of the Weir River. Compared to Linda's calmness, the bride Oberna's mood seemed a little anxious and uneasy, because it was related to whether she could inherit the title and territory of Weir City. Although the person who will be ambushed tonight is her biological father, it is difficult for her to have feelings for Wyland Weir. In the past 10 years, the two have met only a handful of times. To her, he is just a stranger, and this stranger's illegitimate child also brought her 2 years of suffering, which made it even more difficult for her to have a father-daughter relationship with Wyland Weir. "Sir, is there any news?" Abena, accompanied by Rossos, came to Linda's tent for the third time to inquire about the situation. Lind ignored Oberna's inquiry, still lowered his head and quickly read the authorization document drafted by John, then handed it to the master mason who was waiting aside, and told John to lead a team of people to follow the master mason tomorrow. Go to the fishing village and discuss relocation with the village chief. It is not difficult to find a suitable location for building a port. There is a natural harbor at the mouth of the Weir River, which is very suitable for building a port. There is also a quarry not far from the harbor. If you choose to build a port city here, materials can be delivered directly from the quarry, without having to spend a lot of effort and money to purchase stone from other places. The only problem is that this harbor is already occupied by a fishing village. For this reason, Lind can only move them to other places, or hire them to build the harbor city. According to the practice in his previous life, after the harbor city is built, he will directly incorporate them into the harbor. Among the residents of the city, they are given houses, hired to serve in the port city, etc. I believe that under such favorable conditions, no matter how stupid a person is, he will know how to choose. After finishing the matter at hand, Lind looked at Abena and Rossos, who had been standing quietly for a long time, and said, "Ms. Abena, you don't have to worry. No matter whether things go smoothly or not, you will return to Weir City. Appear in the castle as the sole heir of Well City. With my support, you will successfully become the Lord of Well City. So please calm down. If there is nothing else, I think you should go back to your tent and do your best. It would be the best thing to do to get pregnant this year." After receiving Lind's reassurance, Abena relaxed a little, and without saying anything else, she and Rossos turned and left the tent. Nymeria looked at the newlyweds leaving and said, "Rothos has been tightly controlled by her in just one day. It seems that Rothos will suffer the consequences in the future." Lind smiled and said, "Do you have to control it? Rossos is not as simple as you see. In the end, it is not certain who will control whom." Nymeria suddenly raised her eyebrows and said to Lind, "You just ask them to do what they should do in the tent. I think we should also do what we should do. And I also want to get pregnant this year." Lind couldn't help but smile after hearing this, and he put away the official documents on the table in cooperation, got up and returned to the tent with Nymeria. At the same time, on the south bank of the Weir River, in a small valley about 30 leagues away from Linda's village camp, a fierce battle had just ended. A group of savages wearing animal skins were chasing the fleeing Weir City defenders, warrior. However, if you look closely, you will find that the way they chase is a bit strange. It is more like driving away than chasing. Compared with those Weir City garrison soldiers who escaped, many more garrison soldiers died in the valley. A rough count of them was more than 600 or 700 people. Near the entrance of the valley, there were some carriages loaded with goods parked there. Next to the carriage, the savage king stood in front of the body of Wyland Vale, surrounded by the corpses of some knights and wildling warriors. The wounds easily showed how fierce the battle had just been. Although half of Wyland Weir's head had been smashed into a corpse, his surprised expression before death could still be seen on the remaining half of his head. Obviously, he never thought that his illegitimate son would suddenly face such a problem until his death. He delivers a fatal attack. The savage king stood next to the corpse, panting. The special leather armor on his body had several holes, all in very deadly positions. Fortunately, a thin iron plate under the leather armor blocked these attacks, preventing him from being hit any injuries. Although the revenge he had been looking forward to for many years had been completed. At this moment, he was not at all happy, because the people gathered around him were not the Earl of Summerhall's army that he had seen before, but a group of savage warriors, and from the language used by these savages it is certain that they are all from the Red Guard clan. "Sans, Bado, are you?" By the light of the torch, the savage king saw clearly the appearance of the two leading savage leaders, and his face darkened. "Hamel, congratulations, you finally avenged your stupid mother. Bardot, who had half white hair, looked at the Savage King, and then looked down at the human skin he had just peeled off Wylan Weir in his hand. Underwear, with a strong look of sadness in her eyes. She said, "She is obviously a savage, but she dreams of becoming a noble outside the mountains, but in the end she is skinned and made into leather clothes. She is a stupid woman. Undoubtedly, this Beduo should have had some relationship with the Savage King's mother. Now is not the time to be sentimental about your old lover." Sans pushed his companion away, looked at the Savage King, and said, "Hamel, you don't have to go back to the Crimson Mountains anymore. Those tribes you abandoned, they have all been dealt with by us, and the Stone Mountain tribe you left in the valley should have disappeared by now, and there is no place for you to stand in the Crimson Mountains." After hearing Sans's words, the Savage King's breathing immediately became much heavier. And he clenched a mace in his hand. It seemed that he was ready to fight to the death. However, the enemy in front of him had no intention of attacking him, and then he saw Rosso walking over from the crowd and standing in front of the Savage King. "Will the Chosen One also break his oath?" the Savage King asked. "The Earl will never break his oath. He has abided by his oath and helped you take revenge." Rosso, who was covered in blood, looked indifferently at the Savage King, who was at the end of his rope. He wanted to get rid of him immediately. But he finally endured it and did not dare to disobey Linda's order. He took out the bag that Lind gave him yesterday, threw it at the feet of the Savage King, and said, "There are 400 golden dragons in here. The resettlement fee given to you by the Earl, you take this money, you can live a prosperous life in any city." After speaking, he raised his hand and made a gesture, and the savages around him made way. The Savage King stood there for a long time, bent down and picked up the bag on the ground, holding his mother's leather coat made of human skin in his other hand, turned around and walked out of the encirclement, disappearing into the darkness of the valley. Chapter 144 Fake Oriole. The death of Earl Wyland Veer caused quite a stir in the borderlands. In just 2 days, the news spread throughout the nearby territories and even reached Sunspear City on the other side of Dornay through ravens. Many people find it inconceivable that Earl Wyland Vale died at the hands of savages. You must know that in various conflicts in the border areas, it is rare for nobles at the lord level to die in battle, let alone die at the hands of savages. This many people are curious about where these ferocious savages come from. While many people were studying the trends of the savage tribe, the funeral of Earl Wyland Vale was successfully held in Vale City on the 7th day after his death. Almost all the people with inheritance rights from the branch of the Weil family rushed to the castle, because according to local customs, the new lord will succeed when the funeral is held, and it is known that Wyland Weil has no heir, so the final ownership of the lord can only be selected from among those with inheritance rights from the branches of the Weir family. In addition to these branches of the Weir family, a large number of lords from around the Bone Path also came here to attend the funeral and witness the emergence of the new lord of Weir City. Among these lords, the Huronwood family is the most noble. It is the leader of the lords around the Bone Road and has enough strength to fight against the Sunspear City branch. The second is the Manwudi family of Wangjong City and the Fowler of Tianji City family. And the rest are smaller lords of a lower level. The Huronwood family is led by Cletus Huronwood, the eldest son and heir of Anders Huronwood, the current Earl of Huronwood City, and the Tianji City team is led by the famous twin beauties of the Fowler family, Jenny Fowler, Jenilyn Fowler, and other secondary minor lords are also the eldest sons of the Cent families. This shows that the relationship between Wyland Weir and the surrounding lords is very average. Only Wangjong City was led by the Earl of Wangjong City, Dargos Manwudi. This not only surprised the new manager of Well City who was responsible for the reception, but also surprised the other nobles who were watching the ceremony. This old guy is a useless guy. Why would he come here to attend Viper's funeral in person? In the hall of Well City, Jenny Fowler stood not far away with a disdainful look on her face. Earl Wangjong Cheng whispered to the twin sisters beside him. Maybe he has a good relationship with Viper. Jenilyn Fowler shrugged and said indifferently, "Will vultures become friends with poisonous snakes?" Jenny Fowler looked at her sisters. and said, "Just watch. There will definitely be a show later. The scavenging vultures will follow after smelling the smell of dead snakes." How could he leave without a full meal? When the twin sisters were talking, Cletus Euronwood, who was not far away, also heard the content of their conversation. Then he whispered a few instructions to the guards around him, although he would not interfere with the title of Well City, in disputes over the inheritance of the territory, but they will never let Wangzhong City benefit. Checks and balances have always been an effective method for the Euronwood family to manage the lords around the Bone Road. Weiland Weir's body was placed in the center of the hall. Half of his broken head was covered with an iron mask. According to the tradition of the Weil family, more than a dozen specially treated venomous snakes were placed on his body. Next to it, a silent nun held a lantern with thick incense and walked around the body, performing the last rites. At this time, some impatient branches of the Weir family began to loudly declare their inheritance rights to Weir City, and others also successively claimed that their inheritance rights were higher. For a moment, the entire hall was as noisy as a market. Seeing these ugly nobles from the Weil family, Cletus couldn't help but stand up and shouted loudly, "Silence, silence. This is in front of the coffin of Earl Weiland Weil, not your bedroom. A group of people are quarreling like shrews. Do you still have any manners that nobles should have?" Quote. Although Cletus was young, his identity determined that his words carried a lot of weight. The members of the Weir family who were still arguing closed their mouths one after another, and looked at the heir of the Euronwood family quite unhappily. The title of lord and the inheritance rights of the territory are all written in the genealogy book of the Weir family. You can know it without arguing. Cletus turned to Edwin, the consultant bachelor who worked for the three earls of Weil City, and said, "I Maester Devon, please bring out the genealogy of Earl Veer." The old bachelor heard this and bowed to Cletus, then took a thick parchment book from his assistant bachelor's hand, followed him tremblingly to the coffin of Count Weiland Veer, and the book was placed on the bookshelf that had been prepared there, and he opened it in front of everyone. He quickly found the page of Weiland Vale, and then searched for the branches of Weiland Vale's previous generation. Phyllis Weir, at the bloodline level, Sir Phyllis Weir, son of Morse Weir, is the member of the Weil family with the highest inheritance rights. The old bachelor quickly sorted out the genealogy hierarchy, and then announced loudly. At this time, cheers came from a group of people in the Weir family branch. Among this group of people, a middle-aged man with a pointed nose, thin cheeks, and pale face waved to everyone with a proud look on his face. Although there is a result, there will definitely be some objections, but in the face of the pedigree book, they have no way to change the result. 7 Divine Chosen, Midsummer Hall, Red Earth Watch, Lord of the Red River, Lord Lind Terra has arrived. At this time, the etiquette officer at the door suddenly announced the identity of a visitor loudly, and although in the hall, it was noisy but still enough for everyone to hear its voice, and the hall immediately became quiet. A question popped up in everyone's mind: what is Lind Terra doing here? Everyone present was very familiar with the enmity between Lind Terra and Count Weiland Veer. Before his death, Count Weiland Veer suffered a lot at the hands of the Chosen One. He first lost more than 1,000 while the city garrison soldiers later even gave up the Bone Bridge and the Serpent-Tooth Tower on the other side because of the other parties' words, making Weiland Weir the laughingstock of the Lord Dornay for a while. Some people even suspected that Weiland Weil's death was caused by Lind, because just a few days after Weiland Weil died in the attack of the Savage King, Lind announced that he had completely recovered all the Wildling tribes in the northeastern section of the Crimson Mountains. These two things were so coincidental that it was hard not to suspect that it was Lind who ordered the Savage tribe to attack Weiland Weir. Unfortunately, all of this was just suspicion, and there was no evidence to prove it. Moreover, people who are familiar with the Savage tribes also know that the Savage King who killed Weiland Weir came from the Stone Mountain tribe, and they were enemies of the Savage tribes that Lind recovered at the time, and there was no possibility of cooperation. Unlike most people present who were afraid of Lind, Cletus respected Lind very much. He participated in the martial arts tournament in Divine Grace City and also participated in the gambling fight with Lind. He was easily defeated by Lind. Later, Lind also taught him some swordsmanship skills and corrected his shortcomings in swordsmanship. The effect was extremely obvious, which also made him have a little respect for Lind. When Lind walked in from the door of the hall, Cletus was the first to step forward, salute to Lind, and said, "Lord Earl Lind, long time no see." "Long time no see, Sir Cletus." Lind also had a deep impression on Cletus. He was one of the few people who took Lind's attack without knocking off the weapon in his hand. After that, he knowing that this person was the heir to the Uranwood family, I remembered this person by the way. "Oberna, you're still alive." Just as the two were greeting each other, someone in the Uranwood family's team suddenly exclaimed, and the person who exclaimed looked at the people following Lind with surprise. Behind him was a woman in black gauze, and successive exclamations sounded from the crowd. Upon hearing this, Cletus looked at the woman, also showing a surprised look, and said, "Sister Oberna." "Cletus, I haven't seen you in 2 years, you have grown up a lot." Oberna looked at Cletus with a smile. Lind was also a little surprised by the reactions of these Uranwood family members. He did not expect that Oberna knew so many young nobles from the Uranwood family, and their relationship was extraordinary. Oberna seemed to have guessed what Lind was thinking, and explained, "When I was very young, my father often took me to play in the castle. I lived in the castle for a long time, with the Uranwood family. Everyone knows it." "Sister Oberna, you and Lord Lind are." Cletus looked at Oberna in surprise and asked, "Lord Lind is my husband's master." Oberna took the initiative to introduce Rossos and said, "This is my husband, Rossos Terra, Lord Lind is independent captain." "Husband." Cletus looked at Rossos and asked in surprise, "Sister Oberna, what happened to you in the past 2 years? Now is not the time to talk about this. I will explain it to you later." Oberna shook her head slightly and said to the other young nobles of the Uranwood family who had gathered, Lind didn't say any more nonsense. Under the attention of everyone, he walked directly to the middle of the hall, in front of Wieland Weir's coffin, and said to everyone, "You don't have to guess why I, a noble from the Reach, came here. I will tell you directly that this Ms. Oberna Weil is the only daughter of Wieland Weil and the only heir of Weil City. My purpose is to let her get everything that belongs to her." Quote. As soon as Lind said this, the hall fell silent for an instant, and everyone froze on the spot. But soon the noise filled the entire hall, and almost everyone from the Weir family's branch was yelling at Lind, and the other nobles who came to watch the ceremony were talking loudly to each other, and looked like they were watching a good show. "Quiet, quiet." Lind scolded everyone loudly, and at the same time he put his hand on the sword of the lost knight. A bolt of thunder shot out from his body and swept through all the windows around the hall, blowing away all the people. All the windows were shattered, and charred marks appeared on the surrounding walls, as if they had been burned. Everyone fell silent instantly. They all stared at Lind, their eyes filled with either fear or shock, but more importantly, admiration and excitement. Rumors about Lind's miraculous power in Lannisport have long spread throughout Dorne. Even though the miracle has been recognized by the Church of the Seven Gods, not many people in Dorne believe these rumors. They all just thought that this was just a little trick played by some entertainers by Lind, and the lords in the north were too stupid to see it. So they thought it was a miracle. However, now they have personally experienced what the rumored miracle is like. At this moment, no one doubts the authenticity of the rumors. They even feel that those rumors are not enough to describe 1/1000th of the miracle. Among the crowd, some believers of the Church of the Seven Gods were already kneeling on the ground and began to recite prayers, while other pagan believers could not help but recite something, as if this was the only way to calm down their agitated hearts. Oberna and Rossos, who were also seeing this kind of scene for the first time, also looked at Lind in stunned silence, their admiration beyond words. Seeing that the hall had quieted down, Lind waved to Rossos, took the documents that could prove Oberna's identity, put them on the genealogy book, and said, "These are the documents that can prove Oberna's identity." The certificate contains the correspondence between Earl Wyland Veer and Oberna's adoptive father, the inheritance document signed by Wyland Veer himself and stamped with the seal of the Lord, and the birth certificate written by the city's maester. I think this a bachelor should be able to verify the authenticity of these documents. There is no need to verify, these are all true, because except for the letterhead, all the other documents here were drafted by me. As soon as Lind finished speaking, the old bachelor on the side announced the result directly, and then turned to Oberna. He waved and said, "Come here, kid, let me see you." Oberna was stunned when she heard this, then turned to look at her husband, then at Lind, and then walked over. The people around her didn't speak, looking at her with various expressions, including envy and jealousy, and wait unwillingly. The old bachelor looked seriously at Oberna, who came up to her, and said with a slightly excited expression, "It's very similar, you are very much like your mother. I delivered you when you were born, and I also wrote your birth certificate. I personally delivered you to Harman Shad. I originally thought you were dead, but I didn't expect you were still alive. And the Weir family has returned to the hands of the Orthodox." Hearing this, the faces of the Weir family members became gloomy. They knew very well that unless they proved that Oberna was fake, there would be no chance of a comeback. At the same time, in the viewing team in Wangzhou City, a young man with red hair and pale face showed an anxious look. He took out some parchment documents from his pocket and prepared to walk out of the team. However, several people stood up in front of him and left and right. These people instantly restrained him, and then inserted short swords into his body, accurately penetrating the bones and piercing his heart and lungs. At the same time, a hand covered his mouth to silence him. He looked in horror at Count Dargos, the lord of Wangzhou City, in front of him, but the other party had no intention of looking back. After struggling for a few times, he finally lost his strength and the sheepskin scroll he was holding fell to the ground. Then several people carried his body and quietly walked out of the hall from behind the crowd without alerting anyone except Lind. Chapter 145 7 Sacred Beasts. A month ago, Wyland Weir, the lord of Weir City, was ambushed by wildlings. His glorious death in battle was the most sensational event in the Seven Kingdoms recently, because no lord-level nobles had died at the hands of the wildling tribes in the borderlands for a long time. According to the description of the garrison soldiers who escaped back to Vale City, the savage tribe that attacked Wyland Vale was called the Stone Mountain Tribe. The leader of this tribe was the Savage King, who has been widely circulated in recent years, and Wyland Vale died on the side of the Savage King, in hand. As for why the Savage King in the northeastern section of the Crimson Mountains appeared in the area south of the Weir River to ambush Wyland Weir, it was entirely because of the Earl of Summer Hall and the Chosen One, Lind Terra. The fact that the Earl of Midsummer Hall inspected the territory has spread throughout the surrounding areas a long time ago. In the eyes of many people, this is just an ordinary inspection of the territory. After all, for the Earl of Midsummer Hall, Lind, that territory is a piece of land. It is a strange place, and it is still a piece of land that has been abandoned for a long time. Understanding the actual situation of the territory, deciding where to build the main castle, etc. are all things that a normal lord should do, so the news of Linda's inspection of the territory did not attract too many people of attention. However, the news that came later made many people feel that there was something unusual about the Chosen One's patrol of the territory. Not to mention interfering in the succession dispute in Green Valley City, forcing Lisa Medu, the aunt of the current lord, Baron Ewood, and the first heir to the throne, to flee Green Valley City overnight, which attracted the attention of the High Court and reprimanded Lisa Medu. Such a trivial matter as her husband. Just by relying on his reputation and power before he arrived at Summer Hall, he scared the bandit groups around Summer Hall and even on the northeast side of the Crimson Mountain to flee, which is legendary enough. After that, the savage tribes entrenched in the Crimson Mountains suddenly split and attacked each other, and it was said that they were also related to him. The reason why the tribe of the Savage King went south, entered the area south of the Weir River, and clashed with the lord of Weir City was because of the division of the savage tribe. But these are not the most legendary scenes during Lind's tour of the territory. The most legendary thing is what happened in the ruins of Summer Hall. According to people who were in the camp outside the ruins of Summer Hall at the time, Lind entered the ruins of Summer Hall alone that night, and then everyone heard the screams of the ghosts of Summer Hall. When they looked at the ruins of Summer Hall, the ghost scream disappeared. Then they saw Lind walking out of the ruins of Summer Hall, with the giant beast following him. At that time, the giant beast was covered in fur. It has turned white and emits a sacred white light. Many people speculated that Lind used his identity and power as the chosen one of the 7 gods to eliminate all the ghosts in Summer Hall that night, and that the giant beast also received the blessing of the 7 gods in the process and became a holy beast. When this rumor came out, many people thought that this was Lind deliberately adding a halo to his 7 gods. They didn't really believe that this kind of thing was true, but many people believed in this rumor. The vast majority of people are believers of the 7 gods church, and this incident also alarmed the 7 gods church. As a result, the Starry Cathedral in Old Town, the High Seat Cathedral in Highgarden and the Baylor Cathedral in King's Landing almost simultaneously sent a miracle appraisal team, composed of 10 bishops and monks to the north bank of the Weir River. Lind is temporary. Check the authenticity of the rumors about the sacred beast in the camp. In the end, what surprised many people was that all the bishops and monks of the church unanimously believed that Glory was the holy beast blessed by the 7 gods. They also claimed that Glory was the embodiment of the mother's love and the stranger's death, and its light was full of love. The miracle of healing and the miracle of death filled with finality. In addition, after confirming that Glory is the 7 sacred beasts, the Church of All Saints also stated that it would jointly fund the construction of Linda's main castle in Dornay Seas Port City, and build one in the main castle and port city of Summer Hall respectively. Sanctuary. However, some well-informed people said that in order to speed up the construction of Linda's castle and port city, the Church of the 7 Gods will also help Lind with money and efforts. This incident also caused some envious people to claim that Lind was simply the biological son of the 7 gods, and those jealous people spread some rumors about this. For example, Lind was actually elected by the Church of the 7 Gods who wanted to gain secular power, a representative figure, and so on. However, among the many rumors, there is also one rumor that some people find a bit novel, that is, after Lind used the power given by the 7 gods to free the ghosts bound there in the Summer Hall, the tall Sir Duncan appeared in the form of the Holy Spirit. In front of him, a dragon egg was given to him to thank him for relieving the ghosts who were constantly suffering from the pain of burning fire. Because this rumor was so true and complete, an unknown bard compiled it into a ballad, named it the Song of the Chosen One, the Ghost and the Dragon Egg, and then spread it in various taverns. Sung internally, it became a classic ballad after the Bear Hunter's Song. For Lind, it was a complete accident that several major churches joined forces to exclude a total of more than 30 people from the miraculous appraisal team to identify the miracles mentioned in the rumors. He did not stop people in the camp from spreading the news at that time. When the news spread, I just felt that it was not a big deal, at least compared to the storm and thunder power he showed in Lannisport. But he did completely ignore the special significance of death in religion. For many religions, creation is great and sacred, but death is even more awe-inspiring and worshipful. There have been rumors about the ghost in Summer Hall for a long time, so how could the Church of the 7 Gods not send someone to investigate? In fact, they have sent more than one group of people over the years. Although many of them did not find anything abnormal, some were attacked by the ghosts of Summer Hall and were dragged into the fire that year. When they were found, they were burnt to coke. Only one monk escaped from the fire alive, and this monk was the person in the rumors. It's just that compared to the outside rumors that the man just said the word, dragon egg, and then died, this monk actually lived for several days and said more content, telling almost everything he had experienced. After doing so, the senior leaders of the Church of the 7 Gods knew that there were indeed ghosts in the ruins of Summer Hall. This time, before they went to see Lind to verify the authenticity of the miracle, they also went to the Midsummer Hall to check the situation. Several monks who participated in the investigation to verify the existence of ghosts and had witnessed ghost incidents clearly stated that the overall atmosphere of the Midsummer Hall had changed. It's completely different from before, and there's no such spooky feeling anymore. The most obvious difference is that small animals have entered the ruins, and there are even birds building nests in the ruins. You must know that no animals have ever approached these ruins before, let alone built their nests in the ruins. It is simply the best proof that the ghost has disappeared. Afterwards, the church's miraculous identification team came to Linda's temporary village camp to verify what happened in the ruins of Summer Hall. Lind could feel that these people from the church were well prepared, so he truthfully told his experience in the ruins of Summer Hall, but slightly modified and deleted some things. In the process, such as how he would help him endure the burning power was described as the blessing of the seven gods, and the energy of glory devouring resentful souls was described as the divine power to purify ghosts produced by the blessing of the seven gods. As for the dragon egg, he deleted it. After that, he let glory show the two powers of black and white light in front of these clergymen. Without exception, these bishops and senior monks all shouted miracles, and soon gave the two powers of black and white light, named healing holy miracles and mortal miracles. Not long after these clergy returned to their respective churches, the three major churches issued announcements at the same time, confirming that Lind had performed miracles in the ruins of Summer Hall, cleaning up the ghosts there, and also recognized glory as the seven sacred beasts, received the gift of the Holy Mother and the Stranger, and possesses two kinds of divine power. Because of the inspiration brought by this incident, Lind tried to make up a rumor about the dragon eggs he had on hand. In order to make this rumor spread more widely, he also wrote a song based on the theme song of the previous Lord of the Rings. The first song, related to the tragedy of Summer Hall and dragon eggs, is the Song of the Chosen One. Ghosts and dragons, to prepare in advance when the dragon eggs he has on hand will hatch into dragons in the future. However, compared to other places that are keen on singing the songs of the chosen ones, ghosts and dragons, the Dornish people prefer the songs of thunder they wrote themselves. This song was written based on what happened at the funeral of Earl Wyland Vale. It focuses on the fact that Lind was almost acquired by evil because of the ownership of the city of Vale, thus summoning the thunder and bringing the man who was declared dead to the city of Vale, the true heir to the title and territory of Weir City. All in all, the content of this song actually has little to do with what happened in the Weil City Hall that day. It even describes the relationship between Lind and Wyland Weir as friends who cherish each other because of the battle. When Lind heard this song for the first time, he was a little doubtful whether the chosen one mentioned in this song was him. After Oberna Weir's identity was proven, the inheritance of the title and territory of Weil City was quickly implemented. Those unwilling branches of the Weir family could only target their husband, Rossos, believing that the wife of an orphan from the Green Blood River was not worthy of becoming the patriarch and lord of an ancient Dornay family. This also gained the support of many nobles and nobles' lords' support. However, when Lind publicly stated that he had given his Terran surname to Rossos and accepted Rossos as a member of the Terran family, all the doubts disappeared, because if you continue to question it, you are not questioning a green man. He is questioning the identity of the Blood River orphan, but questioning the identity of the chosen one of the seven gods. When the time comes, if Lind comes to his door one by one and demands an honorable duel with them on the pretext of defending his family's honor, I'm afraid no one will think it's inappropriate. Many people have witnessed Linda's miraculous thunder power in the Well City Hall. They know very well that a duel with Lind is tantamount to death. Naturally, no one will be stupid enough to provoke Lind at this time. In addition, Oberna also publicized the blank experience of the 2 years she disappeared through the mouths of Cletus and other childhood friends, filling in why she appeared in Linda's team and why experience loopholes in marrying an orphan from the Green Blood River. Those experiences were all made up in advance. The general content was that she was assassinated by an unknown person and was accidentally rescued by Rossos. After that, she followed Rossos anonymously, and later followed Rossos. Following Lind, it was only recently that he found evidence about his life experience from some items left behind by his adoptive father. Finally, he appeared at his biological father's funeral and demanded to inherit his legal title and territory. Because the title has been settled, no one will investigate the truth or falsehood of these statements. This is just to reduce some verbal disputes. The first thing Oberna did after inheriting the title was to fill in the snake pit that had existed for thousands of years in Weir City, get rid of all the poisonous snakes in it, clean up all the corpses, and bury them on the hills near the castle. This move undoubtedly won a lot of hearts for Oberna, and also made the surrounding lords less disgusted. The second decision she made was to put a heavy reward on the wildling king who killed Wyland Vale, which also caused many bounty hunters, free knights and wandering warriors in Dornay to sneak into the mountains of the borderlands to find their targets. However, Oberna did not know that the target of her reward had died silently in the Hall of Well City on the day she proved her identity. As an insider, Lind did not tell her about this. In fact, the moment he entered the hall that day, he saw the savage King Hamel standing in the team of Wangzhong City, and recognized him immediately. Although the savage king shaved off all the excess hair on his body, changed his hair color, and became like a normal person, his eyes could not change, especially the eyes full of hatred when he looked at Lind. He did not want to let Lind. It's hard to pay attention. At that time, Lind was very curious about why the savage king was hanging out with the people of Wangzhong City, so he did not expose the other party immediately, but waited for the other party to jump out on his own to see what he and Wangzhong City wanted to do. As a result, when the old bachelor confirmed Oberna's identity and Oberna became the sole heir of Well City, the savage king who was about to jump out and cause trouble was stopped by the people of Wangzhong City, and not only was he stopped, he was even directly stabbed to death by 7 or 8 people. This scene of cannibalism completely confused Lind. Until they took away the body of the savage king, he didn't even understand what Wang Zongcheng was doing. It wasn't until he returned to the village camp and told Nymeria what happened, and Nymeria gave her explanation, that Lind realized that Wang Zongcheng, who was originally planning to use the savage king to cause trouble, was actually afraid. After Lind showed the power of thunder, Wangzhong City had no idea of causing trouble at all. For fear of being targeted by Lind, they naturally would not let the savage king jump out, and now the savage king has become a hot potato. Once people find out that they are with the savage king, they will inevitably be accused by the city of Well as the murderer who attacked and killed the former lord of the city. At that time, once Weir City goes to war with them, Lind, who is standing behind Weir City, will definitely join in, and Yuranwood City may not support them. Their ending can be imagined. Therefore, they simply and completely eliminated the dangerous existence of the savage king without giving Well City any excuse. As for how the savage king got involved with Wangzhong City, these are probably mysteries that cannot be solved. Chapter 146 Territory Construction. Almost a month after Oberna inherited the title and territory of Weir City, Lind continued to lead the team along the coastline, turned around the Cape of Corpses, and headed towards the Redguard River. John was left behind by Lind and was named the port construction site of Miracle Harbor continues to host the construction of the port city. A few days later, the team arrived near the mouth of the Hongwei River. From here, you can see the top of the castle of Stonehelm City opposite. On the fertile land near the river, more than a dozen villages of various sizes have been built. Looking around, the cultivated fields are covered with barley, wheat, and fruitful corn. Originally, Lind thought they would be blocked by Stonehelm City, but when they arrived at the village elders handed Lind the prepared list of villagers and land titles. "Who asked you to do this?" Lind asked, looking at the thing in his hand in surprise. "It's the gentlemen of Stonehelm City," the village elder replied honestly. "They told me that your excellency will come to take us in. From now on, our village will be under your jurisdiction, your excellency, and we will also be your subjects." Hearing this, Lind didn't know what to say for a moment. It seemed that the events in Weir City had frightened the Lord of Stonehelm City. It's right to think about it. The Lord of Weir City just wants to take back those people who occupied the land and restore the land. Now not only are the people gone, but the territory has become someone else's. No matter how greedy the Lord of Stonehelm City is, he should. I don't want to become the second Lord of Well City. As a result, all the land reclaimed by Stonehelm City and the villages built were delivered to Linda's hands intact, and even the wooden bridge originally built to connect the east and west banks of the Hongwei River was demolished. In addition, not only Stonehelm City is like this, but even Crow's Nest Castle is doing this. When Lind's team marched to the upper reaches of the Redguard Valley, the land reclaimed by Crow's Nest Castle and the village built here were delivered to Lind's hands intact, and the bridges were also demolished. Although the actions of the lords of Stonehelm City and Crow's Nest Castle surprised Lind, it undoubtedly saved him a lot of trouble and shortened the time spent patrolling the territory. In addition, he also had some unexpected gains in the Redguard River Valley. In addition to the Stormlanders who had migrated from Crow's Nest Castle, there were also some Aboriginal tribes in the nearby mountains that were somewhat similar to the savage tribes. The people of this tribe claimed to be the descendants of Dorax, the Corpse Maker. After their ancestors were defeated by the Storm King Cleoden Durrandon I, they were imprisoned here. They multiplied for generations and finally settled here. Therefore, they prefer to call the Redguard River its ancient name, Slain River, and they also call themselves Slain people. These Slain people are very good at farming, and they have lived here for thousands of years. They are also very familiar with the resources in this area. With the help of them and the people of the Redguard clan, Lind can easily find out the resources in this area. Useful minerals. What surprised Lind the most was that they also knew that there was a secret mountain road that could go directly through the towering ridges of the Crimson Mountains and connect Shungsha Hall to the Redguard River Valley. There was no need to take a long detour from the red soil. It was originally about a month. The journey was shortened to 2 days. To this end, Lind asked the Slain people to take him on a walk. The road went all the way up the steep hillside, then turned through a mountain stream like a gate, passed through a valley, and when he came out from the other end, they had already reached the hillside on the side of Summer Hall. Standing at the exit, Lind could even vaguely see the stone pillar-shaped rock in the distance. This secret passage has a lot of traces of artificial excavation. It seems that the ancestors of the Slain people tried to escape from captivity through this method when they were imprisoned in the Redguard Valley. Although the road is now a bit narrow and can only be walked by one person, there is still a lot of room for improvement. At least it can be transformed into a width enough for horses, mules or donkeys to pass. There are also some places where it is possible to build straight up and down elevators. In this way, goods in the valley can be transported to the mountains, and then mules and other pack animals can be used to transport them to the other side of the mountains, which saves more time. In addition, the huge valley connecting the two sides can also be built into a transit town or fortress, and then several defense towers are built on the mountain roads on both sides. Then the entire road can be completely controlled without worrying about being exploited. This road, Attack Summer Hall. After inspecting the road, Lind already had a complete construction plan in his mind. After discussing with the master mason, he finalized the construction plan. "What do you want?" After returning to the valley camp, Lind asked the elders of the Slain people. "We hope to get a piece of land that is recognized by the 7 kingdoms and can be passed down from generation to generation." The elder of the Slain people quickly gave the answer. It was obvious that this answer was the result of their discussion. Of course, Lind understood the meaning of their words and did not immediately agree to them. Instead, he asked, "I can give you such a piece of land, but who are you going to make the owner of this land? I can never give you this piece of land. For all of you." The Slain elder was stunned, and the other Slain people around him were also stunned. Obviously they did not consider this when they discussed it. "Don't worry. After you go back and discuss it, give me the answer." Lind seemed to see their dilemma, so he comforted him. After hearing this, the slain people also understood that this was not a suitable place for them to discuss matters, so they all left. Are you really going to give these slain people territory? Nymeria said with some worry. Do you know that doing this will bring you a lot of trouble? Now you are giving them territory, those savage tribes who have joined you. What about the knights who have been with you for a long time? Do you want to give them territory? If you don't give it, then you don't have to worry. Lind said with a smile, it won't be long before they come looking for me and ask me to withdraw their request. Why? Nymeria asked. Because these people have been pursuing an equal system for so many years, Lind explained. Equal distribution of output, equal internal status, equal wealth, and decisions on any matter are decided by everyone's vote after discussion. Quote. At this point, Lind paused. He recalled his first reaction after learning about the social structure of the slain people from the elders of the slain people. Isn't this the world of great harmony that countless people pursued in their previous lives? Lind smiled and continued, although this system has helped them maintain reproduction and inheritance for thousands of years, it does not mean that this system is a good system. This system has too many limitations, such as the need to there is a relatively closed environment, and no one can have too strong desires. Once someone's desire is too strong, it will be like throwing fire into oil and it will eventually burn everything. This lights the flames of oil. Hearing this, Nymeria quickly had a picture of countless people burning in flames in her mind, and she couldn't help but frown. Things were indeed as Lind had guessed. A few days later, a fierce internal fight broke out, without warning among the slain people, as if the desires that had been suppressed for thousands of years broke out at the same time. The population was not very large in the first place. The slain people suffered more than 100 casualties overnight. All the elders died in the internal fighting, and almost all of them were killed by those around them. It wasn't until early in the morning that those who survived saw the corpses on the ground and heard the painful wails of the injured, and then they woke up from their crazy desires. Some people couldn't stand the situation in front of them and the condemnation of their conscience, and committed suicide one after another. The population dropped by dozens. After that, the slain people found Lind again and no longer mentioned the territory. They just hoped that Lind could move them to other places to live. Instead of moving together, they divided them into 5 families with different surnames and moved separately. Different places, it seems that there has been an irreparable rift within them, and continuing to live together will only deepen their hatred. Lind also fulfilled their request. When the slain people left, they also gave Lind a map of the mountainous areas around the Redguard Valley that they had collected and drawn over the years. They also marked their discoveries on the map. The location of various types of ores. Are you going too far? Nymeria said to Lind in a serious tone as she watched the slain people clean up the corpses of their own race. Lind did not respond to Nymeria's question, but calmly looked at the situation in front of him. With the Redguard Valley under Lind's control, his trip to inspect the territory has also come to an end. Half a month later, he and Nymeria returned to Tengshi town and began to work on various relocation matters. Not long after he returned to Tengshi town, the city also approved his application and sent Bachelor Thorn to him as a consultant bachelor. However, what Lind didn't expect was that there was not only one Bachelor Thorn, but also a dozen assistant bachelors. This is not because the school city is kind-hearted and adds more manpower to Lind, but there are not many opportunities to build a large number of castles, port cities and towns. Like Linda's territory, the school city can just use Linda's territory to accumulate various construction experience and information. Lind had no objection to this. Anyway, they needed his permission to build castles and other buildings. It was impossible for him to approve architectural designs that were too weird. In addition, in his opinion, the more bachelors like this who are proficient in architecture, even if they are assistant bachelors who have not yet become bachelors, the better. After all, he now has 3 places under construction at the same time. One is Summerhall Castle, and the other is Miracle Port. Another one is the Red Guard Fort in the Red Guard Valley. Originally, with the funds he had on hand, Lind only planned to start construction in 2 places at the same time, but because the Church of the Seven Gods was willing to provide funds to help him build the territory, he naturally would not be polite. With sufficient funds, let alone 3 construction projects at the same time, construction has started. Everywhere, even if it is 4 or 5, there will be no problem. It is precisely because there are a large number of facilities that need to be built that the current citizens in Linda's territory are obviously not enough. Lind can only recruit refugees from places such as King's Landing. Although the 7 kingdoms have experienced disasters such as extreme cold natural disasters, there have not been many refugees, because it is difficult for civilians who have difficulty surviving to survive the extreme cold weather. Most of them freeze to death and can reach King's Landing alive. There are very few people waiting in big cities, and even many poor people in some big cities have frozen to death, so there are not many refugees that Lind can directly recruit. However, soon Lind no longer had to worry about manpower, because when he learned that Lind wanted to recruit manpower to build Miracle Harbor and Summerhall Castle, the churches of the Church of the Seven Gods in various places called on the poor to go to Linda's territory and participate in its construction. At the bottom of the 7 kingdoms, there are a large number of devout believers of the Church of the Seven Gods. Under the propaganda of the monks of the Church of the Seven Gods, participating in the construction of Summerhall Castle and Miracle Harbor is considered a kind of salvation. In a short period of time, a large number of poor people from all over the world poured into Linda's territory, filling the vacancies in the hands of the Lind people. Most of these people did not even need to be paid, and only needed to take care of 3 meals a day and housing place on it. After learning about these situations, Lind also had some scruples about the Church of the Seven Gods. The Church of the Seven Gods was like a double-edged sword to him. If he used it well, he could kill the enemy easily, but if he used it badly, he could easily hurt himself. Although his cooperation with the Church of Seven Gods is very good now, he has to consider the possibility of conflict with the Church of Seven Gods in the future, so he must master a power of his own within the Church of Seven Gods, instead of being like now it's just a partnership. Therefore, before the construction of his castle and port city started, Lind proposed to build 2 7 sacred cathedrals at the ruins of Summer Hall and the Bone Corner near Miracle Port, and named them Miracles, the Holy Church and the Holy Church of Salvation. And then let the Church of the Seven Gods send monks and bishops to handle the affairs of the Holy Church as soon as possible. The Church of the Seven Gods naturally highly praised Linda's move, and also highly praised Lind internally, so they decided to let Lind, the chosen one, concurrently serve as the Archbishop of the Redemption Temple. Of course, this is only a nominal position. The church practical matters remained in the hands of 2 bishops. Although it has never happened that a lord also serves as an archbishop, it is not a big deal to make an exception for Lind as the chosen one among the 7 gods. In addition, this is also a test from the Church to the Iron Throne, testing whether the Iron Throne will accuse the Church of interfering in secular affairs because of this matter. As the Church had hoped, the Iron Throne had no reaction. Although Linda's status as archbishop is only nominal and does not have any real power, this does not mean that he cannot do anything. Under Lind's deliberate indulgence, the 2 bishops selected to become the Temple of Miracles and the Temple of Redemption were both from the great Temple of Baylor in King's Landing, not the Temple of the Stars, which had a better relationship with Lind. This is mainly because the clergy of the Temple of the Stars are real clergy, and the clergy of the great Temple of Baylor in King's Landing have long been corrupted by all kinds of sensuality. Apart from a layer of clergy skin, they on the inside, he is just an ordinary person, and only such a person can be easily controlled by Lind. In just 4 days, the 2 newly appointed bishops had completely surrendered to Linda's command under Linda's coercion and inducement. With the assistance of the 2 bishops, most of the clergy in the 2 churches had become Linda's people, and those clergy from Baylor Cathedral and other churches, if they did not join Lind, would either be thrown into disarray and wait until no one remembers this person, then let him disappear, or simply Press a button. The crime made him go back and forth wherever he wanted. Because Lind had never come forward and everything was done by the two bishops, the Church of the Seven Gods only considered it a power struggle within the church. A few months later, the two holy churches were completely in Lind's hands, and the huge warehouses built beneath the two holy churches were also used by Lind to store the dragon bones that Varus secretly transported. Chapter 147 The Chosen Son of God. Are these dragon bones? Are those dragon bones in the Red Castle? In the underground warehouse of the Redemption Church, by the light of the torch, Bishop Ulun looked at the dragon bones piled here in shock and couldn't help but turn his head. Asked Lind. However, when he saw Sister Melissa, the Dean of Notre Dame Cathedral of Redemption, and Elder Colin, the Dean of Silence Cathedral, who were standing next to Lind, looking at him indifferently, he immediately closed his mouth and stood aside, like a loyal servant. The Redemption Church was built on the ruins of Summer Hall. Although all the buildings on the ground of Summer Hall have been burned down, the foundation and underground parts are still preserved, so it is much easier to build. The Miracle Church in Miracle Harbor. The hall has just built a foundation, and all the main buildings here have been built. The only things missing are some decorations and the statues of the seven gods. In addition to the main church, the entire Redemption Church also has a Notre Dame cathedral for nuns and a silent church for monks. In addition to underground warehouses for storing things, there is also a secret assembly hall in the underground part. This assembly hall happens to be located in below Notre Dame and the Cathedral of Silence. This secret meeting place is mainly used by Lind to train his own chosen sons of the Templar armed forces. This armed force is also an important part of Linda's entire plan to occupy the Magpies' nest against the Church of the Seven Gods. The Notre Dame and the Silent Temple on the ground are not so much used for church nuns and monks to practice and study. To select and train the chosen son of God specifically for Lind, the establishment of the temple armed forces of the chosen sons of God was completely impromptu by Lind, because when he inspected the temple construction site, he discovered that the vast majority of the civilians summoned by the Church of the Seven Gods had fanatical beliefs in him. These fanaticisms, all their beliefs originate from the legend of the God's chosen savior. From the bottom of their hearts, they regard Lind as the savior who can lead them to save the world when the cold darkness comes. And later, he also discovered that people with this kind of fanatical belief were not just the poor at the bottom, but also some high-ranking clergy who came to the Redemption Church with the bishop. For example, Sister Melissa, the Dean of Notre Dame, and Elder Colin, the Dean of Silence, are the two fanatical believers with the highest clergy. Sister Melissa is not a clergy member of the Cathedral of Baylor. She comes from the Cathedral of Stars. She was already the Dean of Notre Dame when she was at the Cathedral of Stars. She is also the only female archbishop of the Church of the Seven Gods, attending the meeting. One of the 7 church judges, his status is not much lower than that of the Archbishop of the Starry Cathedral. The earliest reason why she had faith in Lind was actually when Lind killed the Ironborn pirates in front of the Starry Cathedral. She happened to be in the Notre Dame Cathedral, near the Starry Cathedral at that time, and saw the complete battle process. There is an illusion that Lind is the embodiment of a warrior. Later, it was she who persuaded the Archbishop of the Starry Temple to cooperate with Lind, pushing Lind to the position of warrior God's choice. After that, Lind gradually changed from the warrior God's choice to the seven God's choice, and showed various miracles that were completely beyond her expectations. At the same time, she increasingly felt that she would think Lind was the warrior God's choice that day. Perhaps it was a divine revelation. Later, she also joined the miracle appraisal team and went to Miracle Port to identify the so-called miracles on glory. Among all the people who came into contact with the black and white halo of glory, 2 people had the strongest reactions. One was Sister Melissa and the other was Elder Colin. When Sister Melissa was exposed to white light, not only the old injuries on her hands were healed, but even her pale hair turned black, making her at least 20 years younger. Elder Colin was the complete opposite. After being exposed to the black light, he quickly aged 10 years. However, he did not feel panic or resentment because of this. Instead, he seemed extremely happy. At the same time that Sister Melissa applied to be transferred to Notre Dame Cathedral of the Redemption, Elder Colin, who was on the Island of Silence, also applied to be transferred to serve in the Cathedral of Silence. Compared with Sister Melissa's belief in Lind, which went through a process from scratch, Elder Colin's belief in Lind completely started from the moment he came into contact with the black light on Glory's body. As he gradually aged under the influence, he seemed to have received a revelation and worshipped Lind as a savior. Therefore, when Lind proposed to set up the Chosen Sons, a temple armed force unique to him, they all agreed very much, and took the initiative to take over the task of selecting and training the Chosen Sons. At the same time, the two of them also have the task of supervising the bishop of the Redemption Temple to prevent Bishop Hulin from doing something irrational due to his sudden enthusiasm. Bishop Hulun was also very scrupulous about the two of them. As long as he was in front of these two people, he would be honest. Is this all the keels collected by the Red Fort? Moroya also came to the underground warehouse with Lind. She looked at the keels that filled the entire warehouse and asked. Not yet. Lind shook his head and said, less than 1/3. There are still many keels temporarily stored in Tengshi town. After the underground warehouse of the Miracle Temple is built, they will be released again. Transfer it. In addition, there are some large keels in the Red Keep cellar that are impossible to transport. For example, the keels of Valerian and Vagar are too big. Unless they are broken into pieces, it is impossible. Transport it out of the Red Keep silently. If I want to use it, I may need to go to the Red Keep. There are also some dragon bones stored in the church. If you want to use them, I can try to transfer them, Sister Melissa said solemnly. Lind was not polite, nodded and said, I will come to you when needed. At this time, Coburn walked out of the shadows behind everyone, walked to the dragon bone, reached out and touched the dragon bone, with a look of obsession on his face, and then took out the dragon talisman that Lind gave him from his pocket. When necklace and the dragon rune necklace he made himself, he leaned against the dragon bone to see what kind of reaction there would be, but he was a little disappointed. There was no reaction on any of the necklaces. Idiot, only special people can feel the power in the dragon bone. You are obviously not a special person. Moroya looked at Coburn coldly and mocked. Facing the ridicule, Cobain seemed to be deaf and did not react at all. He turned around and walked back to the shadow behind Moroya, standing with his head bowed. The three clergy clearly had no good impressions of Cobain and Moroya, with disgust clearly written on their faces. Why did you find me here? Do you just want to show me a pile of bones? Moroya didn't care about the attitude of these clergy. In fact, she was used to the discrimination of these clergy when she was in Old Town. The meaning of contempt is over the line. Don't you want to see a power similar to magic? Lind smiled and said to Moloya, then turned to look at Sister Melissa and others, and said, you are all people I trust. No matter what you see later, don't say anything, just keep it in your heart. I obey your orders, sir. Several people responded immediately. When Moroya heard Linda's words, her eyes lit up and her breathing became a little heavier due to excitement. Cobain behind her stood up straight and raised his head that had always been lowered. Lind walked up to a dragon skull, sat down cross-legged, and held the skull in his hands. Glory also walked out of the shadows silently, came to lie down behind Lind, so that Lind could lean on it, its body, and then the fur on its body also turned white, emitting bursts of white light. Seeing Glory's fur turn white, Sister Melissa immediately clasped her hands together and recited the Virgin's Prayer. The other two also bowed their heads and prayed together, both showing great piety. The dragon skull in Linda's hand was not very big, just a little bigger than a dog's head. It looked a little deformed and should have come from a young dragon that died in infancy. However, no matter how deformed the dragon skull is, it is still a dragon skull, and the skull still contains powerful magic power. Lind, who had been preparing for several months, did not hesitate any longer. With the skillful experience derived from the memory of the lost night, he easily activated the remaining power of the last dragon feast ceremony in his body and formed a dragon rune. Specially used for the dragon feast ceremony. When the dragon rune was formed, Lind immediately felt a strong suction force coming from his body, and he instantly extracted the magic power contained in the dragon bone in his hand. At the same time, just like the glory devouring the energy of the resentful soul, the dragon rune also extract the energy from all surrounding keel bones through the air. In the eyes of Moroya and others, they only saw Lind holding the keel in his hands for a moment. The keel instantly shattered into powder as if it had been crushed by some invisible force. Then the warehouse was filled with nearly half of the keel bones also turned into powder. While they were still surprised by the movement in front of them, they suddenly felt that the temperature around them was rising rapidly, as if a bonfire was lit in this closed underground warehouse. "Look!" Moroya pointed at Lind and exclaimed. Everyone immediately saw that Linda's body was on fire. Sister Melissa was concerned and confused, and wanted to rush forward to extinguish the fire on Linda's body, but she was held back by Elder Colin. At the same time, Bishop Hulun also reminded, "Look, there is no trace of the God's chosen one on his body. Burn." At this time, everyone discovered that although a raging fire appeared on Linda's body, and the fire even illuminated the entire underground warehouse, there was no sign of being burned on Linda's hair, clothing and other flammable objects. The glory on its body did not feel the pain of being burned by the flames. Instead, it yawned with a contented look on its face and lay down on the ground to sleep. Is this real fire or an illusion? Cobain looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. He wanted to walk over and touch the flames, but his reason stopped this dangerous action at the critical moment, and then he was seen tearing off a piece of clothing and throwing it into the flames beside Lind. Under everyone's gaze, the piece of clothing instantly turned into ashes and fell to the ground. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Immediately afterwards, the subsequent changes in the flames appeared again, and the shape of the flames began to change, turning into vague images that looked similar to the heads of giant dragons. These vague giant dragon heads opened their mouths toward the sky, as if they were roaring, trying to rush out, but there was an invisible force restraining them in the flames. And after they roared, they dragged them back into the flames, over and over again. Seeing this scene, the imaginative Bishop Hulun couldn't help but guess, could this be the chosen one using the power given by the 7 gods to bind the remaining dragon soul in the dragon bone? Yes, you were right. Sister Melissa echoed. Elder Kaylin on the side nodded silently in agreement. Unlike others around her who only saw illusions, the power contained in Moroya's own blood allowed her to see more hidden things. In Moroya's eyes, the flames did not originate from Lind, but gathered from the land around the underground warehouse, as if the flames themselves were contained in the land. The dragon heads that raised their heads and opened their mouths were not roaring or trying to escape from Lind's restraint, but were generated from Lind's body and swallowed up the surrounding flames. In her eyes, Lind was no longer in human form, but a huge dragon head with ferocious horns. This scene of vision did not last long and ended quickly. However, the heat did not disappear. On the contrary, it became more and more intense. Several people standing in the warehouse felt a kind of pain in their whole chests after just taking a few breaths. The illusion of being burned by fire, for which they had to exit the warehouse. The amazing thing is that the warehouse door seems to have an invisible force that isolates the heat inside the warehouse. Once you exit the warehouse, the air around it becomes cooler and everyone returns to normal. After feeling that he was in a safe place, Cobain couldn't wait to take off the cloth bag he was carrying, took out some strange devices from it, and tried to put these things in the warehouse to see what reaction they would have. At this time, Elder Colin walked over and held Cobain's hand, stopping Cobain's movements. "Bachelor, I hope you won't disturb the chosen one." Sister Melissa looked at Qyburn, displeased, and said in a deep voice, "I can guarantee that Cobain's test will not disturb Lind." Moroya seemed to know the devices Cobain took out. She also wanted to see the results of the device test, so she took the initiative to guarantee Cobain. Sister Melissa, Elder Colin, and Ms. Moroya are your most important counselors. She will definitely not do anything to harm you. During this time, Bishop Hullen, who often dealt with Moroya, whispered, said. After hearing Bishop Hullen's words, Elder Colin thought for a moment and loosened his grip on Cobain, and Sister Melissa said nothing more. Cobain ignored the people around him. After the clamping hand was released, he continued. The test that he had not finished just now. The entire dragon feast ceremony lasted for almost 4 days and 4 nights. The 5 people present took turns leaving and returning to the ground to rest. However, Cobain was an exception. No one would trust Cobain to stay alone outside the underground warehouse. In addition to the initial devouring of more than half of the keel bones in the warehouse, some of them were gradually devoured until only a few dozen keel bones remained against the inner wall. There is no doubt that the dragon bones consumed in this dragon feast ceremony are dozens or even hundreds of times that of the dragon bones he consumed the first time. The dragon bones he consumed the first time were just a box, and now it is almost a huge warehouse. It is difficult to imagine how many dragon bones he would need to consume for his next dragon breeding ceremony. Shortly after the keel stopped turning into powder, the temperature inside the warehouse also dropped. Elder Colin, who was waiting outside, and Coburn, who had been testing for 4 days and nights, immediately noticed it and tried to enter the warehouse. After finding that there was no problem, they all came to the vicinity of Lind. At this time, Lind also opened his eyes, looked at the dragon bone powder all around, stood up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and turned towards the two asked, "How many days has it been?" "It's been 4 days, Cobain replied. Elder Colin on the side made quick gestures and asked Lind how he was feeling now. "Very good, I'm fine." Lind stretched and smiled. Chapter 148 Velas, Request. It has been almost a month since the dragon feast ceremony was carried out. Lind had returned to Tengshi town from Summer Hall more than 10 days ago, and every day he either fished leisurely on the Mandar River or trained Brienne and Asha. All matters in his territory were handed over to his subordinates. For example, John was sent to Miracle Port as the general manager, Scar-Eyed Mitt became the commander of Miracle Port Garrison, and the original financial officer Reese was transferred to Midsummer. The Hall serves as the general manager, and the adjutant Rahul serves as the commander of the garrison of the Midsummer Hall. In addition, Bryn Riverwind was also transferred to the Redguard Valley to be responsible for the construction of the Redguard Castle and the Redguard Mountain Road. In order to ensure that things would not go wrong, Lind also borrowed Maester Ives from Nymeria. Asked him to assist Bryn Rivers. Lind also established an auxiliary administrative organization with Moroya as the core, which was similar to the Imperial Council, but more like the ancient cabinet or military aircraft department in previous lives. He recruited a large number of capable wandering bachelors and down-and-out nobles to fill it, in addition to some political affairs related to other territories and the Iron Throne. Ordinary affairs within the territory are also handed over to this small cabinet. In addition, he also recruited a group of bachelors and assistant bachelors specializing in law from the city, and asked them to form a circuit court together with the monks from the Church of the Seven Gods. They would travel around the municipalities and villages in the territory to judge all kinds of people who appeared in these places. For such disputes, only crimes related to serious crimes such as homicide will be sent to Lind for trial by Lind himself. You must know that other lords spend most of their time sitting in the halls of their castles every day, listening to the visiting people talking about trivial disputes, and making decisions on these small disputes. Therefore, the circuit court established by Lind undoubtedly greatly reduced the complex affairs he needed to deal with, and it was difficult for other lords to imitate this method. After all, no lord would hand over the power of trial to the church, let alone to the bachelor. The right to judge is the most important right of a lord, and it is also the right that can easily demonstrate the lord's majesty. Only people like Lind, who can gain higher reputation from other places and have the blessing of divine majesty, will not care about this judicial power. However, the subordinates in the territory worked so hard not just because they were fulfilling their duties, but because they wanted to create more opportunities for Lind and Nymeria to be alone. For the subjects in the territory, heirs are always the top priority, even if Lind and Nymeria are still young. Lind and Nymeria have been sleeping together for 2 years. Whenever they are together, they almost always sleep together. However, there is still no movement, which makes the subordinates of the territory feel anxious. Moroya and Qyburn examined the two and concluded that Lind's body was too strong, or to be more correct, Lind's blood was too strong and had an absolute impact on Nymeria. Suppression, thus causing Nymeria to be unable to conceive normally. There are only 2 solutions given by Moroya. One is to bleed Lind to make Lind as weak as Nymeria, and the other method is to increase the number of times. As the number of times increases, the chance of pregnancy increases. It has also increased, and I might be pregnant at some point. Therefore, when Lind established a cabinet on the issue, everyone except Moloa agreed. And after Lind promised to find a replacement as soon as possible, Moloa came out of the laboratory and temporarily served as the cabinet manager position. Lind, who had handed over all kinds of affairs, stayed in Tengshi town and lived a leisurely life. You've been living too leisurely lately. Nymeria sat on the boat and came to Lind's boat, parked in the middle of the river. During this time, Linda's fishing on the Monde River has become a scene in Tengshi town. Because his boat seems not to be affected by the rapid currents in the upper reaches of the Monde River and can always stop stably in the middle of the river. This magical scene has been regarded as one of Linda's many miracles, and there are rumors that after Lind controlled the storm and thunder, he also controlled the river. Lind smiled and said to Nymeria, "Really? I just look leisurely, but actually I am training." As Lind said, he was indeed training, and what he was training was the control of the power of the dragon rune. After the dragon feast ceremony a month ago, the physical changes caused by the dragon feast ritual to Lind, in addition to some improvements in basic qualities such as strength and speed, the biggest improvement was that the dragon runes of the dragon feast ritual were integrated into his heart, became part of the heart, and this also brought the extraordinary power of the dragon rune to Lind. In the past, Lind needed to use the dragon rune necklace or the dragon rune on the sword of the homeless knight to use the corresponding supernormal power, but now he can directly use the power of the dragon rune in his heart to produce some supernormal effects. For example, the ability to immobilize a ship on the water so that it does not follow the current is one of the extraordinary effects. At the same time, he could also feel a large amount of hot power gathered in the dragon rune. He felt that when he could fully control the power of the dragon feast dragon rune, he might be able to unleash this hot power. At that time, he may be able to spit out flames like a giant dragon. After all, some of the forbidden prayer spells of the Lost Knight have abilities similar to the dragon's breath, and it's not just fire, but also frost, storm, and thunder. The dragon's breath is there. Although the dragon feast ritual gave Lind more powerful power, he was also a little disappointed that the progress bar of Goldfinger did not change because of the dragon feast ritual. What it was before, the dragon feast ritual still looks like. However, he was not in a hurry. He still had plenty of time to try and find ways to speed up the progress bar. "I think your leisurely days are over." Nymeria took out a letter and handed it to Lind, and said, "It's from Highgarden." Lind was stunned, took the letter, opened it, read it, and asked, "Lord Velas wants me to assist Lord Fortimo and Lord Joel Flowers in transporting a group of criminals to the Great Wall to serve as night watchman." Nymeria was slightly surprised and said, "It seems that the impact of that incident is not small, and you are actually required to be escorted." Lind also nodded seriously and agreed. 3 months ago, Velas gathered a group of about 200 death row prisoners and planned to send them to the Great Wall to serve as night watchmen. This is not the first time that Velas has done this. He has done this several times before. All went very smoothly. Velas has even become the most valued partner of the Night Watch of the Great Wall of Despair. Commander-in-Chief Kogel of the Night Watch even personally wrote a letter of thanks and sent it to Highgarden. Along with the thank you letter, there were many precious gifts that could never be seen in The south end could only be seen north of the Great Wall, such as the complete mammoth skeleton and the head of a giant, etc., which also caused a stir in the high court. It caused quite a stir. Everyone thought that this was just an ordinary escort, and no one thought that there was an accident. But what they didn't expect was that an accident happened, but it was not someone from the high court, but the night watchman in charge of the escort. When the team marched near the small town of Haraway, the night watchman suddenly attacked the highguard and soldiers escorting the team. Because the attack came suddenly, one moment they were friends drinking and eating meat, and the next moment they were sworn enemies facing each other with swords. All the soldiers were unprepared and died in the first round of the attack. Afterwards, the rebellious night watchman led the death row prisoners to Salt Farm Town, where they robbed a lot of property and several ships used to transport salt. Afterwards, they followed the sea route, passed through Crab Bay, and disappeared on the surface of the narrow sea. If there were no accidents, he might be on the other side of the narrow sea. At this moment, this incident created a huge commotion, which directly led to the ban on the entry of men in black in places such as the Riverlands and the Valley. This made it impossible for the recruiting officers of the Night's Watch to go south to recruit troops, and Willis was preparing to be sent to the death row prisoners on the Great Wall. You can only send someone to deliver it yourself. What he did is making a fuss out of a molehill. Isn't it enough to send Lord Fortimo and Lord Joel to escort him? Nymeria said with some confusion. After hearing this, Lind was stunned, then pondered for a moment and said, perhaps I was not sent there to escort death row prisoners to serve as night watchmen, but for other things. Other things. Nymeria took the letter from Lind, looked at it, and asked puzzledly, it didn't say anything else. Just as Nymeria finished speaking, she heard an eagle cry from the sky, and then saw a sea eagle with white feathers and a red crown falling from the sky and landing steadily on Lind, on the edge of the boat. Then, the sea eagle barked twice at Lind, and then shook the small cloth bag tied to its feet. Lord Willis. Seeing this unusual sea eagle, Lind immediately imagined the scene of Holland Reed possessing a raven to deliver a message. There was a surprised look in the sea eagle's eyes, and he was obviously a little surprised that Lind could recognize him. Then he called to Lind twice and nodded. Lind didn't think any more and reached out to take off the bag from the sea eagle's feet. After the bag was taken off, the sea eagle did not stay any longer and quickly fluttered its wings and flew away. Is Lord Willis a shapeshifter? Nymeria asked in surprise after witnessing all this. Maybe, Lind said, but he felt that Willis's ability should be stronger than that of the skin changer, perhaps comparable to the Green Seer. Lind took out a folded letter from the bag, opened it and looked at it carefully. The look on his face became a little serious because of the content of the letter. After Lind read it, Nymeria also took it and read it carefully, and couldn't help complaining. He actually asked you to go to the land of eternal winter north of the Great Wall to find a horn. Could it be that he came from when you fall down? It's not your legs that's broken, but your brain. Just as Nymeria said, what Willis wrote on the letter was that he hoped that Lind would use this opportunity to escort the prisoners to go to the land of eternal winter north of the Great Wall to find the secrets buried there, the Horn of Winter, and also drew a simple map to indicate the location of the Horn of Winter. Nymeria said with some seriousness, you are no longer a knight of the Tyrell family. You are the Lord of the River Bend. You have the right to refuse such excessive instructions. Lind shook his head and said, but I also want to visit the Great Wall of Despair and the land of eternal winter. What's so interesting about the Great Wall and the land of eternal winter? Apart from ice, it's just snow. Nymeria asked with a puzzled look on her face. There are White Walkers to see, Lind replied. Ha ha, White Walker. Nymeria thought Lind was joking at first, but after laughing twice, she noticed something was wrong with Lind's expression, and his smile gradually faded. And she asked slightly seriously, are you telling the truth? Lind nodded and looked at the note in his hand. Lind didn't know much about the Horn of Winter. He only knew that it was buried in a place called the Fist of the First Men, buried with some dragon crystal arrowheads. He didn't know the exact location, and it seemed to have been damaged. Will it be dangerous for you to go there? Nymeria asked with some worry. After all, in the various legends she had heard since childhood, the White Walkers were extremely dangerous and terrifying existences. You shouldn't ask me this question, but the White Walkers. Lind joked confidently, and then he didn't want to mention the matter anymore, so he changed the subject and said, "How is Dad's tavern?" Quote, "It's been built," Nymeria said with a hint of worry on her face. "However, he asked you not to sit in his tavern again. The last time you went there, you made too much noise and caused him a lot of trouble. It will cause a lot of trouble, and don't publicize your relationship." Ever since Tengshi town was stabilized, Lind has been trying to bring Father Bane over from Bai village, but he has always been rejected by Bane. He means that he still has many old friends in Bai village, where live comfortably. It was not until recently that Father Bane's last old friend died of illness that Father Bane agreed to Linda's proposal and moved the tavern to Tengshi town. However, he did not accept the tavern built for him by Lind. Instead, he spent his own money to build a tavern next to Tengshi Avenue outside the town. After the tavern was built, Lind only went there once and never again. He didn't go, and people who knew the relationship between the two thought that Lind and Bane's father had fallen out. The last time he went to the tavern, Lind felt that although Father Bane's feelings for him had not changed, there was already some distance between them because of their status. And he felt uncomfortable even talking, so after hearing he was not surprised by Father Bane's request. After asking Nymeria to secretly take care of Father Bane, Lind suddenly felt the hanging fishing line move slightly, so he immediately raised the pole and reeled in the line, only to see a 3-foot-long fish being dragged from the water. It came out, drew an arc in the air, and landed on Nymeria's boat. However, there was no fishhook at the top of the fishing line that dragged the big fish. "Now that we have decided to go to the land of eternal winter, we need to arrange things in the territory." Lind directly used the Raven to inform the general managers and garrison commanders of various places that he had accepted Varys's entrustment to escort a group of prisoners to the Great Wall of Despair, but he did not tell them that this trip would also go to the land of eternal winter. Because all the affairs had been assigned to the right people, there were not many things that Lind needed to ask. Finally, he informed everyone that during his time at the Great Wall, Nymeria would be in charge of all affairs in the territory. None of the subjects in the territory had any objections to Lind's decision, because this was not the first time. Many times before, Nymeria had replaced Lind in presiding over the affairs of the territory. In fact, many people it seems that the territories of Nymeria and Lind are one, and it does not matter who is in charge of whose affairs. In the future, when they have a child, that child may be the sole heir of the two territories, and the two territories will also be from there. Legally integrated. Chapter 149 Chief Knight. After handling the affairs of the territory, Lind received a raven from Bitter Bridge, indicating that the escort team of Fortimo and Joel had passed Bitter Bridge a day ago. According to their traveling speed, it would only take a day or two. You can reach Changye town at the intersection of Tengshi Avenue and Rose Avenue. So Lind took Glory alone, put the dragon eggs in his backpack, and headed to Long Night town to wait for the escort team of Fortimo and Joel. The reason why he did not leave the dragon egg in Tengshi town was because he needed to use dragon runes to maintain the dragon egg almost every few days. Once the interval was too long, the effect of previous maintenance would also disappear. It would take several days to go to the Great Wall of Despair. Months of time, which forced him to take the dragon egg with him. Now the intersection of Tengshi Avenue and Rose Avenue has become the most prosperous place nearby. In the early days, Nymeria settled some of the recruited refugees and the original residents of Tengshi town here to build a town. Originally, this town was only used to serve passing caravans, allowing them to have a place to spend the night. However, as Tengshi Avenue extended to Green Valley City and then to Shungsha Hall, this fork in the road became particularly important. The original small town turned into a large town. Lind also built a fortress here. Nymeria also sent Wenda the White Deer here to serve as the fortress and town manager, which gave the town its name. Lind did not enter the town, but waited in the fortress outside the town. After completing the inspection, Belu Wenda came to see Lind wearing armor. "Aren't you going to take some people with you?" Belu Wenda asked, a little surprised. When she saw that Lind was alone. "I'm not going to fight, so why should I take people with me?" Lind shook his head and said, "Besides, High Court will send people there, so I don't need to do anything extra." As he said that, he suddenly thought of something and asked White Deer. Wenda said, "Has Sparks been in contact with you recently?" White Deer Wenda shook her head and said, "There has been no contact for more than a year. The last contact was when you went to Dornay. You don't have to worry about her. As long as the royal forest still exists, she will be fine." Lind frowned and said, "I want to find something with her. Do you know any way to contact her?" Lind had already been to the royal forest several times after finishing his patrol of the territory. He wanted to see Huo and learn about the situation on the day of the fire in Summer Hall and the situation of the female dwarf she rescued. In the end, he found nothing, even if he deliberately aroused the power in the dragon rune and made a big noise in the royal forest, but he was not able to make the son of the forest spark appear. It felt like the son of the forest spark was no longer in the imperial forest. Belu Wenda shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, sir, it was Sparks who found me all the time, rather than me taking the initiative to contact Sparks." "Did Sparky say anything the last time you saw her?" Lind asked again. Belu Wenda thought for a moment and said, "She asked me to help her take care of her garden. She wants to go on a long trip to see her friends." "Friends?" Lind frowned. He did not continue to ask Belu Wenda about Sparks' friends. Presumably, Belu Wenda would not know about it. In addition to the children of the forest themselves, the people who can be regarded as friends by the children of the forest include the Green Seers and other people who respect nature. In the entire Seven Kingdoms, there are only two places where the children of the forest are rumored to exist. One is Thousand Faces Island in the center of the God's Eye Lake, as well as the swamps of the Neck and the Virgin Forest on the west side. On the way to the Great Wall of Despair, he would pass through these two places. Lind felt that if he did not see Sparks in the royal forest, he might ask Glory to help him search there when passing by these two places to see if he can't find Spark. Lind did not wait too long in Changye Town. The escort team arrived at Changye Town. Half a day later, there are about 500 people in this team. Except for 400 prisoners, the others are soldiers responsible for escorting. Perhaps because of the previous accident, Velas was a lot more careful this time. Not only did he send there were enough escort soldiers, and two famous sword masters in the river bend, Fortimo and Joel, were also assigned to escort them. After the escorted prisoners were sent to the cells of the Evernight town fortress and imprisoned, Fortimo and Joel were guided by their servants to Lind's room. "Lord Fortimo, Lord Joel, long time no see." After seeing the two of them, Lind saluted the two who came over. "My lord, long time no see." Fortimo returned the greeting, his behavior not as casual as before, and he looked more respectful. On the contrary, Joel Fohua still looked casual, raised his head towards Lind, and said, "Boy Lind, don't even think about me calling you Earl." Lind also smiled and nodded, and said, "With our relationship, there is no need to be so formal." "Lord Fortimo, you don't need to be so formal. You can just call me Lind as before. After all, we still have a month or two to spend together, and it will be uncomfortable if we are too formal." Joel turned his head and raised his eyebrows proudly at Fortimo, then stretched out his hand and said, "I just said, this kid hasn't changed. I'm willing to admit defeat and take the money." Fortimo rolled his eyes at Joel, took off a money bag from his waist, and threw it to Joel. After Joel took the money bag, he threw it to his attendants and said, "Tell those guys that I, Uncle Joel, are treating you today. You can drink as much as you want." Fortimo frowned and said, "We have to go on the road tomorrow." "If they are drunk," Joel said nonchalantly, "it doesn't matter. If they are drunk, just let the prisoners carry them. It won't delay their journey." As he said, he pointed at Lind and said, "Not to mention that we have more people here. There is a chosen one who can defeat 1,000, and Those prisoners will not do anything to seek death even if they have a little bit of brainpower. As they spoke, several people entered the house. Lind asked the servants to prepare some drinks and food. Joel and Fertimo also took off their armor with the help of the servants. Seeing that Joel's identity badge had changed from the golden crane of the Klein family to the golden rose of the Tyrell family, Lind couldn't help but smile and said, "I didn't expect you, Lord Joel, to be working in Highgarden. Did you think you would be the captain of the bodyguard at the Klein family in Red Lake for the rest of your life?" Hearing Linda's words, Joel couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed that Linda's words touched his taboos. Then he curled his lips and said, "It's really boring to talk to you. You poke at other people's pain points every time. People don't know how to answer." Fotimo on the side smiled and said, "He was driven away because when Count Alistair Florent was visiting Red Lake with his family, he crawled into Mrs. Malaya Klein's house. He was caught and raped in his bed by Count Alistair, and he escaped. He was later expelled by the Crane family, and wanted by Count Florentine. Finally, he could only seek asylum in the High Court." Quote, Lind had been dealing with matters in his own territory before and rarely cared about the affairs of other territories in the Reach. He did not expect to suddenly hear about such a big scandal. However, after carefully recalling the information about Count Alistair and Lady Malaya of the Florentine family, Lind couldn't help showing a strange look on his face, and said to Fertimo in a confirming manner, "What you said, Count Florent, is he Count Florent of Brightwater City?" "Yes." Fotimo obviously knew what Lind was thinking now, and couldn't hide the smile on his face. Joel, on the other hand, lowered his head and drank, his face full of embarrassment. Lind hit the point very directly and asked, "Isn't Lady Malaya, Count Florentine's wife, an old woman? I just told you, talking to you is really boring." Joel drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and asked the waiter to fill it up again. Then he looked at Lind with great dissatisfaction, and said, "That is a mature woman. And she is a very attractive mature woman. It's a pity that it's almost rotten due to overcooking." Fortimo stabbed it in time. Joel didn't say anything more and could only lower his head and drink. "I didn't expect you, Mr. Joel, to be so kind." Lind sighed, and then asked, "After you were wanted by Count Florentine, you did not escape from the Reach, nor did you flee to me for refuge. Is it because of Lady Olenna that I ran to Highgarden?" Hearing Linda's words, Fortimo finally couldn't help laughing. Joel also stared at Lind with a look of shame and annoyance. From the looks of the two of them, it was obvious that Lind was not the only one who made such a guess. Man, there may be similar rumors among the noble circles in Highgarden. With some laughter, the relationship between several people gradually returned to normal. And the previous identity barriers quickly disappeared. Afterwards, they talked about the things around them recently, and their relationship had become much closer. Moreover, Lind also learned some news from the High Court from Fotimo's words. For example, on the surface, the High Court and Dorne had a stalemate over the previous cancellation of the marriage, and the relationship had deteriorated. But in fact, the High Court there have always been letters and so on between Court and Sunspear. However, the one that Fortimo mentioned the most was Willis, because after Willis was paralyzed, Fortimo, the coach of Highgarden, became Willis's guard captain, so when Willis served as a law enforcement officer in Highgarden, he was always watching from the sidelines. Because Willis is always able to make fair judgments that satisfy both parties when dealing with some family incidents, so with the nickname, Just Golden Rose, the Duke of Metz also feels that Willis has something to do. It was good for Willis, so Willis was appointed as the law enforcement officer of the High Court, responsible for handling various disputes in the High Court. And Willis also gained a lot of reputation because of his fair handling of every incident, making up for the reputation he lost due to some weird behaviors after he was paralyzed. And even exceeded it, so that he still requires all rivers to the lords of the Baeland gathered the condemned prisoners to Highgarden and then sent them to the Great Wall to serve as night watchmen. The lords of the Baeland did not object. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that the lords of the Reach found that this Method was very suitable for dealing with some troublesome people who could not be killed but did not want to see them. Therefore, not all of the prisoners sent to the Great Wall were death row prisoners, and some were unlucky people who were considered a thorn in the side of their respective lords. For Velas, he only needs to increase the strength of the Great Wall of Despair. As for whether there are innocent people among the people sent there, he actually doesn't care. Through Fortimo's story about Willis, Lind can already feel that Willis's vigilance against the White Walkers has gone deep into his bones. Everything he is doing now is to defend against the White Walkers from the land of eternal winter. Fortunately, Velas remained rational and did not do anything too crazy or do anything beyond his capabilities. After a night's rest, High Court's escort team continued to march north along Rose Avenue. But this time there was one more person and one beast in the team. What is interesting is that among these prisoners, many are believers of the seven gods. When they are resting, they will come to Lind and kneel down to Lind to confess the evil deeds they have done in the past. They seem to regard Lind as the seven gods. A monk from the Church of God. However, Lind did not forgive their sins like the monks did. Instead, he listened quietly to what they said and looked at them calmly. Usually, each of these extremely evil people would cry bitterly under Linda's gaze. Just like a child, after they finally calmed down, they would lean over and kiss Linda's instep, and then leave silently. You are becoming more and more like a magician. Joel, who witnessed all this, said with disdain, I think you should put a wooden box in front of you, and everyone who confesses to you should put in a copper plate. Maybe the copper coins you get will be able to build a castle soon. I'm sorry, Mr. Joel, your proposal has no value at all. Lind deliberately showed a proud look and said, my Summer Hall Castle in Miracle Port do not need to spend money. The church is willing to pay for it for me. All the construction costs, and I have so much money that I don't even know how to spend it. Only you, an adult, can appreciate this small amount of money. It seems that the rumors are right. All the treasures that the Iron Island snatched from the Western Territory fell into your hands. Fortimo also looked at Lind with envy and said, you lucky guy, next all the expenses on the road are borne by you. On the road, the three of them all liked to pass the boring time with sarcastic bickering. The team soon passed through the Royal Forest and arrived at King's Landing. The escort team stayed outside King's Landing for several days, because after King Robert learned that Lind had come to King's Landing, he called Lind over, and then took Lind back to the Kingswood to hunt. At the same time, he also asked Lord John Arryn to extract some prisoners from the cell and give them to Fortimo, and send them to the Great Wall together. Although it has only been almost a year since the counter-rebellion war, King Robert's figure has been seriously out of shape. The fat on his chin has accumulated several layers. And he can no longer look as handsome as he was a year ago, and his body has swelled. For several laps, the previous armor could only be barely worn. However, being out of shape does not mean that his combat power has been weakened. He can still swing the heavy war hammer. While hunting, he proposed to fight with Lind again, but this time he did not force Lind to use the sword of the Lost Knight, but asked Lind to use the broad-bladed half-sword. The final result is self-evident. Lind did not hold anything back. When Robert launched the attack, he used his agile steps to avoid Robert's attack, and then put the broadsword half-sword against Robert's heart. Defeat the enemy with one move. Afterwards, Robert simply asked the Kingsguard, including the fearless Barristan, to besiege Lind. The result did not change. Except for the fearless Barristan and Robert, who cooperated with each other and fought back and forth with Lind. Outside of the round, everyone else was taken away by Linda's move, including the Kingslayer. After the incident, King Robert lamented Lind's strength and was satisfied that Lind did not hold back during the battle because of his status. So after returning to King's Landing, he summoned the courtiers and canonized Lind again in front of the courtiers. This time, Lind was canonized as the chief knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 150 The Tomb of the Ancestors. I hate the North, and I don't want to come to this damn place again in my life. Just as he was passing through the Carlin Bay swamp, Joel got off his horse to urinate and was accidentally attacked by a lizard hiding in the swamp. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Otherwise, the guy below him may not be able to use it in this life. This attack, coupled with the various discomforts of passing through the swamp before, made the pent-up dissatisfaction in his heart finally burst out, and he cursed continuously. Without any regard for the face of the northerners sent by Carlin Bay to lead the way, Lind looked at Joel Fohua, who was venting his emotions, and said with a smile, "Lord Joel, don't talk so eloquently. According to your current character and behavior, it may not be long before you are caught by that lord. Come on, send me to the Great Wall to wear black clothes, these people will be your brothers by then." Quote. The prisoners also started to boo at this moment, and a few of them even shouted to Joel, "Brother Joel, shut up. Even if I die, I will never wear black clothes." Joel glared at Lind angrily, then glared at the booing prisoners, and said, "It's too dangerous for you to be so spirited. Today, everyone's food has been cancelled. I think hunger will let you know that not everyone can laugh at you." "That's not fair, we didn't laugh at you," someone shouted. Joel Flowers got back on his horse and shouted to the prisoners, "No. You were laughing in your heart, I heard it." Furtimo did not let the crowd continue to make trouble. He shouted loudly, and the stopped team continued to move towards the north. The last time Lind set out from King's Landing to reach Carlin Bay, it only took more than 10 days, but this time they have been traveling for more than a month. The original group of 400 prisoners has increased to more than 700 people. One of them more than 100 people came from King's Landing, and nearly 200 others came from Harrenhal, Riverrun, Twin City and Seaside City. The lords of these castles learned that Linda's escort of prisoners would pass through the King's Road near their territory, so they transported the prepared prisoners to the King's Road early, and when the escort team passed by, they also let these people join the Phi River. The line of black-clad people undoubtedly made the team move slower. The team was moving so slowly that people's patience was running low. Even Joel Buddha, who had always been cheerful and carefree, was getting a little anxious due to the long journey. After passing through the swamp, the road became slightly easier, but only slightly. The previously built King's Road had been seriously damaged, with a large amount of gravel, grass and rotten wood blocking the road, as well as some pits formed by subsidence. The hole formed a deadly trap under the cover of wild grass. Several people accidentally stepped in and broke their necks. Even if they didn't break their necks, their arms and legs were severely damaged and they couldn't walk at all. Originally, Fotimo's intention was to deal with these injured people on the spot, but he was stopped by Lind. He could just use these injured people to test the extent of trauma that Glory's healing white light could treat. So, under the gaze of everyone, they saw that the broken leg bone that had been fixed in position began to slowly heal under the white halo of Glory's body. Although it was not completely healed, everyone could see that the injury was improving quickly. Is this the rumored miracle of healing? Fortimo looked at everything in front of him and exclaimed. Whether they were soldiers or prisoners, all believers of the 7 gods knelt on the ground when they saw this scene, silently reciting prayers. After the external wound was completely healed, Lind asked Glory to stop, and then checked the bones and found that the joints of the bones were still very fragile and needed some time to rest. Therefore, these injured prisoners were also placed on the carriage transporting supplies. And they continued to move forward. After this episode, the team walked for about half a day. When it was getting dark, they climbed over a small hill and came to an open space. Damn 7 levels of hell. Have we entered the cemetery? At this time, Joel, who had clearly seen his surroundings, couldn't help but curse loudly. Except for the desolate land on both sides of the King's Road, I saw that all the tombs were densely packed together, moving into the distance until they disappeared at the end of the line of sight. This should be the tombs of the ancestors. The ancestors of the North are buried in these tombs. Fotimo looked at these tombs and said with a solemn expression, the tombs here can be traced back to the period of the King of the Tombs. At that time, the North had not yet been unified under the Stark family. The Red King, Wolf King, Swamp King and other ancestor clans were entrenched in this land until the Winter King conquered them all in 1,000 years. and these heroes in ancient legends have all become desolate tombs. Brother Furtimo, is this the time for you to express your emotions? Should I get you a harp and let you sing like a bard? Joel said impatiently, we should find a good place to camp and rest. I don't want to spend the night in a pile of graves. As he said that, he turned to look at the guide sent by Carlin Bay and asked, is there a suitable place to camp here? The guide said nothing, but pointed to the open space surrounded by graves at the foot of the hill. Judging from the growth of weeds in the open space, many people should have camped here in the past. 7 gods, can we only camp in this damn place? Joel couldn't help but curse, and asked the guide, the nearest hotel or place to rest, even if it's just a broken one. Fortresses and city walls are fine, sir. The guide looked at Joel expressionlessly, raised his hand and pointed to the west, and said, we should be able to reach the wilderness village in 8 days after walking through the wilderness. It is suitable for living there. After that, he added, pointing to the north, he said, it takes 9 days to walk along the King's Road to reach Winterfell. It is also suitable for living there. In addition, there are probably few campsites better than this open space. Next time we may gonna set up camp on the King's Road. You also forgot to mention that you can go to Bygang by going east. Lind pointed to the east and added, we may be able to go to Bygang, and then take a boat upstream along the Barren River, from the waterway to Lingam. Then take the land route near Winter City. Joel was quite moved when he heard Linda's words. After all, White Harbor is one of the 5 largest cities in Westeros. Its prosperity is not much worse than that of cities such as King's Landing and Old Town. Going to White Harbor is much more comfortable than being in the wild. It's better to camp here. Don't make trouble. Furtimo shook his head and rejected the proposal, and directly ordered to camp in the open space. Joel looked frustrated, said nothing, and honestly set up the tent with his attendants. Lind did not set up the tent. The prisoners would take the initiative to help him set up the tent. Along the way, many of the prisoners had become his devout believers, just like the monks and believers who prayed in the Church of Salvation. After walking around, he saw a pool in the deserted graves in the distance, so he asked the soldiers for a brush, then led Haifeng and Glory to the pool to clean them. Fur covered in mud and dust. It soon became dark, and a bonfire was lit in the camp. Joel's curses came from the camp. Again, it must have been that he found that the wine he had hidden was found and drank by Furtimo. Although the waterhole is not very far from the camp, perhaps because of the separation of several tombs, the sound transmission is a bit weak and the line of sight is blocked. The situation on the waterhole cannot be seen from the camp. Because of the change in temperature between day and night, a layer of white mist floats over the pool, and the moonlight shines hazily on it like a layer of ever-changing gauze. It didn't take too long. Lind had already cleaned Glory and Haifeng, and was about to leave. At this time, he saw that the water mist on the pool condensed abnormally, and soon formed a vague human form. When Lind wanted to take a closer look, the vague human form quickly dissipated. Although the human form only appeared for a moment, Lind was still sure that he was not dazzled. As a result, he entered the state of glorious vision sharing and looked at everything around him, but he did not see any abnormal magic power. With doubts, Lind returned to the camp, chatted with others for a few words, entered the tent, and asked Glory to guard the entrance of the tent. Then he held the dragon egg in his hands as usual and used dragon runes to protect it. After it was almost taken care of, he didn't put the dragon egg back into his backpack. Instead, he hugged the dragon egg and fell asleep directly. This time, he slept deeply. He fell into a deep sleep not long after lying on the simple bed made of straw. Later, he found that he had started to dream. Yes, when he was dreaming, his mind was very clear, and he knew very well that he was dreaming, and he could think normally. This made him feel very confused. He had never had a dream since he came to this world. But now he was having dreams inexplicably. This was obviously not normal. While thinking, he was also observing the scene in his dream. He seemed to have turned into an eagle at this moment, flying in the air, and constantly flying towards the higher sky. The ground under his feet became smaller and smaller. Yet nothingness. This sight made Lind briefly wonder if he had been kidnapped by the three-eyed crow-like Velas, but he soon realized that was not the case. As the earth disappeared in his eyes, huge figures began to appear in the void below him. Some of these figures were familiar to Lind, such as the figure with countless faces that Willis had seen in Winterfell. The god of many faces, or the green hands Garth he once saw in Highgarden. All in all, the gods that had disappeared in the long river of history, or were still active in the present, appeared in the void at his feet, and there was an extra dragon egg below them, where the earth should have been. This dragon egg is completely transparent, and the eggshell seems to be made of light. Inside the dragon egg is a sleeping dragon, and as the dragon breathes, the light scatters from the dragon egg, shining on countless gods. On the body. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red comet appeared in the distant void. The center of the comet was not a meteorite, but a huge wall clock. The wall clock kept shaking, and the hammer hit the wall of the clock, making a loud noise. Even the dragon sleeping deeply will be awakened by such a loud noise. It's just that the red comet is too far away from the dragon's egg, and the sound can't be transmitted here at all. Then, the vague human form that Lind had seen by the pool appeared in front of him again. And he raised his hand to point in a direction. Although there was no direction in the void, Lind could still feel that the direction was in the east, and then he saw vague human beings saying something loudly towards him, but he could not hear it at all, but he seemed to be able to understand what it means. Just when Lind was puzzled, it suddenly started to rain in the sky, and the rain fell on his face, making him feel a real chill. Then there was another shake, and all illusions disappeared instantly. Lind also found that he was still inside the tent at this moment. Glory was shaking him just now, and the rain was real rain, because it was pouring rain outside, and a large amount of rain seeped in through the gaps in the tent and dripped on his face. There were also bursts of noise outside. It seemed that some unlucky guy's tent had collapsed. The bonfire was also extinguished by the rain. Only a few people held torches to illuminate the camp. Although now is a good opportunity to escape, no one has done so, because even if they escape, they will not be able to survive in such a desolate place for more than 2 days. Maybe they will encounter someone hiding in the darkness just after escaping. The beasts became their meals, so it was better to stay here and have each other to rely on. Lind put away the dragon eggs, walked out of the tent, and patrolled the camp. Because he turned Glory's fur to white and let the white light illuminate the surrounding darkness, the somewhat chaotic camp soon became quiet, and the soldiers they rebuilt the collapsed tent in an orderly manner, and the prisoners stayed aside and relied on each other to keep warm in the cold rain. Lind asked the prisoners to give several pieces of tent cloth used to cover the supply carriage to the prisoners, and asked them to pull the edges, spread it open, cover their heads, block part of the falling rain, and then put the supplies on the vehicle. He and the wounded were moved to his tent, and he stayed in a tent with Joel and Fortimo. After dealing with things in the camp, Lind returned to the tent and sat down. Joel and Fortimo cleaned up the rainwater on their bodies, drank 2 sips of heated wine, and fell asleep again. Lind activated the Storm Dragon rune, forming a small hurricane on the surface of his body, blowing all the rain off his body and drying the wet clothes at the same time. After regaining his dryness, he let Glory lay behind him and sat on its soft belly. He closed his eyes to rest while thinking about the dream he had just had. East, go east, go east. This was what he understood when the fuzzy human shouted at him, but he didn't understand what this meaningless sentence meant. After thinking repeatedly and unable to find the answer, he could only put the matter aside for the time being, and then conduct daily inspections, mainly to check the subsequent effects of the dragon feast ceremony on the body and see if there were any abnormalities in the changes in the body of But when he finished checking his body and looked at the golden finger progress bar out of habit, he suddenly discovered that the progress bar that was originally only moving slowly at about 1/10 had now moved almost halfway. This immediately reminded him of the dream he had just had, and at the same time he thought of that sentence. Could this be a revelation, revealing that there would be Something in the east that could help him fill up the Goldfinger progress bar. Chapter 151 Tangled Ed. Sir, there is news from Severn City. Lord Lind Terra, Lord Chosen, Sir Fertimo, and Sir Joel's team has passed through Wolfwood Bridge and will arrive at Winterfell in about half a day. Maester Luwin took a letter, knocked on the door of the Duke's study in the castle, and said to Eddard Stark, who was reviewing the documents. Duke Ed nodded after hearing this, then quickly signed the document in his hand, handed it to the steward Wei Yongpool, who was waiting aside, and said, "Let the banquet be arranged according to the above specifications." Wei Yongpool looked down at the receipt on the document, frowned slightly, and said, "Sir, isn't this too crude? This is the formal banquet specification for receiving an earl." Duke Ed said solemnly. "But Lord Lind Terra is not an ordinary earl. He also has the identity of being the chosen one of the 7 gods." Wei Yongpool reminded. Duke Ed said in a deep voice, "What belongs to the gods must belong to the gods, and what belongs to the world should belong to the world. We only need to perform secular obligations and should not interfere with the affairs of the gods." "Yes, I understand." Wei Yongpool nodded and retreated. "Is there anything else, Maester Luwin?" Duke Eddard turned to Maester Luwin and asked. Maester Luwin said with a serious look, "My lord, last time the Earl of Terra traveled thousands of miles to recapture the Gulf of Kalen, allowing your army to pass through the neck smoothly. This time he traveled thousands of miles to escort a group of prisoners to the Great Wall. For both reasons, you should go outside the city to greet me in person." Duke Ed was silent for a moment, nodded, and said, "I understand. I will change my clothes later, and I will go with Kate to meet her outside the city." After hearing this, Maester Luwin turned and left without saying anything else. Duke Ed sat for a while, then stood up and walked out of the room, heading towards the courtyard. At this time, Catelyn should be playing in the courtyard with the children. Although the decision has been made, Ed Stark is still thinking about things related to Lind